Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Hope everybody had a great weekend. It is Monday. John Lewin, prosecutor John Lewin, got the constraint on Friday. He has 90 minutes to continue his cross-examination of Twelvyy or Jamel Phillips. The defense should also be calling Levin, the manager, who's going to, from my understanding, tell us that the Glock 43 magazine, compatible magazine found at Rocky's home 6 months after the incident, is for a Glock that he himself owns. So there's going to be that. I think we're going to use Court TV today. It looks like they'll have closed captions. We'll see. Let's see if they started up. Nope, they have not started up. So, with that being said, I have the banner up from Friday. There were 42 objections made, 34 sustained. I think there were more than 6 times that John Lewin objected, like non-responsive, motion to strike to get Twelvyy's testimony cut short. And then the judge was also making Lewin move on multiple times. So we're going to keep this counter here through the rest of cross-examination to see what we get to. It's an approximation. I don't think it's completely accurate, but it's close enough. And then what else do we got going on here? Oh, yes. One other thing, guys. I went back and I looked at the timestamp, or listened to testimony on the timestamps of different text messages, and I thought something was really, really interesting. Let me know what you guys think. So, right before the incident took place, Relli texted Illz and Relli texted Twelvyy, like, you good? Right, it was like 10 p.m. on November 6th, 9-something p.m., right before they meet up in front of the hotel. Then, Relli doesn't say anything in a text message. There's no communication at all between Relli and Illz or Relli and Twelvyy until November 8th. 2 mornings later. 6:56, Relli texts Illz, y'all set me up emoji. 6:57, 1 minute later, Relli texts Twelvyy, y'all set me up emoji. And then 7:20, 23 minutes later, Kirk Anderson says that's the time that Relli was at LAPD, at the Hollywood station, bringing in the shell casings, telling him what happened. I thought these timelines, to me, I know some people will say, oh, it's consistent. It's Relli saying multiple times contemporaneously that he was set up by people. To me, I look at this as a setup. He was making sure this was in his phone. He himself saying it. Not Illz saying it, not Twelvyy saying it, but Relli himself saying, look, I said somebody set me up before I brought you these shell casings, and then a few days later would turn over my phone. This to me points to the actions of someone trying to create the tracks to trace backwards. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think? And I also think it's interesting. I had to go and pay attention to it because the prosecution never really seems to want to lay out the dates and times. So, hey to everybody, though. We've got tons of people tuning in. Nicole says, what's up? Nisha says, hi, everybody. 901 Dundiva says, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it is 1 o'clock in the East Coast, too. I don't know if that means it's, there's a little closed caption here. We are starting.
After I finish the summary, I don't want any, at least now, I don't want any comments from anybody. I just want to summarize this. After I summarize the situation, then I want the witness to come back in and Mr. Lewin can resume his cross-examination. All right, I received a copy of an email sent by Mr. Siegel. That was last night at 8:32 p.m. and it was addressed to Paul Kozlomic and John Lewin and the other participants in the trial, the other counsel. And the email states, during the preparation of our summary relating to Levin, who is the next witness, yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
We inadvertently omitted certain information he conveyed to us in August of 2024. An omission we only realized after Mr. Phillips was asked questions about the prop gun's whereabouts on Friday. Accordingly, we met with Mr. Levin today, who reiterated the following information that he conveyed previously. Mr. Levin was involved in the decision-making with Rocky, for Rocky not to carry the prop gun after November 6th of 2021, because it did not serve its intended purpose of acting as a deterrent. Consequently, Mr. Levin took possession of the prop gun after November 6th of 2021 and subsequently contacted a co-writer/co-director on the DMB music video from which it was obtained in order to make arrangements to return it while in New York. In that regard, Mr. Levin met at the Roxy Hotel in New York with the co-writer/co-director and gave him the prop gun and accompanying accessories. Mr. Levin
this is great for defense.
Provide you, the prosecutors, with the name and contact information for the co-writer/co-director, and also to meet with you tomorrow at 9:30. This is late discovery. Without casting any aspersions, I am not accepting the
Prosecution.
Can't come in.
Sorry.
Who was that? What was that noise?
I opened my laptop and the sound came out. Sorry.
Oh.
Why did he yell
I'm not
prosecution?
accepting that it was inadvertent. There is a summary.
So it can't come in,
by
maybe.
the defense to the prosecution as required by Penal Code Section 1054, and it lists a number of areas that Mr. Levin is going to be testifying about. There was no mention in the summary about him taking possession of the prop gun and what he did with it after. Now, there's a case called People versus Jackson. That site is 15 Calab Court, 1197. In this case, the court completely precluded defense witnesses, a defense witness, because here, I'm going to quote from the case. Here, because the testimony was allegedly exculpatory, the trial court refused to believe defense counsel did not seriously consider calling the witness until moments before he did. Even if withholding the identity of the witness was not willful, lesser sanctions would not have been adequate. Immediate disclosure or contempt of counsel would have been insufficient because the people would not have had a meaningful opportunity to rebut or impeach the statement. Similarly, a continuance would have been inadequate because the declarant's whereabouts were unknown.
He's reading case law right now that would support his decision if he chooses to exclude testimony relating to this prop gun and or testimony of the recipient, the alleged recipient of this prop gun.
And thus,
because of late
her
discovery by the defense.
unavailability precluded the people from cross-examining her. The people would have been unduly prejudiced by admitting the testimony without an opportunity for cross-examination, and the integrity of the adversary process would have been compromised, as parties with little to lose would be encouraged to not comply with pre-trial discovery rules. The court did not abuse its discretion in precluding the testimony. And this is what the court in Jackson also ruled. Rather than comply with reciprocal discovery rules by giving the people the name of the witness and the proposed testimony, he chose to surprise the people with the statement at trial, admitting such potentially unreliable evidence, untested by cross-examination, would not only have prejudiced the people's case, but would have undermined the discovery process. So the situation we have is not quite like Jackson, but it approaches Jackson. I believe that under Jackson, I would have had the authority to preclude Mr.
Is he
Levin
going to let it in?
Any testimony about this recently discovered evidence or this information that was recently turned over to the police about him taking possession of the prop gun and what he did with it. If I did that, however, the defense case would be prejudiced.
He's gonna let it Levin! He's gonna let Levin testify about it. Oh my God, we are getting the current whereabouts of the prop gun.
But then
Wow.
I'm also concerned about
Big win for defense.
because this came late in the game. So this is the way I thought it to be remedied, so that neither side is prejudiced and both sides can fully present their case. Before Mr. Levin takes the stand, I required that he agree to a complete interview by the prosecution, and I understand that happened.
Yes, after initially refusing to speak with us, he
All right,
spoke to us a few moments ago.
Already done
I
it.
also required that the person who took possession of the gun, the director in New York, that he be interviewed on tape by the people, and if Mr. Levin testifies to anything that is inconsistent with any prior statements he made to this person in New York, that the tape can be played to impeach Mr. Levin's testimony, if there is any. So that's the way we're going to remedy to ensure both sides are treated fairly, neither side is prejudiced, both sides get to fully present their case. Now, I understand, Mr. Lewin, you interviewed Mr. Levin for a period of time, and you said some additional information has come forward that you did not have on Friday, which relates to the witness on the stand now?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor, both from, it's going to be important, I don't want to disclose it, but I can tell you that based on what we're being told now, there are going to be questions I'm going to have to ask of the current witness on the stand. With that in mind, I'm asking the court for additional...
Then 90 minutes.
I understand the court is given 90, I'm going to ask for...
Why does he need to ask Twelvyy about this circumstance with Lou Levin and the co-writer, co-director of the video in New York? He's just trying to get more than his 90 minutes.
30 minutes, I promised the court I would finish during that time.
All right,
Right,
is this
chicken.
information that you did not have on Friday while you were cross-examining the witness?
Yes, that is correct.
So when did you discover this additional information?
Well, I discovered it in speaking to the individual, and just so it's clear, when they turned over the information last night, they still did not identify who the person was. And the court ordered that it be turned over this morning, they didn't immediately turn it over. I found out who the person was sometime around 8:30 this morning, and we were able to call him, and we interviewed that individual.
Did his identity and contact information come from someone on the defense?
Yes, so eventually they supplied it. I sent a very nasty email explaining to them that I wasn't asking for it, the judge ordered it, and they better turn it over. And they finally turned it over.
All right.
They interviewed him this morning. We then interviewed Mr. Levin, and there are, as a result of those two interviews, there are some issues that I now
All right,
require.
okay. I had said Friday, 90 minutes, and that was in stone, 90 minutes. However, because of the new information,
95.
You'll get the additional 30 minutes.
Ugh.
So it's a total of 2 hours and not 121 minutes, 120 minutes.
Right, although you did say, Your Honor, you would let my co-counsel have the clock.
Yeah, I don't care who times it, but
You were a little quick on blood here, Your Honor.
so it's going to be 2 hours from the time he takes the stand.
Yes.
I just want to remind everybody at council table CCP 177 still applies. I'm not going to tolerate any speaking objections, arguing with a witness, arguing with each other, snide comments made to each other, and arguing with a decision of mine. That still remains in full force and effect. All right, let's bring in the jury.
Your Honor, there's one last thing that we need to put on the
Oh my
record.
God, John.
One, regarding the court's last comment, we just want to make sure we have to get into grounds because we cannot respond if we don't get grounds. The court's ordered it, so I would
Listen,
assume
the defense is well aware.
Okay.
If there's an objection, the legal basis has to be stated.
The second issue, Your Honor, the court said the court did not want to, quote, cast aspersions to either side. The court has found that this was not inadvertent.
That's right, and nothing more need be said about it. I did not find it was inadvertent. That's why I came up with the remedy I did. I don't want to talk any more about it than I already have. Let's bring in the jury.
I love it. Bring in the jury. Bring in the jury. Holy moly. I mean...
Oh, and 12 years.
Oh, and bring in Twelvyy. Yeah, don't forget about the witness. Just bring in the jury and no witness. So, Levin is going to be able to testify about the current whereabouts of this prop gun, why Rocky no longer carries it. And also, don't forget that this search on the home was done in April anyway. So, I don't know. I still feel like there's a responsibility on the police and the DA's office. If they wanted to look for this prop gun, they would have had better chances of figuring out what happened with it if they talked to the right people and looked at it sooner than 6 months later. So, even if this didn't come into play, which I think this is so helpful for the defense, it's going to close that gap. It's going to tidy up a hole that could have looked very suspicious. The last battle, I think, the last sword I think the state can wield is, hey, Levin could just be making this up. He could be doing it to protect Rocky because he'll lose out on his financial opportunities if Rocky is convicted, right? We're going to hear that argument again, which is really it's a fair argument. Bias, loyalty. Let's see. I had to go back on YouTube. I couldn't pull up the first one, but Cutthroat Radio podcast. It said, good morning, Cat Chat and the mods. It's not coming up in my StreamYard here. But can we all send some love here to Cutthroat Radio? The second one's coming up. It says, I'm here, y'all. Just had 3 deaths in my family. I'm in the process of moving to my new place, and my work hours have changed. 2 weeks, I'll be back up. So whenever we see Cutthroat Radio in the chat today, he sent this morning way before everything started. But even replay crew, I'll pop up some comments on the screen. Do some hearts in the chat here for Cutthroat Radio. Losing someone's never easy. Losing 3 people, super, super rough. Moving, not fun. Work changing up, not fun. It's a lot of adjustments to make at once. I think we've all been there in some way. So let's show some empathy, some understanding here. And big, big love to our friend here, Cutthroat Radio. We hope we bring you some joy, make the days a little bit easier.
Lord, you may resume.
I want to first ask you, Mr. Phillips, have you had any contact, that means by text, in smoke signals, wherever it might be, in contact with the defendant or his attorney since you were sitting and working on file?
No, sir.
So I want to go back to the end of the first incident. And you understand, when I say first incident and second incident, you understand what I mean, right?
If you could be more detailed, just so we can understand the page.
Sure. So the first incident is going to be the incident by the parking garage by the W. The second incident is going to be where the shooting happened in the parking lot. So when I say first incident, I mean the first incident. Second incident is the one in the parking lot. You understand that now?
Yes.
So I want to ask you, how did the first incident by the parking garage entrance, how did that end? What caused that to end?
By me telling Rocky to go around the corner, and also by Illz, I guess, trying to calm down Rev.
You would agree that that first incident ended only because there were literally people walking by the defendant as he took out that gun, correct?
No.
Do you remember people walking by the defendant as he had the gun out?
I remember seeing people walk up the hill, yes.
Listen to my question. Do you remember seeing individuals walking directly by the defendant after he removed the gun and had the gun in his hand?
I did not see individuals walking directly next to him.
Okay, let me show you. We're going to put up again People's 15. So I want you to watch. You're going to see steps. There's the gun out. now they're off camera, and you see, stop it. Did you see two sets of footsteps that were walking from the direction to the left of the screen, past where you guys were all standing toward the right of the screen?
Yes.
And would you agree that if we rewind that, they are literally walking by? You can't see where they are, but you can see their feet. They are walking by literally the spot where the defendant has the gun at the time he has the gun out, correct?
Can I see it again?
Sure. So they're off screen now. There's the gun is put back, and there are those individuals. You would agree they've walked extremely close, if not directly by where the incident was occurring, correct?
They walk by us, yes.
So you would agree that if Mr. Mayers had decided to use that gun right at that point, that would have been directly in front of those individuals.
Can you rephrase it?
So if he had decided, I want to take that gun out, and I want to use it, I want to shoot it at Relli, that would have been done directly in front of those two people.
I can't answer a hypothetical question, but he did not do it on the screen.
Listen to my question. You just agreed that they were literally walking by the exact spot where this incident was going on, correct?
Yes.
So what I'm telling you, asking you, would you agree, sir, that if Rocky at that point, Mr. Mayers, had actually used the gun that we saw him remove, it would have been done directly in front of those people?
Objection, close to speculation.
I can't agree because you see him going in the opposite direction, and you can see the people walking in another direction from him. You don't see them running, you don't see them trying to like evade anything, you just see them walking.
So I didn't ask you, sir, if in fact those individuals ever saw the gun. I asked you, would you agree that if he had decided to use the gun at that point, it would have been right where those people were, correct?
I can't agree.
All right. What, after the first incident ended, would you agree that although Relli was angry, he did not ever respond by pulling any weapon himself, correct?
Correct.
And would you also agree that, as you're personally aware, Relli never had any weapon with him that you ever saw during either of these two incidents, correct?
Aside from using his hands, I didn't see anything else.
So I just asked you about a weapon. Did you consider Relli's hands to be a weapon?
Honestly, yes.
Okay, so other than his hands, did he have a weapon? Gun, knife, club, any weapon that you saw?
To be honest, I only seen his hands, and his hands can be considered a weapon.
If you can answer the question I'm asking, it would be helpful. Listen to my question, sir. Did you ever see any weapon other than his hands in Relli's possession at any point during either of the two incidents?
I seen his hands, yes.
All right.
Your Honor, could the court
Mr.
instruct
Phillips, this is what he's asking. We understand that you believe that Relli's hands were weapons.
Yes.
What he's asking you, though, is did you see him with a gun at all, any time that night?
I said no. I said
All right.
no.
Did you see him with a knife?
No.
Did you see him with a club?
No.
Did you see
Club.
him with any kind of weapon that could be offensive weapon? That could
Name
be
a weapon in the chat.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is
Plain
the
clue.
first thing that you remember happening after the first incident ended? So what happened?
After the first incident happened, sorry, after the first incident happened, I just recall Rocky being around the corner first, because I told him to go. Also, Illz trying to calm Grell down, Rell in the back, kind of angry and like volatile, getting ready to make a move, but I'm telling Rocky, yo, leave. I know, so that's the first thing I seen. First thing I seen was Rocky leave,
That's fair,
and
James.
Illz speak to Relli, and then Relli start picking up more energy to like get closer to Rocky.
And it's your testimony at this point in time, you have not seen Relli hit anybody, correct?
Not yet.
Okay. And you've also talked about how large and muscular Relli is, correct?
Yes.
You mentioned that Relli is much stronger than you. He's much stronger than Illz. He's much stronger than Mr. Mayer, correct?
Yes.
So would you agree, sir, that the reason that Relli hasn't hit anybody at this point in time is because Relli didn't want to hit anybody at this point in time?
Objection, Your Honor. Over state of mind speculation.
Read the question back, please, Kathy.
Would you agree, sir, that the reason that Relli hasn't hit anybody at this point in time is because Relli didn't want to hit anybody at this time?
Sustain.
Was there anything preventing Relli from punching Illz?
He did, didn't
At
he?
that moment, I feel like his eyes was on Rocky. So I'm not too sure what was his state of mind. I'm not too sure.
I didn't ask you state of mind. I'm going to ask you again. He's right next to Illz, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything that would have stopped him from physically being able to punch Illz?
He did end up punching Illz.
You just testified that he did not punch Illz.
No, I'm saying he did end up punching Illz. So can you explain it to me so I can understand?
Sure. I'm only talking about this first incident, all right? You're saying, you talked about how Relli is angry.
Yes.
And even though I didn't ask you, you interjected during the last question how Relli was, quote, planning his next move or about to make a move.
Objection, argument at that.
Overruled.
So my question is, since you said Relli was, quote, about to make a move, you would agree that at that point in time, we're still at the first scene, at the parking structure. There was nothing to stop Relli from punching Illz right at that time, correct?
Correct.
There was nothing to stop Relli from punching you at that time, correct?
I wasn't that close. It was space between us.
Well, did you ever see Relli charge you and try to punch you?
Yes, I did.
So you're telling me that at that first incident, you're now testifying that Relli tried to punch you?
I'm saying when we turned the corner, this is still a part of the same incident. I understand you trying to separate it, but it's still the same incident when he's coming around the corner.
And you're telling me Relli tried to punch you when he went around the corner?
Yes.
And can you tell us where in your statement you ever mentioned this fact that you're now testifying today?
Or summary.
It's a statement that they provided.
The objection's overruled.
Want
Overruled.
me to show you the statement?
I don't need to see the statement.
Have you ever told the defense that that Relli tried to punch you in this case?
I had to tell them that because you can see it clear on the video. He's coming towards me.
So you're saying he's coming towards you and you're saying he tried to punch you. Which is it? Did you physically see him with his fist try to punch you?
So, would you like me to explain? I can explain.
No, I want you to answer the question I've asked.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
So-
For one, after he hit Illz, I heard him running towards me, and then that's when I juke and I run to the side.
Wait a minute, you just testified, sir, that Relli never tried to hit Illz at the first scene. That didn't happen until the second scene.
Okay, I'm explaining the whole situation. So to you, it might be one incident, two
For John's
incidents.
face.
To everybody, it's just one incident.
No, sir, I clarified with you, and you told me you understood. We were talking about two separate incidents. I asked you specifically what happened during the first
So
incident.
the first
I'm
incident.
not done with my question. When I'm done, you'll know.
Judge.
Wow.
When I'm done, you'll know. Argumentative badgering.
Argument sustained. This will be right.
Sir, please listen to my question. I'll let you know when the question is over. You were previously asked whether or not Relli hit Illz during the first incident? You said no. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
You are now saying that, in fact, Relli did hit Illz during the first incident, correct?
I'm not saying Relli hit Illz during the first incident. No, he did not hit Illz during the first incident.
So I want to be clear. I'll let you know when I'm talking about the second incident.
No problem.
So what I asked you is you would agree that had Relli wanted to hit either of the three of you, Illz, yourself, or the defendant, during the first incident, and between the first and the second incident,
Yes.
there was nothing physically from stopping him from doing that.
If we talk about the first incident, right?
Yes.
The first incident where he put his hands on Rocky?
Yes.
Okay, so the first incident, he did put his hands on somebody.
Your Honor, can the court, I have a limited time. The witness is repeatedly intentionally not
Questions.
answering my questions.
All right, listen very carefully to the question and just answer the
The
question.
judge almost said it.
Okay, ask the question again.
Isn't it true that during the first incident and between the first and second incident, that there was nothing physically preventing Relli from punching or hitting you or Illz or the defendant? That's a yes or a no question. Do you agree that that is correct?
I don't agree.
So my question is, can you tell me, you've explained how strong Relli is. You've explained that he's stronger than you, he's stronger than the defendant, he's stronger than Illz. So my question is, what exactly was preventing him from punching any of the three of you during the first incident or between the first and the second incident?
I don't know what exactly was stopping him, aside from Illz saying, trying to calm him down. Illz was trying to calm him down. And also, we were trying to get from where we were. So maybe because we were moving, that's the only thing that could have stopped him from hitting us, because we were moving away from him.
Well, Relli did not chase after the three of you running and trying to assault any of you, correct?
He followed us.
Do you know the difference between following and chasing somebody?
Well, I feel like there's different ways to follow. You can follow by walking or you can follow by running.
Was he running after you guys, chasing you at any point in time?
We didn't run, we walked around the corner.
So if you walked around the corner and Relli did not catch up to you, then you agree he was not running after you, trying to catch you, correct?
That's not true, because when we turned the corner, Relli was right next to Illz.
So now your testimony is that in fact Relli was chasing you down, is that correct?
Illz.
I said Rel was following Illz. He was following Illz.
So when you get to the area where the second incident occurred, I want you to describe exactly what happened when the second incident began. So I want you to actually explain to us, you're walking between the first incident and the second incident, and I want you to now describe
You're
how
walking.
does the second incident start.
And so we're on the same page. Can you explain to me, to yourself, where do you feel as though the second incident started?
Well, the second incident, you testified on direct, started when you get to the parking lot.
No, I know what I said, but you asked me a question. I just want to be able to answer the question efficiently.
When you get to the parking lot, that is when, in your mind, the second incident started, correct?
To me, as soon as we turn the corner,
Okay, so which corner are you describing when you turn? And I'm not going to make you discreet because I know it's complicated. My question is, are you talking about when you turn the corner right where the parking lot is, where the second incident starts? Or are you talking about when you turn the corner leading the first incident?
so basically, from my recollection, because I can't see the video right now, the second incident starts as we turn the corner.
Turn the corner.
As we make a left. I believe we make a left.
Into the parking lot where the second incident, where the shots were fired, or are you talking about when you first leave a block and a half away?
So notice if we left a whole block away, we started walking. We didn't run because this is still a friend, and there was no plans or anything to do to him. So why would we run from a friend? We just walking down the block. So also giving him time to just, I guess calm down. So we just walked down the block.
So you're talking about when you turn left, you mean after you've been walking and you get to where the parking lot is, where the shooting happened, correct?
So as soon as we got down the block and go to turn to the corner, we come around the corner a little bit, Rel attacks Illz.
Okay, and can you describe how he attacked Illz?
From my recollection, he started swinging. He started just, throwing punches.
And those punches were landing on Illz, correct?
Yes.
And you ended up seeing an injury to Ill's upper knuckles, correct? You've seen the injury, is that right?
Excuse me?
Judge Jackson.
Ills or?
Not Relli, I'm sorry. My fault. You've seen the injury to Relli's upper knuckles, correct?
I never seen him in person, so can you show me?
So let me ask something. Were you aware that Relli suffered an injury the night of November 6th to his upper knuckles? Upper finger, excuse me.
From what I heard, but I never seen an injury.
Okay, I'm going to show it to you now.
You're not going to keep going. See?
This is April 17.
Do you see the injuries to his knuckles? Actually, the top of the fingers. Do you see those injuries to the first three?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that before?
I've probably seen it like on the internet, but I never seen it up close. I never seen it.
And did you see it that night?
No.
Your position is you said Illz was getting punched by Relli, correct?
Yes.
And I don't want to get myself in trouble. Was that with a fist or an open hand?
I know it was his hand. I'm not too sure of the positioning of his hand.
You would agree, and you said before in your direct evidence, your direct testimony and cross-examination, on Friday you said that Relli punched Illz repeatedly with a fist. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So you're now talking about that's the incident you're referring to where Illz was punched by Relli, correct?
Yes.
And that was with a fist, correct?
Yeah, fist is on your hand, so I believe so.
And that was multiple times, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you explained that Relli is extremely strong, correct?
Yes.
And we showed you the pictures of Illz from the next night, and you agreed you couldn't see any visible injuries, correct?
I never said that Ill's face was broken. I never said he had a black and blue on his eyes. I
Motion
said,
to
yeah.
strike is non-responsive. Sustained. Listen to my questions. You testified on Friday that you agreed that Illz did not have any visible injuries, correct?
Hold on, can you rephrase that? Do you mean by in the video that you showed the next day? You didn't say the video of the event because we can't.
Well, Armin, are you saying you remember him having visible injuries?
I'm asking you, can you rephrase it because you're just saying you're saying from the video or what event?
Well, let's take it one at a time. You testified on Friday that the visible injury, you said that his lip was bleeding.
His lip was bleeding, yes.
And you agreed that in the video that you saw, you couldn't see his lip bleeding.
Judge, objection, which video? That's what he says.
Well,
Which video?
I've shown you a video
Would you like to show me again?
on Friday.
You talking about the video that was taken the following day?
Yes, the video
That's
taken
the
the
video he's
following
talking
day
about. Okay.
where he has the flag on. You said, we had it up there.
Yes.
You could not see any visible injury to his face, correct?
Also,
Is that correct?
Yes or no?
yes,
So my question to you is, if Relli is punching him multiple times with his fist, do you know why there was no visible injury?
I have no idea.
Okay? I want to now show you, you've said that, let me ask it this way. So it's your position that the second incident started because Relli attacked Illz, is that correct?
Yes,
And it's your position that that incident started and that it was the defendant pulling out what you said is a prop gun in response to that, is that correct?
can you rephrase that?
You're saying that the defendant pulled the prop gun out, what you said is a prop gun, in response to Relli punching Illz.
From the first situation or the second video? Because I'm trying to be sure.
In the second incident,
Yes,
you said the second incident started when all of a sudden Relli starts attacking Illz, punching him.
yes,
Is that correct?
yes,
And you've also, I want to be clear, you've said that on direct examination, that that is the reason that you saw that the defendant pulled out the gun, because he was trying to protect Illz, who was under attack. Is that correct?
in the second situation.
Yes.
Can you show me the video so we could all see it together and I can explain to you?
Well, we're going to watch the video,
Yes.
but before that, I'm asking you,
So I don't get why Takapina's not objecting here, because Twelvy's explanation for what he thought Rocky's reasoning would be speculation.
that is what you have said, correct?
Yes,
All right, now we're going to watch the video. I want you to pay close attention as we watch.
What Lewin's going to try to do here is, if there's anything that doesn't add up, it's supposed to reflect negatively on Rocky's own reasoning, but it's not Rocky on the stand testifying to his reasoning or explanation. So I don't get why Takapina didn't object there.
Watch this video, this is people 17. I want you to pay close attention as to whether or not there is contact between Relli and Illz before the defendant pulls out his gun. You're watching on the top left. Stop. You would agree that at this moment right here, that the defendant has removed the gun and is walking towards where Relli and Illz are, correct?
no,
I want you to tell me, use the pointer. I want you to tell me, identify each person on the screen, please.
okay, can you rewind it
Sure.
right here?
Yeah, we'll rewind it. Who's in the red?
I'm in the red.
You're the easiest one to identify because the red, right? Okay.
So,
So stop it.
stop it.
Okay.
That's Rocky.
Okay.
That's myself. I believe over here is Illz. I can't tell you.
Okay. Do you agree that at this point in time, there is no contact, and there has not been any contact at this second incident between Relli and Illz?
Well, yes.
Okay? We're going to keep playing it. Stop. Okay. Watch it again.
The
And I'm going to
car.
ask you, when we get there, would you agree that the defendant turns around and pulls out his gun? Stop. Gun is coming out now, and I want you to point to where the defendant is and where Illz is.
Well, I see the defendant, but I don't see him pulling out with a gun. I don't see him.
You go and you point to where the defendant is, I'm sorry, where Illz is and where Relli is.
So this would be the defendant.
Yep.
This would be myself.
Yeah,
Over here would be Illz.
yeah.
And I believe this would be Red.
Would you agree that up to this point, Relli, at this second incident, has not made any physical contact with Illz?
Can you play the video?
Listen to my question. Up until this point, and I'll keep playing it, do you agree that there has been no physical contact that Relli has made with Illz?
Right here, there's
Yeah.
no physical contact.
And no physical contact right before, correct?
Right before we turned on, right before he had no contact. Right
Okay, that's at 56 seconds.
This is on the file labeled combined surveillance video, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
No, we're just clarifying for the record, sir. So you would agree, this is the beginning of the second incident, correct?
I would say this is the second incident, yes.
Is it the beginning of the second incident?
No, because I would say the beginning of the second incident is when Relli puts his hands on Illz. So that's when it becomes an incident. Because before then, we were leaving.
So the second incident hasn't started yet, according to you, correct? Because there's been no hands,
There's,
is that right?
there's no hands from it. There's nothing going on from anybody right
Okay,
now.
so I just want to be clear. So in your position, where we are right now, at 56 seconds, the incident has not started yet, correct? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Watch. Stop. You would agree that the defendant advances towards where Relli and Illz are before Relli makes any attempt to make contact with Illz. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Would
That's
you
not how I
agree
see it.
that before there's any contact between Relli and Illz, the defendant has already taken out his gun?
That's not correct.
Okay? Please.
Yeah,
play
I don't see it
rewind
that
and
way.
play it
At
going
all.
forward. Okay?
It's instantaneous. To me.
Keep watching, sir. Want to stop? Where were you when this second incident started?
Well, referring to when I said it began,
Yeah.
when Relli attacked Illz, I was right there. I was right next to him.
What did you do as soon as the defendant, you saw him take out his gun? What did you do?
Can you rephrase that?
When the defendant took out his gun, you ran towards that wall for safety, correct?
No, I ran towards the wall. When, if you could play it, you could see Rel coming towards me. That's when I moved.
Play it again. So your position is you were going, I thought Relli is attacking Illz. Is Relli attacking Illz or is he going after you? Which is?
So Relli hit Illz, he got Illz out the way, and then he tried to hit me. And I stated before, I'm not fighting Rel because my inguinal hernia.
We're gonna
So
play.
I juked and moved.
We're gonna play, and I want you to tell me, I want you to yell stop when you see the point where Relli is trying to hit you.
Stop.
This is where you're saying Relli's trying to hit you.
Yep, and then you see me moving.
Let me ask you, you would agree that by this time, the defendant has the gun out, correct?
The warning shot came.
Listen to my question. By this point in time, the defendant has the gun out already.
The
correct?
prop is out after Illz is attacked. Not before, after.
Listen to my question. It's pretty simple. I'm not asking you about when Illz was attacked. I'm saying at this point in the video, before you start running towards the wall, he has the gun out, correct? That's a yes or a no.
I don't recall. I recall the prop being out after Relli attacked, after Relli moved, never before.
Let's watch
Not
it
before I ran.
Watch it again, please. You said you don't recall, and then you all of a sudden recall. So
No, I'm just recalling about it.
Watch it again.
That's stricken, please.
Yeah, that's the statement by Mr. Lewis.
Stop. In fact, sir, you don't run until the defendant fires the first shot, correct?
I don't run until after Relli tries to hit me.
Listen to my question. Did you just see, sir, listen, do you see the defendant firing a shot in what we just saw? We'll play it again for you.
Can you play me again?
Sure. Stop.
That's the first shot.
And you start running right after that shot, correct?
Relli is already running towards me, so
Listen, most of the strike is non-responsive. I'm not asking what Relli did. I'm asking you, this is a yes or no question.
I did not run from the shots.
Listen to my question. I'm not asking you what you ran from. Listen. Isn't it true that the timing, you do not run until after that first shot is fired? Yes or no?
Well, yes.
Okay. And it's your position, sir, that you knew it was a prop gun when it came out, correct?
Yes.
And it's your position that Relli knew it was a prop gun when it came out, correct?
Yes.
Once you agree, Mr. Phillips, that what's happening in that video is not Relli attacking Illz, it's him trying to use Illz as a shield so he doesn't get shot.
No.
Let's run it, please. Stop. You agree at this point in time at, I can't see, at 55 seconds, Relli still has not hit Illz yet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that right at this point in time, this is when the gun is going to come out, and that the defendant is going to advance towards where Relli and Illz are. Is
I
that
don't
correct?
agree.
You don't agree with
I
that?
don't agree.
Watch the video, please. Stop. He is about to fire the shot. Do you agree?
You said he's about to?
Yes, right
Oh,
now.
okay, so can you play it one more time?
I'm going to play through, but do you agree he's about to fire the shot?
No, can I see it?
Yeah,
Just so I
okay.
can explain it to you?
Do you agree that you have not started moving yet at that point in time, correct? You're not running yet, right? We'll play it again. Go ahead. That's okay. Gun is out, and now he's about to fire. Boom! Shot happens, and you run after, correct?
I run because if you
That is not what I asked you. Most of the strike is non-responsive.
Objection.
Stop. The answer is non-responsive.
Sir, listen.
He's asking you a question.
Okay,
Wait, hold on. He's asking you a question which calls for a yes or a no.
I'm not asking you why you ran. I'm asking you, isn't it true that you do not run until after the defendant fired the shot?
that's not true.
That is not true. So, play it one more time, and I want you to tell me when the shot is fired. You tell me when you see that first shot fired, please.
Yes.
Okay, you tell me, you say stop when the first shot is fired.
Stop.
Okay. Do you agree, sir, you are just about to start running, but you have not started running yet? Agreed?
After the first shot? After the first shot?
Yes.
I'm not running. You see me still right there.
Okay, the first shot's fired. Keep playing.
Then you see me run. That's not a shot.
So what I asked you before was, isn't it true that the first shot was fired before there was ever any contact between Relli and Illz? You said no, but you would agree when you watch this, the first shot is fired before your allegation that Relli was attacking Illz, correct?
That is not true. On the
Okay.
video, you can see.
Most strike, everything after that is not true. Isn't it true, sir, that the reason that you ran after the first shot was because you knew it was not a prop gun and you were worried that you might get shot in the crossfire?
No.
How many shots did you hear getting fired?
I want to say just 2, but after the first,
No, that's enough. I want you to keep watching the video. And I want you to tell me when you see the second shot being fired. Okay. Let me just stop for a second. Would you agree that between shots, that Relli is grabbing Illz and trying to use him as a shield?
no, really, the whole time,
Motion strike.
Is the answer no?
No.
All right, the answer's no.
Would you agree that after the first shot was fired, that the defendant is maneuvering his gun in what appears to be an attempt to find a line of fire toward Relli?
no.
All right, let's play it, please.
What would be the sense of that? If Relli's in one direction, what would be the sense of like sprinkler motion? It doesn't really matter because the testimony is that he shot down.
Stop. Is this what we've just seen? Is this where you are saying that Relli was punching Illz?
Yes.
And is this also where you are saying that having watching this, you do not believe that Relli was attempting to use Illz as a shield?
I do not believe that.
And let me ask them, did you see during the second shot, did you see between the first and the second shot, the defendant repositioning himself and running around himself?
Can you rephrase that?
Between the first and second shots, did you see the defendant repositioning himself and the gun?
From my recollection, I've never seen him reposition the gun. I seen him have his hand, I believe.
Motion strike, everything else is not in process. Let's play that again, please. I want you to watch. Sir, isn't it true that what you just saw, is you saw between the first and second shots, Relli holding Illz, trying to keep Illz between he and the defendant literally running around with his gun, attempting to get a line of sight on Relli?
No.
Let me ask you something. You've testified that everybody, including Relli, knew it was a prop gun, right?
Yes.
If it's a prop gun, and Rocky knows that everyone knows it's a prop gun, can you tell me, are you aware of why he would have a need to be repositioning himself between shots? Do you know?
No.
Would you agree that if it's a prop gun, and that Relli knows it's a prop gun, that it's going to have no effect on stopping Relli from doing anything because he already knows it's prop gun?
Correct, because it didn't stop him.
So we know, you're saying it didn't stop him. This is my question. Your testimony is that the entire time Relli knows this is a prop gun.
Yes.
You're telling me that when it's pulled on him at the first scene, he basically says, put that fake gun away, correct?
Yes.
You're telling me that the second scene, when the gun is taken out and fired, Relli knows it is a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
You're telling me that when Relli is running around, that he still knows it's a prop gun, correct?
He wasn't running around. He's hitting Illz, so he's not running nowhere.
Okay. But that entire time, you're saying Relli knows it's prop gun.
Yes.
Can you tell me, are you aware, sir, of how that prop gun, if Relli knows it's a prop gun, how that in any way is going to stop him from allegedly attacking Illz? Do you know?
Well, just the sound. That's all I can say is the sound.
So you're telling me that even though Relli knows it's not real, that he's gonna stop attacking Illz because of the sound from a fake gun that he knows is fake? Is that your testimony?
It was the sound from the prop, also the sound from the car alarms. It was drawing a lot of attention to the situation. So, as you can see, Relli didn't run. He got a couple more hits on Illz.
Motion's, okay, fine. Can you tell me, how does this incident end?
How does this incident end?
How does it end?
Okay. Well, after the incident, as you can see, there's a lot of attention being drawn to us. The car alarms are going off. I push Rocky, yo, bro, let's go. We out. Because our voice before, yo, we should have been left, you know? So now we're leaving. We're going in the opposite direction.
Let me stop you. You would agree, Mr. Phillips, that this incident ended because you literally pushed Rocky away, and that his initial response was to push back at you as if he wanted to go back and do some more. Would you agree?
No.
Let's watch the video, please. Stop. Would you agree, sir, you are literally pushing Rocky away, who is trying to advance towards back what is going on?
So actually,
Motion to strike is non-responsive. That is a yes or a no.
could you phrase your question, please?
Isn't it true that what you just watched, you are literally pushing Rocky away from going back towards where Relli and Illz were?
Yes.
Correct? So, you would agree that as this incident ends, none of you stop to pick up any casings, correct?
Rephrase that?
When this incident ends, none of the three of you, Illz, the defendant, yourself, stop to pick up any casings that are at the scene, right?
No.
Is that correct?
No, I left the scene.
Right. None of you go, do any of you pick up any expended
We
casings?
all left the scene, sir.
Did you pick up any expended casings?
No.
Did anybody at the scene that you saw pick up expended casings?
No.
In fact, Relli didn't pick up anything either, correct?
I have no idea what Relli did.
I thought you said you were watching him the whole time.
Until we left.
I'm saying you said that he picked something up.
You told us, continue to watch the video, I want you to watch it, and you previously testified that you were watching Relli the whole time. Defendant is running away in this, right?
Yes,
He's gone.
Yes.
You would agree, sir, that at no point in time did the rest, any of the three of you that were left, pick up anything off the ground, correct?
I didn't pick anything up.
And did you see Illz pick anything up?
It was then, he picked himself up off the floor.
That's not what I asked you. Did Illz pick up anything off the ground?
I don't think so.
Did Relli pick up anything off the ground?
Rel was, if you can see the
Motion
video,
to strike is non-responsive.
Did you see Relli pick up anything?
I didn't see Rel pick up anything.
So, it's your position that you, the first time that you ever saw the injuries to Relli's hand was when?
I'm not too sure the specific date, but it was only on Ronnie.
Okay. You ever hit anybody? You ever been in a fight yourself in your life?
Yes.
When you hit them, do you hit them with your knuckles or do you hit them with the injury that he has to his hands?
Well, I'm not too sure how everybody else throws their punches. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't even know how to throw a punch. So I can't tell you how somebody else throws a punch.
Well, you basically said that Relli is a very strong guy. You worked out with him. Do you think, based on your experience knowing Relli for 20-something years, do you think Relli knows how to throw a punch?
No.
Oh, you don't think Relli knows how to throw a punch?
No.
Okay. So it's your position that the injuries on the fingers were from Relli punching Illz?
I believe so. I feel as though you could see him fighting Illz. I think he hit the floor
Motion to strike everything is after, yes, it's not on the spot. So I say yes.
Defense will be able to ask that about hitting the pavement. You can strike it now, but he'll get to say it again on redirect.
That you got the defendant out of it was because you understood that he had just shot at somebody with a firearm, and you were concerned that he was going to be in a bucket load of trouble.
No.
And it's your position that at that time, at that date, you knew that there was no way that the defendant could have done any damage to anybody because that was a fake gun.
It was a prop, yes.
And it's your position that Relli also knew that there was no way that the injuries that he had could have been from a gun because the prop gun that the defendant shot at him with was a phony, correct? Wasn't a real gun.
Can you rephrase that?
So you would agree that Relli also was aware that night that there's no way the injuries on his hand could have been caused by getting shot by the defendant because it was a prop gun, wasn't real.
I believe that, yes.
When did you first become aware that Relli was asking Mr. Mayers and his management team for money as a result of the incident?
Probably 2022.
Now, you would agree that as soon as you would have heard this, you would have known that that request was bogus because it wasn't a real gun, right?
Can you rephrase that?
As soon as you would have heard that Relli was trying to get money for allegedly being shot at, you would have known that that was a bogus allegation, an untrue allegation, because it was a prop gun and the defendant could have never shot him, right?
Of course, yes.
So, after you found that out, tell me when you went to the police to tell them what you knew.
I didn't go to the police.
Now, you discovered at a later point in time that not only had Relli gone to the police, but that the defendant had been charged in this case, correct?
Yes.
And as soon as you knew that, as soon as you heard it, you knew that those charges were unfair and never happened, correct?
Correct.
Did you go to the police then?
No.
Did you call the prosecutor then?
I didn't even know who the prosecutor was, so no.
So you were unable to figure out who to contact? Is that why you didn't go forward?
For one, I just didn't know, you know? I didn't, nobody said the prosecutor wanted to speak to me. Nobody said the LAPD wanted to speak to me.
Listen to my question. I'm not saying whether they wanted to speak with you. This is your brother,
Yeah.
who you're saying is being charged unfairly for a crime he didn't commit. And you have the evidence to prove it didn't happen.
Yes.
My question is, why didn't you come forward to tell the police and prosecutors what you knew?
Well, I don't have a particular reason, but they charged him. I guess it was going to trial. I believe I could tell my truth here. I didn't have to tell the LAPD or anybody else.
Wait, you didn't have a particular reason. Wouldn't a particular reason be that your brother is facing serious charges and you are able to tell the authorities it's not true?
I've never been in a situation where you could just go to, I guess, the law and tell them this will happen and then the person is innocent.
So you couldn't figure out on your own, Mr. Phillips, that you could have picked up the phone, called Rocky's lawyers, called Rocky himself, called the police, called prosecutors, say, hey, listen, this is not true. You couldn't figure that out on your own. Is that your testimony?
I've never seen that opportunity available.
At some point, you became aware that Relli had gone to the police. My question is, when did you learn that he had gone to the police?
To be honest, like I said, it had to be 2022. I'm not too sure.
So you're saying you did not know that Relli had gone to the police until sometime in 2022?
Yes.
Now, you knew for sure by April 2022 because it was being published on different websites that Relli was a snitch and a rat, correct?
No.
Oh, you didn't know
About the arrest.
What number? 22? Who's that on the left side of the screen?
ASAP Rocky.
Who's on the right side?
Barry.
Barney's another brother of yours, right?
Yes.
This is dated April 20th, 2022. You know what no jumper is, correct?
I'm aware of what the platform is, but I'm not a supporter of no jumper.
So I want to ask you something. When's the first time that you saw this post that says, at ASAP, Barry says that ASAP Relli snitched on ASAP Rocky, causing his arrest earlier this morning? When's the first time that you ended up hearing that, seeing that?
Well, this is my first time seeing this post, so
You've never seen that post before today?
I have my own business. I'm not a part of the jumper.
So I'm not asking you a part of the jumper.
I'm not a part of no jumper.
When did you first learn that Relli was being labeled a snitch and a rat by other ASAP members and by the rap community?
But I object to other ASAP members and the rap community. One person here. Object to characterization, mistakes the evidence.
That's,
On the record.
now that's a speaking objection again. I'm just responding to that one giving.
Right. Ms. Stacy,
Objection, Stacy.
There's a question, so I'm not misstating my asking.
The issue that Takapina is raising is it hasn't been established that, oh, I found out that Barry was calling somebody a snitch. We jumped from, obviously at some point, Twelvyy found out that somebody was arrested. The police took action in April of 2022. And Lewin leaped to that conclusion being drawn because this no jumper post was seen that Barry was labeling Relli a snitch. We just jumped across the pond.
When did you first learn that Relli was being labeled a snitch and a rat by other ASAP members and by the rap community?
Also,
I was not just stating the overall like.
Can you rephrase it?
can you read it back, please?
When did you first learn that Relli was being labeled a snitch and a rat by other ASAP members and by the rap community?
So I never learned from other ASAP members that he was being called a rat. I'm not a follower of No Jumper, you know, and Relli is not a musician, so other musicians aren't talking about Relli.
So you're telling me that these other ASAP members who you refer to as you are all brothers, correct?
Yes.
ASAP Barry is a brother, correct?
And to be honest,
Yes or no?
I haven't seen Barry. I haven't seen him.
I have a question. When I'm asking you a question, instead of looking at me, you look over at the jury. Is there a reason why you're not looking at me when I'm asking you questions and why you're looking directly at the jury?
I'm looking at everybody. I'm giving eye contact with everybody. You know,
Has anybody told you that when you answer questions, you want to turn and look at the jury? You've been directed to do that?
Being prepped.
no, but I have answered
Motion's
questions.
right, everything else is non-responsive.
Everything after no is
So, this is my question. ASAP Barry, you referred to him as a brother. I'm not done with my question. You previously referred to him as a brother. Now you are saying, not only did you not hear anything about these rap allegations involving Relli from Barry, but you never heard about it from any other ASAP. Is that correct?
No,
Is that correct?
no.
It is not correct.
I haven't heard it from anybody else in ASAP. And this is my first time seeing this. Like I said, I do not follow No Jumper.
What happened to the gun that was used in this incident? Do you know?
I don't know what happened to the prop, sir.
Have you ever asked Rocky what happened to the gun?
No.
If that prop gun were here, and it was believed that that's what was used, you would agree that would be very helpful evidence.
Objection, Relevant.
It goes to his bias.
Objection, Relevant. Also calls for speculation.
staying on speculation.
Would you agree that since the defendant is charged with firing a real firearm, that if you knew where the actual prop gun was, that would be likely helpful to the defendant.
On the same question, same objection.
Same ruling.
Where's prop gun?
I don't know.
Have you ever asked?
No.
So it's your testimony that this incident happens, and the last time you saw the prop gun was when the defendant fired it and put it back in his waistband?
Can you rephrase the last part?
So, the last time you saw the prop gun was after the defendant fired it at that scene, and you got his gun. It was in his waistband, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true, sir, that after that incident, you, or the defendant with your knowledge, you guys got rid of that gun?
No.
Not true?
That's not true. I have no idea. Because
Look.
when I left, I went back to my hotel.
Let me ask you, I want you to assume for a moment that instead of being a prop gun, that it was a real 9mm handgun. I want you to assume that. Are you following me?
You want me to answer?
No, I want to make sure you're following me. I'm having you assume it was a real gun.
I can't make any assumptions.
No, you can, because this is called a hypothetical. I can have the judge explain to you. I want you to assume, for my question, that it was not a prop gun, that it was a real 9mm firearm.
Hypotheticals.
Pretend it was a real gun.
Hypotheticals, people.
If it
Hypotheticals.
was a real gun, would you agree that the defendant would have a motive to get rid of it?
Objection, false speculation.
Would you agree, sir, that being like a brother to the defendant, that you yourself would have a motive to get rid of that gun?
No.
So you're telling me that if it was a real firearm that was used in this incident, that you in no way can see where you would have a motive to get rid of the gun?
No.
Okay. As far as you know, where's that gun today?
Sir, I have no idea where's the problem.
So, the defendant is like your brother, and you speak to him all the time, either directly, in person, by text, etc. Is that right?
I speak to him in person when I see him. He's very busy, so it's not that often.
Well, have you ever asked him what happened to the gun?
No.
Does that seem like a question that might be important?
No.
All right. Let me continue. Do you still speak to Illz?
Yes.
And you would agree, you're aware that the defendant still speaks to Illz, right?
I believe so. I'm not too sure.
Well, when you're not too sure, you're saying you have not had a conversation with the defendant where the two of you talk about Illz?
We don't talk about Illz, but we have been in family events, and Illz has been there.
So it's your understanding that the defendant continues to have a relationship with Illz, correct?
Yes, we all friends, yes.
And you still continue to have a relationship with Illz, correct?
That's my friend, yes it is.
Where's Illz today?
Sir, I'm here. I'm not too sure.
Let me ask the question again. Where does Illz reside? Where is he today?
Objection, lacks personal knowledge. What's the statement?
I'm asking, Your Honor, I can't lax person. I'm asking if he knows. There's a lax
The
person.
question was, does he
Said no.
know? I
Yeah.
thought you asked me where is he?
And do you know where Illz is?
No, sir.
Where is the last time you knew Illz to be?
The last time.
In New York City?
In New York City. And when was this?
Sir, maybe November
November of 2024.
224, yes.
And you are aware that Illz is aware that the defendant's been charged in this case, correct?
Objection, false speculation.
Sustained.
Have you ever had a conversation with Illz, by text, in person, etc., regarding the defendant's case?
No.
Has Illz ever said to you, at any point in time, that he is aware that his close friend, A$AP Rocky, has been charged in this case?
I never had this conversation with Illz, I'm sorry.
So you've never had, since this incident happened on November 6, 2021, you've never had another conversation with Illz about what happened?
We spoke the week of, and it was just the fact that, it was sad that one of our brothers had a fight with another one of our brothers. So that was it.
And you've never spoken to Illz about what happened since that point in time?
No.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Who's Wally Sajimi?
Excuse me?
Wally Sajimi. Who is he?
Well, I believe he works as I guess a liaison for different I guess like tech companies. I'm not too sure.
He's also known as ASAP Wally, right?
No, he's not.
Isn't he a part of the collective?
He is not a part of ASAP.
Is he a part of AWGE?
I'm not too sure. I feel like he could just be an independent contractor. I'm not sure of his business.
Are you a part of AWGE?
I am a part of ASAP.
Are you a part of AWGE?
No, I'm ASAP.
What's AWGE?
I don't know.
You've never heard of AWGE?
I've heard of it, but I'm not too sure like what it is exactly. Like a creative agency.
What do you know it to be?
I know the person that's involved with it is a creative person, and just to me, it's a creative agency.
Is the defendant involved with AWGE?
I believe so.
Well, when you say you believe so, how do you know? What are you basing that on?
Just from his creative curations.
Zooming in on Rocky.
Just based on, sorry?
Creative curations. So
What
it's
is
a
that?
creative agency.
Would you agree, let me back this up. Are you aware that Mr. Sajimi is someone that regularly speaks or texts, has contact with the defendant?
I'm not too sure what he does.
So you don't know.
No.
How often do you have contact with Mr. Sajimi?
Maybe once every 3 months.
And when's the last time you had contact with him?
Last year he was trying to help me get like something with sneakers. I'm heavy into sneakers. He was trying to get me like a locking situation.
You said you watched some of the testimony in this case, previously testified at, do you recall?
Only like what I've seen on clips on the internet.
Well, so I assume you've seen clips on the internet of Wally Sajimi's testimony, correct?
I only seen his thumbnail.
His thumbnail.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Just a photo of him with his leg crossed, just looking at you.
So you didn't see, don't know any of his testimony at all?
No.
I want you to assume for a moment that Mr. Sajimi testified that he was mediating the dispute between Relli and the defendant. I want you to assume that he testified that. Did he ever reach out to you, Wally, to talk to you about what happened so he could effectively mediate the situation?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Mr. Sajimi about what happened on November 6th?
No.
Were you aware that he was, quote, mediating the situation with Relli?
I was not aware.
You would agree that Mr. Sajimi is much closer to the defendant than he is to Relli, correct?
Well, possibly.
When you say possibly, you mean yes, correct?
I haven't seen Wally in years, sir, so I'm not too sure like what you're trying to explain to me. I haven't seen Wally.
Have you ever spoken to Mr. Sajimi about Relli's lawsuit or about the criminal charges in this case?
No.
I want to talk about social media for a second. You're on the left board now? Because it's unusual. I will finish under my 2 hours. I know the court had me over, but I just
Hold on, we're gonna run that back. He's so proud.
for a second.
I'll have the
No.
court know.
I want to talk about social media for a second. You're on the left board now? Because it's unusual. I will finish under my 2 hours. I know the court had me over, but I just wanted to get that out. I want to talk about social media for a second. In your industry, you would agree that sites like Instagram and the personas they are created in, those are not necessarily meant to reflect reality, correct?
Yes.
So you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, so in other words, you have somebody, individuals in your world, they might be posing with money, guns, planes, women, etc. And just because they're posing with those items doesn't mean that, for instance, the plane or the money they're posing with is theirs. Is that right?
Well, it could be theirs for the moment, momentarily. They rented it or paid their way to get on there or whatever.
Right, but you would agree that Instagram is used by individuals in your field to create an image, a persona, and sometimes that persona might involve they want to look really wealthy, right?
As far as musicians,
As far as anybody in the ASAP world, or anybody in the rap entertainment world.
nah, I don't know. That's a broad comment because not everybody in the rap world is into planes, chains, cars. I like books.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, would you agree that when you have individuals who are posing, they are in the ASAP world, or in the rap world, and those individuals are posing on Instagram with private planes or wads of money, that is not necessarily a statement by those individuals that, hey, that's my plane, or I have all this money, that it's part of a persona that's created on social media, correct?
No.
You would disagree with me?
Yeah, I would disagree.
So, in all of your posts,
Mm-hmm.
have you ever posed with items in your Instagram, whether it be money or physical items, plane, cars, etc., that you didn't actually own?
Unless it was for a music video, no.
Well, music video would be the same thing, correct?
A music video is meant to be art. It's meant to be like a movie.
Okay. So, it's your testimony that you believe that when an individual, so as an example, your position would be that if Relli has on his Instagram a bunch of photos of money or of a private plane,
Mm-hmm.
then he is basically saying to the world, that's my private plane and that's my money, and it's like he's testifying in court when he does it.
I object. It's irrelevant.
Relevant?
It's irrelevant. Also, also speculation.
Rephrase it, please.
Okay, listen. So, I want you to assume for a moment that Relli has had on his Instagram pictures where he's posing with wads of money or private planes. Is it your testimony that it would be your belief that that is basically the same as coming into court and saying under oath, hey, that's my money and that's my plane?
Can you rephrase? Because I don't understand it. Like how it would be the same.
You would agree it's not
You
the
say
same?
it's not the same.
I don't think Instagram and court is the same.
Right, because Instagram is about creating.
Now, this is my piece. I would think it would look really weird if a witness just couldn't answer a question like this. But the difference here is you've dealt with Lewin and the way Lewin has been asking questions for 4.5 hours now, approaching 5 hours. I feel like I would feel like his questions weren't being asked the way a normal person would ask them. So I kind of get it, but I also kind of get just say it's different.
Creating an impression, creating a persona, and it's not necessarily about reality. Would you agree?
Well, it's a form of reality because you're doing it and you're showing it to people.
Are you aware that Instagram has rules on it where if you're going to post money or a plane, where you have to check a box that says, hey, that's actually my private plane, I own that?
I'm objecting to that. That is fact.
That's what?
Seems that
It's
it's
a
sustained.
objection.
Correct, sustained.
I want you to assume for a moment, sir. You have an Instagram, correct?
Yes, I do.
So I want you to assume for a moment that Relli has on his Instagram pictures, photos of money, photos of a plane. Does that mean to you that Relli is telling the world that is my money, that is my plane, or is that a persona that he is creating?
I feel as though, yes, because why would he post somebody else's money?
So again, as far as you know, you're unaware of individuals or yourself posting things on Instagram that aren't true.
I do not post things on Instagram that aren't true.
You agree that you refuse to return any messages from police or prosecutors, correct?
You said I refused?
Yeah, you return messages. You had a message left on your phone in New York City,
Okay.
and you didn't return it, correct?
To be honest, I get a million calls, so I probably didn't see it.
Okay. But you're not disputing, you're not gonna say, hey, we didn't reach out to you, you're saying, I just don't remember getting one.
When did you reach out to me?
So this is not question and answer,
Oh,
okay? I'm asking the questions, you gotta give the answer, but let me be clear. Are you saying, you know what, I didn't deliberately not call you back, but I could have missed a call because I get a lot of messages. Is that correct?
I could have missed a call.
Okay. You are aware that we actually asked to speak with you in front of the judge, and you said you would not speak.
January of 2025. In January of 2025, this is the slickness. He's asking these questions about ever reaching out and then slips in a question that pertains to something that happened 2 weeks ago, but he's not contextualizing that for the jury. And both Lewin and Mr. P have been ambiguous when it comes to timelines, dates, when things are happening, what order of events. And they, in a way, sometimes maybe it could land a really strong point. But, you know, hopefully the defense gets up there and clarifies. You were asked when they reached out to you. Can you reiterate for us? Can you clarify again when that was? It was 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago. But muddy the waters, Lewin. And I don't think this is something that you'd see a defense attorney do to help cast reasonable doubt and poke holes at the state's case. I don't love to see a prosecutor do this. When they have a burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, they shouldn't be trying to muddy the waters. That's my gripe. I'll get off my soapbox. And I broke it. I broke it.
I want to go back and I want to make sure that we understand. You've spoken to the defense on only one occasion, is that correct?
I spoke to them, I believe, twice.
Twice? Okay. Where and when was the first time?
First time was in New York, August of 2024.
Okay. And how long?
Heard
was that
about all
conversation?
this.
Maybe an hour.
Okay. And the second time was when?
I believe last week.
Last week. Okay. You are aware that we received what was represented as your
The summary.
statement on January 20th, the day before trial started. And
You didn't finish the question.
okay. I want you would agree, there are 12 bullet points here, is that correct?
There's an objection on it.
And answered.
On what? Name one.
One of them is this was asked and answered on Friday, I motion. Number two,
Sustain. Just a question.
Good. Asked and answered.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
given what we discussed this morning, it takes on new relevance.
All right.
we approach term.
No.
And then
I'm
also,
No.
another grounds,
All right, I'm gonna assume that what you said this morning justifies this line of question.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 12 bullets, which is supposed to comprise your entire statement that you've given to the defense in this case. You had a chance to look at this, correct?
Yes, this is not me.
Oh, I'm sorry, this one. I don't upside down. This one. That's you, correct?
Yes.
12 bullet points. You're aware this was given to the prosecution on January 20th, the day before
Objection.
this.
relevant.
This was given to the prosecution, to us, on January 20th, the day before trial started.
Objection.
Hold on. What is the objection?
Relevant.
Sustain. Sustain.
at any point in here, is there any information about prior specific incidents of the defendant carrying a prop gun, which you testified to on direct examination?
Judge, objection, this was covered prior.
That's not a legal objection.
Ask Nash.
Your Honor, based on,
Sustained. 177.5, don't argue. It was, the objection sustained.
is there any indication in your statement about specific incidents involving Rocky, the defendant, being threatened or being the target of violence or home invasion?
Yes or no?
Huh?
Yes.
I'm telling him, it's a yes or a no.
Is there any, are there specific incidents listed?
It says, for security measures, which he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasion.
Yes, does it list what those incidents of violence and home invasion
Home
were?
invasion could be
So
specific.
I told them.
Most, you told them what the answers were,
So,
correct?
no, I told them what the answer was. No, I'm actually clarifying that I said he
Home
was
invasion.
victims of violence, home invasions, and other things before. It says that, it doesn't say specifically because it's a summary.
You were asked on direct examination, and you gave specific incidents that you listed. Do you recall?
On direct.
Yes,
My question is, did you tell the defense about those specific incidents when you were interviewed?
Again, I object that was asked and answered. Nothing to do with anything you from swearing. That's what
Over,
I'm asking.
over.
Is it your testimony that you told the defense about these specific incidents?
yes,
Is it your defense that you told the defense?
Wait, is it his defense?
No, I said that he told the defense about these specific incidents. He said
I
yes.
thought you said, is it your defense?
No.
He did say.
Is it your position
There you go.
that you told the defense about those specific incidents
Just said yes.
during your interview?
You said yes.
I was trying to clarify, the court said I asked the question with the wrong word. So is your answer yes? Is it your position that you specifically told the defense about the prior incidents involving Rocky and the prop gun?
hold on, the prior incidents, what you mean prior incidents?
Would you agree, sir, that the only mention in your report about a prop gun is the sentence, during the altercation, Relli told Rocky and some in substance to put the fake gun away?
No, that's the first time about the problem. That's before
And
that.
then the part that you read, Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures, which he was known to do after being a victim of violence and home invasions.
That's, if you listen in, violence and home invasions, those are the incidents.
So my question is, you testified on direct examination that there were 3 other incidents you could recall where you saw Rocky with a prop gun.
Okay,
Did you tell the defense that during your interviews?
yes,
Do you see any mention of those
Objection
incidents?
is relevant.
It's irrelevant whether he sees it.
All right. Have you ever given your cell phone to the police to have all of its contents copied and analyzed?
no,
Cross. Did they ask?
Would you agree you never provided anything to the police in this case?
they never,
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
That's
no,
for yes or no.
Have you given anything to the police in this case?
no,
Have you given anything to the prosecution in this case?
just this interview here, no. Besides that, no.
Did you and I have an interview, or did I cross-examine you on the stand after you were called by the defense?
You're asking me questions here, so to my knowledge, if somebody's asking you questions, that's an interview. So that's all I'll say.
And did you agree to this interview?
Can I answer thoroughly?
That's a yes or no question.
Yes, when you ask me right here, I say yes.
So, sir, are you aware that you were called as a witness by the defense in this case?
Yes,
Are you aware that once you're called as a witness by the defense, that by law, I get to cross-examine you?
yes,
So would you agree, sir, this is not a voluntary interview or conversation we're having? You're in a court testifying for the defense, and I'm cross-examining you, is that correct?
yes,
So do you now strike that? Isn't it true, sir, that as you sit here, that you do not want your friend, your brother, to be convicted in this case, whether he shot Relli with a real gun or not, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Isn't it true that as you sit here today on that witness stand, that you do not want your friend, your brother, Rocky, to be convicted in this case, even if in fact he shot Relli with a real gun?
I was there, he didn't. So no, I do not want him to be guilty.
Motion to strike is non-responsive. Listen to my question. Isn't it true, sir, that even if the defendant shot Relli with a real gun, that because he's your brother and he's your friend, you do not want him to be convicted?
Can you please rephrase it in a way that I understand?
Okay, I'm gonna try it again. Listen to my question. You repeatedly testified that you don't believe that the defendant did not commit this crime. We understand that. That's not my question. Listen to what I'm asking you. Even if, sir, he committed the crime, even if he shot at Relli with a gun, even if that were true, because of your close relationship with him, because you view him as a brother, you do not want him to be convicted. Isn't that correct?
I really don't understand the question.
You want me to try?
I'm gonna try. What's that?
Sure. All right.
Let's go, Judge.
Pretend the gun was real. And then Rocky fired 2 shots at Relli from a real gun. And that's what he's on trial for. Is it true that you would not want him to be convicted? That's what he's trying to say. True. Even if it was a real gun.
True, I will want him to be convicted.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Takapita.
Say that time on count.
Okay, well, we have that exhibit up there, Mr. Phillips, well, let's take a look, because they've left it up here for quite some time, so it's convenient. Right here. You see that? That's People's 22. Routine asks questions about Relli being labeled a rat by other members of ASAP and the rap community. Correct? Remember those questions? They showed you that one post, correct?
Yes.
How many people in that one post that they showed you are calling Relli a snitch? How many people?
Just one person.
Just one person. Okay. Now, let's go to a series of questions you were just asked about your communications with the police. You know Detective Flores, the lead detective in this case, testified that they never attempted to reach out to you before 2 weeks ago. You know that?
No, I do not.
Okay. You were then asked,
Can you clean
have
that
you
up?
ever given anything to the police in this case? Did you give your cell phone? Did you give her anything? Remember being asked those questions?
Yeah.
Did they ever ask?
No.
They, Your Honor.
They are the
It's-
police.
They is vague.
I know. The police, when I said they, did you know who I meant?
Yes.
They, Mr. Lewin just asked you if you agreed to an interview when you were asked in front of the judge 2 weeks ago. Remember that? And you
Yeah.
said no?
I remember.
When was that?
It was about 2 weeks ago now. Yeah.
In January of 2025, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, as Detective Flores testified to, no one ever reached out to you, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, that's gonna call for speculation.
Sustained.
Did anyone ever reach out to you
Nobody reached out to me.
from law enforcement?
No.
That's gonna call for speculation, whether they reach out.
Sustained.
Did you ever hear from anyone, from law enforcement or the district attorney's office before 2 weeks ago?
No.
By the way, Willie knew who you were, right?
Yes, that was a friend of mine, for real.
Knew where you lived, right?
Yes.
You were speaking to the police as you learned, right?
Yes.
Then you were asked, once you learned Rocky was charged with a crime, okay?
Yes.
did you then think maybe you should reach out to his pal? Remember being asked that question?
Yes, I remember that question.
He was already charged with the crime at that point, correct?
And, yeah, 2022, yes.
Yes, sir. Okay. So did you think they made up their mind already?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Well, why did you reach out to them after he was already charged with the crime?
Because I felt as though they already arrested him and charged him without speaking to me. I felt like, why should I speak to them? They already got their mind made up.
Now, two other things. Regarding this interview that we had in August last year. And you were shown this summary. Did you write that summary, by the way?
No,
Did you ever see that summary before it was in your face?
no.
Okay. Did you mention the prop gun and Rocky having that prop gun in August of 2024 when we interviewed you for the first time?
Yes,
And who brought it up? We did or you?
I worried about
You asked questions on cross about Illz, bloody lip, and being beaten by Relli. Remember those questions?
Yes.
When you testified on direct, and I think on cross as well, you said that he had a bloody lip, correct?
Yes.
You didn't say that his face was broken, did you?
I didn't
You didn't say he was bruised all over, did you?
No.
Does the video that they showed you of him wearing the American flag on his head on November 7th at ConferenceCon, does that change the video that you saw here on November 6th?
From the incident?
Yeah.
No,
Does it change what you saw with your own eyes on November 6th, 2021?
no.
You asked questions about how you knew on cross-examination, how you knew it was the same prop gun on November 6th than it was at the previous instances. How did you know?
Only because they had like unique modifications. Like, I believe a belt clip and a clear replica magazine.
Clear replica magazines,
Yes.
right? And when you say the belt clip's not something that's on the pants, it's on the prop.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Okay, explain what the belt clip is.
It's an accessory to the prop, so it's not like a holster. I believe it was equipped to the prop.
Okay. And how else did you know it was the same? You asked questions challenging whether you knew it was the same prop gun on November 6, 2021 that you had seen in previous instances.
Mhm.
How else did you know?
So, one, seeing it with my eyes, and two, speaking to my bro about it, speaking to Rocky about it.
All right, I think really one more thing, sir, and then we're done. You were showing that video of we're now referring to the second incident. I know you understand the one whole incident, but that's the one on Vista Del Mar, once you walk away and then turn and really attacks Illz. That, focusing on that one. You were showing that video, correct?
Yes,
By the prosecution on cross-examination.
yes.
There was no sound in that video, right?
No.
Okay. What was clear to you from the video, and obviously you were there in person, was Relli tried to punch you?
This is leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you testify on cross-examination that Relli tried to punch you?
Yes.
Let's take a close look at the video. We'll play EE. Thanks to the EE. This is also the enlarged video. With your pointer, show the jury when you see Relli coming at you. There. Go back again, please.
Your Honor, it's leading when overall,
Okay, so show again.
can the witness answer the question or not the defense? He was asked the question and Mr. Capitina said there.
You want to read the rule?
No.
Mr. Phillips, take a look, let's rewind this guy's side. With your pointer, when you see Relli on this video, and I know you were there, but when you see him on this video, coming at you, that caused you to sort of bail into that sort of empty vacated lot area.
Show those questions reading already consistent.
Show us where you see Relli coming at you. With the pointer. Stop. Go back, please. Stop it. Or, go ahead. Look at me. Stop. Okay. Where are you?
So, right here,
And where's Relli?
Relli is like right there.
Okay. Is there anyone between you and Relli at that point?
No.
Okay. Well, Ms. Lewin on cross-examination said, I'm not asking you why you ran. I'm asking you if you ran. Well, I'm asking you, why did you run?
I ran because Relli was gonna, I believe, swing on me. So, he already,
That's gonna call for speculation.
Overruled.
No,
Question
it's not speculate. Well, I guess maybe he was saying more. The question didn't call for speculation because you're asking the own person why they did something.
is why. She's answering why.
You also said on cross-examination that Relli attacked Illz, correct?
yes.
Okay. And you said he attacked him before the first shot. Let's go back, show the jury where you first see Relli attacking Illz on this grainy video. With your point. Now. Okay.
That's at 13
13 seconds.
Is that right?
That's when he first attacked it.
How did, Rocky discharge that prop gun that started this reaction?
No.
With that?
No.
Okay. As a matter of fact, play forward. Do you hear that prop gun shot, first shot?
Yes.
And where is, from that video, and from your personal recollection, where is Rocky's arm pointing?
The question's made since it's referring both.
Okay, let's take the video.
Just a minute. Sustained.
Let's take the video. Where is Rocky's arm pointing when he releases that first shot in the video? Go back for a second. Go back, please. Chloe,
Yes.
did you see that?
Yes.
Where? Where's the arm pointing?
His arm is pointing down.
Okay. And when his arm's pointing down,
Yes.
is that when you hear the shot?
Yes. Well, like right after, but yeah, around when he slipped his arm down, like he moved his arm.
Now, you talked about after the shot, or shots, Relli was cocking his arm, punching Illz. You said that on cross, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Show us where in this video you see Relli's arm going back, punching Illz, and when you see Ill's head moving.
So,
Go back, please. Okay.
I just want to clarify because he rewinded right in front.
To where, sir?
Like right about there.
Okay.
19 seconds.
So you can see
I don't know, it
his
kind of said
arm
16.
swinging on Illz, right?
I think they just recorded the wrong time. It lagged on when it jumped to the time. I swear it was saying 16. It jumped from 19 to 16 when the judge said 19. I don't know if that's really that important. Maybe I'm just blind. Let's see. It could totally be me. And I broke it anyway. Broke it anyway, chat. All right, we're going to refresh. We're going to go back to this timestamp because I broke it.
I just want to clarify because he rewinded.
So it's 19 before they rewind.
Wait, so,
And then on a delay, it jumps to 16 when they rewind it. It doesn't update right away. Then it jumped to 16 right as it was fading away. They recorded the wrong time in the record.
Swinging on Illz right there.
okay. And that's after the shot, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you go back.
And I don't know, but I feel like that could be important if the record's needed.
And when you see his arm swinging on Illz, that's after old shot, correct?
Yes. Can you play the game just so I can be sure?
Sure.
Can I ask the question from the
Yeah, he's still hitting Illz.
Okay. He's still hitting Illz. Do you see what happens with Relli and Illz right there?
Oh, it looked like they fell.
Okay. And is that well after the second rock gunshot, started gunshot is fired? Is it after? the
Oh,
second
yeah,
one?
yeah, this is after.
Okay. So let's play it one more time from start to finish. Tell us what you see.
So you see Rocky first. This is when we was trying to leave. So Rocky's leaving. I'm after the Illz. So we start walking a little bit, but then Relli hits Illz. Then that's when Rocky left the warning shot. So he lets off the second warning shot. I believe when Relli hits Illz again, but he also tried to swing at me. But I guess he didn't hit me, so he hit Illz again. So then right here, I
Stop.
push.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I pushed Rocky away to tell him like, yo, bro, fuck up out of here, let's go. So I'm looking that way just to make sure like Rocky out of here, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause I don't know if anybody's gonna come run behind me and try to run towards him. So I'm just looking just to make sure he get up out of here. So then I turn around to see like what's good with Illz, you feel me? And then I see, I think Relli hit Illz one more time and then leave.
Okay. Let's see if you can see that in the video. No, stop. Point out where everyone is that you can still see.
All right.
Good point. You're the easy one, right?
I mean, that's me.
Okay.
And I think that's Brown. It's still the black figure. But I need to play it so I can be sure.
Rewind for a second and play.
I believe it's Brown right now.
That trail?
Yeah.
Okay, and then Illz would be to the left. Okay, go ahead, play. Tell us what you see.
So I'm leaving. And then, see, that's why I was trying to make sure Rocky get up out of there, because Relli looked like he was going to come back and tell the direction to Rocky. I just peeped that.
Okay, and what do you see? What, if anything, do you see Relli doing at that point as you're leaving?
At that point, he goes back into the direction of Illz.
Okay. What do you think? Does it appear that Illz is doing anything when Relli comes out?
Yeah. Now, it looked like he fell or something. I just know he hit him with him. I'm not too sure what happened.
Okay. By the way, you asked by Mr. Levin across. Do you see him pulling out the gun? Remember from yesterday? Do you see a gun anywhere in this video?
No.
Can you see a gun?
No.
Okay. You know Detective Forrest testified? You can't see a gun in this video?
Objections improper.
Sustained.
Hypothetically speaking, if Detective
It's an
Forrest...
improper
It
hypothetical.
is. And it would also call for speculation and his opinion.
Oh my god, a hypothetical.
You were asked on cross-examination if the knuckles that you saw, let me show you this injury. you asked on cross-examination if the knuckles in that picture are consistent with a punch or not. Remember getting asked those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if someone's punching someone on the floor and they scrape their hand or knuckles on the floor, is that consistent with that injury?
Yes.
Objection, that's no foundation, calls for speculation.
There was no foundation for your question about the injury, so it's overruled. Question answered, Kathy?
Oh, lastly, you would ask about Illz.
Yes.
What is Ill's condition right now as far as is he, you know, to be addicted?
That's what we need.
No.
Sustain.
Okay. Do you know his condition at all as you sit here today?
I'm pretty sure he's alive and cool, but I don't know anything.
Oh, okay, thank you.
On cross-examination, you testified that you have never had any conversation with the defendant about this incident or about prop guns, correct? You remember testifying to that?
I would object that this is beyond the scope of
Overruled. Overruled.
You testified on direct examination, you never had any conversation with the defendant about this incident or about any prop guns. Do you recall that testimony?
I had a conversation with him only
The question.
Do you recall that testimony on direct examination?
Can you repeat it?
On direct examination, you testified, on cross, excuse me, you testified you had never had any conversation with the defendant about either him possessing prop guns or about what happened in this incident, correct? What do you testify to? Do you recall that?
Yes.
A moment ago, with Mr. Tacopina, when you were asked, how do you know it was the same prop gun, you said, Rocky told me that. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If you've never had a conversation with him about prop guns, and you've never had a conversation with him about this incident, then how is it that he could have told you that information in a conversation that never happened?
Judge, I reject this.
His
Misleading.
argument sustained. Well,
It was also misleading.
It misstates.
That's a speaking.
stop it!
Yep,
Read the question.
it misstates the testimony.
Can you explain
Yes.
how it is if you've never had a conversation with the defendant about prop guns or about the prop gun in this incident, how it is
Pound.
that he could have told you that it was the same prop gun in this incident that you saw in New York?
Judge, objection, misstates the
Yeah.
witness's testimony. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, overruled.
Honestly, I said that we spoke in Harlem about the prop gun. When I said I seen it secured under his white tee, I said that in my testimony.
You just testified a moment ago with Mr. Tacopina. You just said, he asked you, how did you know it was the same prop gun? On the night, let me finish,
Okay.
the night of the incident, from the one you see before, you said, Rocky told me. Do you recall that testimony?
I said that,
Do you recall that testimony?
Yes or no?
yes.
And I asked you if you'd ever spoken to Rocky about prop guns, and you said no. Do you recall that testimony?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Would you agree, Mr. Phillips, that both of those statements cannot be true?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Can you explain how it is, if you have not spoken to the defendant about prop guns at all, how it is that you had this conversation with him about prop guns?
Objection, argument misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
Well, like I said, I was at the video shoot when I first seen the prop guns. So we didn't have to have a conversation then about the prop gun. We knew it was a part of the set, you know? And the second time, I said that I seen him with the prop gun in New York. I didn't say we had a full-blown conversation about it, but I did say I seen him.
You actually testified, your answer was to the defense question because Rocky told me. Do you recall that answer?
Yes.
Is there a way that Rocky can tell you something without you having a conversation with him?
Objection.
Sustain.
You also testified, and you referred to it as Rocky fired a warning shot, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me, if it's a prop gun, isn't every shot, in essence, a warning shot because nothing comes out of it?
Yes.
So in essence, isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that what happened is the first shot Rocky fired, he pointed the gun not directly at Relli, but he pointed it down, correct?
The first shot
First shot was pointed down,
at the
right?
ground.
Why would he need to point the gun down if it's not a real gun?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Because that's proper safety anyway.
You testified that the defendant, during the first shot, pointed the gun down, correct?
Yes.
If the gun is not real, are you aware of why it would be necessary to point the gun down and fire a warning shot? It's not a real gun.
Same objection.
Same rule. These are all arguments that can be made to the jury before summation. How much
You have
longer-
also said-
Just a minute, Mr. Lewin, how much longer do you have?
I'll be done by noon, so another 2 minutes.
Okay.
Can you explain why you called it a warning shot if it is just a prop gun and cannot fire any real bullets?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I stated that because wasn't nobody pointing the prop at anybody, so it wasn't like anybody was trying to do anything to direct anything. It was to deter Relli from beating up Illz. It was to scare him, and he left the warning shot. It didn't work.
So, I want to be clear. Your testimony is that the defendant, knowing that Relli knew that it was a prop gun, decided that what he wanted to do was to fire a warning shot with the fake gun that Relli knew was a fake gun by pointing it in a downward position so that it would stop Relli from attacking Illz. Is that your
Objection, Your
position?
Honor. Calls for speculation. Sustained.
I'll re-ask. I want to make sure I'm understanding your testimony. You testified Relli knows it's prop gun, correct?
Yes.
You testified the defendant knows that Relli knows it's prop gun, correct?
Yes.
You testified that the defendant is pulling out this prop gun that everybody knows is a prop gun in order to stop Relli from attacking Illz, correct?
Yes.
And you further testified that he fires the first shot as a warning shot, pointing the gun down, even though it's a prop gun that can't fire anything that everybody knows is a prop gun. Is that correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that correct?
Rephrase it, please.
Please read the question back. I have one question after this, Your Honor.
And you further testify that he fires the first shot as a warning, pointing the gun down, even though it's a prop gun that can't fire anything that everybody knows is a prop gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
You testified that's what happened, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you something. As you sit here, Mr. Phillips, does what you're saying sound reasonable?
Objection or
Sustained.
None further.
I asked.
No, we're done with Mr. Phillips.
You sure?
Then we're done.
He's been asked every question that he could possibly be
I have
asked.
one more.
Now the warning shot was kind of a little new, the angle of it,
I
but
can't fathom another question.
It's a good one.
Excuse,
What?
It's a good one, but all right.
excuse subject to recall, Your Honor. That's foundational as the court is aware.
All right, yeah, if you're notified to come back,
you must come back. But if either side wants him back, I'm going to want to know what the offer of proof is.
Your Honor, just so it's clear, that's foundation whether the evidence goes forward.
Right, I understand that.
I do not anticipate that he would be called back.
Evidence goes section 1235?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if it happens that you're notified to return, you must return, so you are not excused.
So they're only calling Lou Levin, as far as I know.
You don't have to stay in California, but if you're notified to return, you must be here the very next day. All right, but for now, you can go. All right, we'll be recessed till 1:30.
So they're gonna go on their short little break. We're a bit behind, so we can speed up. Let me make sure there isn't any. Yeah, okay. So we'll get caught up here. Interesting, they're only supposed to be calling one more witness, Lou Levin, as far as I know. However, with the rate of questioning, I guess it's possible that Lou Levin could take multiple days. If it was clean, short questioning, which I think would be more effective for the state, I think the state could have been much more effective with Twelvyy if they crunched their entire cross from Friday and today into about 45 minutes. Go through the video again, point out things that you can't tell for sure, things that maybe might not be so clear on the video, that could be things that Twelvyy is filling in the gaps on because he has a bias towards his friend Rocky. His friend that he's more of a friend with, always, than Relli, whether he and Relli were brothers at some point or not. Then you close up that line of questioning, nice and clean, with the bias questions. You know, you were closer friends with Rocky than Relli, true? Always true, right? You get into all of that stuff. I think that could have been pretty effective. But yeah, so they're going to come back from their lunch break. It looks like we're going to get Lou Levin on the stand next. What time did we end that cross? 2:10, or recross, 2:10. And with him being subject to recall, I mean, I guess maybe tomorrow if they want to call him back. My concern, not really a concern, my guess is Lewin wants to be ready if he wants to call Twelvyy to try to rehabilitate damage done by Lou Levin. He could try to do that through Twelvyy somehow, some way, and we'll see how the judge deals with that if that's the case. So, all right, so they're taking an extended break until, oh, okay, yep, 1:30, they're gonna do the lunch. So this is the longer one, not just a quick break. Guys, it's been a long time since we've got our sponsorship plug here. Chloe Albert's Revenge bringing in the QVC. Recovery juice from the day's testimony. Sit back and relax with a chilled bottle of Lewin's cherry wine. WHINE. When you open it, it makes a high-pitched man cry like we love from Mr. Lewin. $9.99. Get yours now. Guys, there's no shipping and handling fee. You get the Instacart delivery. Have you guys seen that, like, when you order from places like Chili's, you can, like, order drinks? Maybe that's a Florida thing. It's very possible that's a Florida thing, but you can actually, like, order dinner delivered with alcoholic drinks included. So, gotta get that Lewin wine. Charging an uncorking fee or no, Chloe? We'll see from Chloe. Thank you so much here for the plug, our sponsorship channel QVC member, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Patty B says, I love Cat and chat. Cat is the best ever. Thank you so much, Patty. Chloe also says, would you agree that would you agree is a slimy end run around that pesky leading questions rule? You know, the would you agree, I wouldn't mind, but sometimes again the questions would jump from leap and it would be a bound to the next question. It would be a skip to the next detail, right? But would you agree, I think, could be very effective when you go from small detail. You do the stepping stones to get there and get the yes, no, whatever the yes or no answer is. But it is a way that when you're not trying to take a leap, you eliminate the need for the witness to explain themselves. It goes yes and no. So, but yes, Chloe, I get what you're getting at here with John Lewin, and Peter says boom boom man cry. Tommy Nolan says, Rihanna, call YSL lawyer and help Taco, said Paige Whitaker. But which YSL lawyer, you guys? Which YSL lawyer? There were some areas that I really thought were strong moments for objections here, and we just didn't get it from the defense. But I do think we had a pretty effective redirect, and for what it's worth, a pretty effective recross. And again, that could come down to a lot of the weaknesses with Lewin are when you're trying to ask the same question in too many ways. It's an important thing to do as an attorney. You want to see if there's any inconsistencies. It can help you draw them to the surface. When you ask things more than once, you come back and ask a similar type of question after a new detail's been introduced, you can kind of unearth something that could raise some light bulbs or red flags for the jury. But the way Lewin did it, I think it was just a little bit too repetitive that I think it had the reverse effect, losing the jury. But because his redirect was quite short, thanks to, in part, Takapina saying, look, this is beyond the scope of redirect, I think the recross was a good example of how a tighter line of questioning could be more impactful. Kiss and Pink says Max for the YSL attorney would be a good tag team. Tag him in. Adams, I would love to see Keith Adams. I would have loved to see Keith Adams questioning Detective Flores. I don't know why. I think that pairing, that sparring would have been very, very fun to watch. Steele and Adams. Tag team in Steele and Adams is for always, forever, for life. B. Castro, lots of votes here for Adams. He's just such a, oh, okay. Like, very embracing of the answer you just gave him that he's about to very casually throw back at you. So, always love that. And I particularly like that line of questioning with detectives, police officers that may have done an incomplete investigation. Or only investigated in, like, a linear direction based on where their blinders were already applied at the very beginning. Let's see. Okay, so Chicken says, in Canada, you can have booze delivered also. That's awesome. And Biff says, in the US. And I don't mean, like, online ordering, but I just meant, like, Instacart restaurant. Is that, like, nationwide now? Because it was definitely, like, an adaptation, I think, out of COVID. At least near me, where you could start ordering things. Lots of votes for Max here coming in. We've got Peter Ortiz saying, boom, boom, Mad Max. Gwennon says, I vote for Max to take me to dinner. Okay, Gwennon, okay. Gwennon also says Adam's the bomb, though. So I like this. Adams, come tag team in, and then... you know, wait, I think Max is a taken man. I think Max is a taken man. But lots of love for Max here. Granny Mo said, I have the McDonald's video. Oh, goodness. That girl Mia, there we go. We got a Harvey mention. I think Harvey would have been very hip to the language in his own way. Oh my goodness. And then very different from Lewin. Mark Lyon says, speaking objections really anger this guy. Keep up. Yep. And I do think, again, there's a time and a place to, you know, if someone's being non-responsive, strike it. Move to strike the testimony. But again, doing it too much. And one of the reasons he had to strike so much was because he was asking the same questions in the same kind of ambiguous way that seemingly prompted the witness to want to give an explanation. When you keep setting that up that way, it just looks like you're not trying to let someone speak, right? And again, the strategy can end up backfiring. Definitely, I don't know when it was, but it was somewhere in the beginning of today. There was like an ongoing thing and Lewin just started screaming, object! And then he realized he was yelling it and cut himself off mid-syllable. Mid-syllable from screaming the word objection. Thanks for hanging out with us today, Mark Lyon. Peter Ortiz says, boom, boom, motion to strike everything that the DA is spewing. I think there were some strikes on certain questions. Not so much today. I think it was once or twice today, but on Friday, there were a few times that the judge said the question, not just the answer, would be stricken. Typically when Lewin's objecting for non-responsive, the yes or no answer is captured, or maybe an I don't know is captured, but what's stricken is the explanation, everything after that. And thank you so much here for the 5, Peter. Positive Q says, how many times is he going to ask? Where is the gun? Lil Mike and Quez have it? No. Call them to the stand. Just let them testify in one trial in my lifetime. You know, time is short. You know, I'm in my 30s. Time is limited. Let's get Mike and Quez on the stand. When is Yak's next court date? I'll double check again. But I didn't see any docket updates over the weekend. Really like end of Friday. Nothing would have happened on Saturday or Sunday. So February 26th. But I can double check if maybe something popped up today. I don't know if we have anything from... I don't see anything from Thugger Daily. Yeah, nothing, no immediate updates, but I'll check the docket. And, yeah, okay, so Taylor's saying 2/26 is still Yak's next date. So, and who knows, since it is Monday, you know, first day of action really since Friday, where courts are opened, maybe we'll see someone nudge on that bond. Thank you again, Positive Q. The Honorable, yeah, that. Still love the Honorable in your name. Says, if he ran due to shots. So we're talking about Twelvyy giving the testimony that he ran, or that the questioning from Lewin, that Twelvyy didn't run because Relli was coming at him, or that Relli didn't run. The idea that someone didn't run because it was a prop gun. Versus Lewin saying, no, it was a real gun. Honorable, yeah, that's raising the question of, well, if someone's running because shots are fired, what about that whole scene after? And this is where, when we got into redirect, maybe we just go back to it. When we get into redirect, excuse me. I'm getting all jumbled. Is this Lewin? Who's questioning right here? Okay, Takapina here. You know, with Takapina during redirect, after hours and hours and hours and hours of cross-examination by Lewin, Takapina just goes and plays that portion after that moment of focus and shows, hey, look, the fight is still continuing. So the implication through Lewin's questioning that it was actually a real gun for any number of reasons. Then how do you explain Relli continuing to stay there and continue to fight? I think it was this part right here.
Or something. I just know I'm not too sure what happened.
Okay. By the way, you asked by Mr. Lewin on cross. Do you see him pulling out the gun? Remember yesterday? Do you see the gun anywhere in this video?
No.
Can you see the gun?
No.
Okay. You know, Detective Flores testified. You can't see the gun in this video?
Objections improper.
Hypothetically speaking, the Detective
It's
Flores.
an improper hypothetical.
And would also call Retrospective, and his opinion about that would be irrelevant.
You were asked on cross-examination if the knuckles that you saw, let me show you this injury.
All right, I think I went too far, or did I start playing the video again? I think I went too far forward. But we get this whole, yeah, I didn't go back far enough. But we start to actually get a good chunk of focus on the aftermath of when Rocky allegedly pulled the gun out of his pocket at first.
Well,
Yes.
did you see that?
Yes.
Where? Where's the arm point?
His arm is pointing down.
Okay. And when his arm's pointing down,
Yes.
is that when you hear the shot?
Yes. Well, like right after, but yeah, around the snippets after that, he moves his arm.
Now, you talked about after the shot or shots, Relli was cocking his arm, punching Illz. You said that on cross, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Show us where in this video you see Relli's arm going back, punching Illz, and whether you see Ill's head moving.
So,
Go back, please. Okay.
I just want to clarify, because he rewinded right in front.
Where, sir?
Like right about there.
Okay.
19 seconds.
So you can see his arms swinging on Illz right there.
Okay. And that's after the shot, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you go back.
Oh yeah, that to me is really important because, you know, we just had a weekend. I know it's a pretty short trial, but if jury compartmentalizing it, people forget things fade in and out. We push things out of our mind to pay attention to what's in front of us. With the cross-examination from this morning, the focus was just like up until those shots were fired. But then Takapina comes in and says, but then it all keeps going. So right to what the Honorable that's getting at here. And this was during John Lewin's questioning that said this. If he ran due to the shots, then why'd he go back to them? Why'd he continue? So why didn't everybody scatter? And all of these questions, if I was sitting on the jury, it would support the people didn't run. Relli didn't run, Twelvyy didn't run because they heard gunshots and thought those gunshots were real. That means Relli could have been continuing fighting because he knew it wasn't real. And it means Twelvyy could have tried to walk away because he thought Relli was coming up on him and not because he cared about the noise. So, very, very important. If you're thinking of stuff like this and you're sitting on the jury, I think this is like a point of contention that deliberations are going to have to deal with. Right? And I think if you look at this chat, it's probably like 8 or 9 to 10 are thinking the way that I am, that that is. But that's not the case if you go to other places on the internet that are following this trial. So I do think that there's going to be some serious deliberations on these particular moments in time, down to 1 frame, 2 frames in these videos. I also think it's very interesting for Always Forever for Life says, Illz really should come and tell what happened. And I think it's really interesting that neither side is calling him. But again, I'm not saying he actually has an addiction, but I'm just saying Relli did put it out there that Illz is a crackhead. So I don't know. If there's speculation that one side isn't calling him, maybe you could say that's because their testimony wouldn't be helpful to them. But neither side's calling him. So I feel like it's a net negative. We have some aspersions cast on Illz by Relli himself on the stand. I think the idea of him not being called as a witness by either party negates itself in that regard. So, let's see. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, wow, hypotheticals is my toy. I didn't say he could play with it. Wow, that was so, I love that the judge said that. Like, well, you didn't lay foundation for your hypotheticals either. And it's one of those things where, like, sometimes the asks and objections, Lewin gets them because he makes every single one. So a lot of Lewin's wins are because he's relentless. But at certain points, it's too much, and the judge is finally like, you know what? And then when he makes his comment, he says these things. The judge is saying these things in front of the jury. So the judge doesn't want these speaking objections as commentary, but the judge is giving commentary when he finally decides to put his foot down with Lewin. And to be fair with Takapina too, it just, in the last couple days, Friday and today, the stops have been more towards Lewin than Takapina. Takapina has taken more of a backseat ever since this, we're going to play a speaking objection tally game. And if you guys do speaking objections, I'm going to tally them and sanction you guys $1,500 each. And I learned from Potentially Criminal that would actually be personal. against John Lewin. It wouldn't be a fine to the district attorney's office just because he's an employee of the DA's office. So just like that sanction would be something that Tacopina needs to pay for, it would be John Lewin too. So I thought that was really interesting because I kind of assumed, maybe it's not that big of a punishment to a prosecutor. Maybe the office bears the burden. I guess it would be personal. He'd have to pay it. So, also, let's see. I want to go back before I get off topic here. I see Taylor Umbridge is in the building. We were already talking about her insight. She's helping us keep track of Yak's court dates. And we can continue some of these replays if you guys want to rewatch anything from today or from a different day. We can go back. I think it'd be cool to rewatch either direct from Twelvyy or maybe go back and watch, Relli's description of the events, or maybe Detective Flores characterizing the events shown in the video, and compare it to how Twelvyy characterizes it. So whatever if you guys want to vote in the chat, we'll pick something. But in the meantime, with lunches, guys, there's no harm in clicking over here to Taylor Umbridge's channel, hitting that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed, and checking out the tons of content that she has. Tons of great insight over there, and again, a great community. So if you like it here, you will like it there. Sheriff Chuck, thanks for becoming a member. I think you've been a member before. Welcome back. If it's not a welcome back, then just welcome for the first time, but I think it's welcome back. Positive Q says, hi everyone. Oh my gosh, all questions are not yes or no next. And there were a few times where Lewin said, can you explain to the jury, and then would kind of give a longer question, but then expected a yes or no answer. I only noticed it like twice today, and the one time he didn't object, but one time he did it, and then he wanted it to be stricken as non-responsive. But when you start off a question saying, can you explain, or you use really any combination of like how or why or do you think, or what would have led you to, it's not a yes or no question. But I think some of the ways that Lewin would spitfire these questions and try to put them in different ways, by the time he was done asking them in that moment, he might have forgotten that it wasn't actually a yes or no question. So, oops. Let's see. Oh, okay. Ashley, this would suck. Yep, and I believe Judge said they would have to come to a separate hearing for each violation. Interesting. So, I assumed separate hearing for the violations. For the violations. If they have to do it for a separate... I think that would clog up the calendar, even if it's only... It seemed like on Friday there were like 3 tallies, 2 for John and 1 for Joe. I don't know if he really tallied anything today, although he reminded them about it, and there were some speaking objections, hit the brakes moments. But I think even doing like 2 or 3 hearings would be a clog on the court calendar, the court's time. So hopefully that's hilarious and a pretty strong deterrent, I would say. Like, it'll eat up your time and your money if you keep doing this. But at the same time, I don't know if that's a practical thing to hold a hearing for each different one, because there's been more than one. Oh, the judge. That's crazy. Yeah, so Rice Street's also saying per violation. Oof. Yeah, I thought it was monetary fine per violation. And then a hearing. Because you can fight sanctions. You can fight against the sanctions. I thought the hearing would be like a one-time fits all. Oh boy. And let's see. Yeah, that girl Mia, Judge, he's asking the same questions from Friday. Now, Tacopina didn't start doing the asked and answered objections until later on towards the end of John Lewin's cross. So, and for what it's worth, I feel like it might have been something that would have actually helped John Lewin. So, asked and answered, shutting it down. But there were some moments where I thought we'd come back on Monday. Lewin could have maybe a warmer approach, at least to start off this part 2 of the cross-examination. But to me, he got right back into the sort of yelling and pushy style of questioning, which it works on some witnesses. Some witnesses, that's the only way you can get anything out of them. But if the jury likes Twelvyy, I think it's that type of thing that backfires. So I think Joe could have objected, but I think it also ended up making Lewin look too aggressive, too pushy, and maybe not sure of his own case. So, but yeah, definitely a lot of the same questions from Friday. Here Comes Drama is gifting 5 memberships. I saw you guys showing love in the chat. Big thank you here to Here Comes Drama. Here Comes Drama with gifts. So if we could get Here Comes Drama love in the chat, that would be super, super awesome. Really, really nice of you to come hang out with us today, and super nice that you're gifting. Thank you so much. Nika says, I don't know who's worse, Lewin or Love. Like, oh my goodness. And I think in a way, some of the things that Lewin is doing just feel like he's a defense attorney trying to look for reasonable doubt, as if he was defending Relli in a possible self-defense situation. And that's not really the role he's playing in this trial. Relli is not on trial. He's not charged with anything. John Lewin's the prosecutor with a burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that, ASAP Rocky assaulted Relli with a firearm in two incidents, the garage area, the parking lot area. And I think what he's doing could be effective in a different role if he was raising a defense, raising reasonable doubt, but that's not really his role here. So it feels a bit out of place. Thank you for the love here, showing love here to Here Comes Drama. Here Comes Drama, boom, 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 boom. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Chloe Albert's Revenge, and it's, again, these L names. Kind of how Lally, in the Karen Reed trial, Commonwealth, prosecutor at the Commonwealth, spent half the trial defending Jen McCabe's phone. To me, that's a great comparison. And that was a 6-week trial, and I think Lally wasn't really a yeller, but it's like his voice was so monotone that almost I feel like if he got excitable a little bit, maybe that actually would have, if he picked up from Lewin's excitability like a little bit, it could have helped. Lewin, in his demeanor, was so monotone, it was like easy to tune out. It was like watching paint dry. Just asking the same stuff over and over as if he needed to defend one of the witnesses on the stand. And of course, you want the witnesses that you call that you think help your case and give testimony that are helpful to the points you're trying to make to the jury. You want them to come off as believable, as credible, and you want to defend their credibility. But sometimes when you do it too much, it starts to raise red flags, like you're covering up something beyond just their basic credibility. So yeah, I feel the same way. This is a great comparison in my opinion. Whew. Yeah, he was a bit mummy-like. We've got Naz here saying Lally's opening statement was so damn bad. It was hard to follow because it was boring. It was boring. And I know that opening, closing statements aren't supposed to be evidence, but closing statements are like the last thing a juror hears before they go back and they think about it. Opening statements set the stage. It gives you, if you pick up on what's being said in opening statements and you anchor yourself in what an attorney says they're going to be able to show you, what the evidence is supposed to show you, what they're going to present to you. If you anchor yourself into either their arguments, being anchored there sets the stage for how you're going to perceive what's presented to you. And it could backfire if you promise a lot of things in opening statements and then don't deliver on those things. Oops, that could be very bad. Your opening statement can have a negative impact. If people don't pay attention to your opening statement because it's pretty boring, but the other person is interesting, they pay attention to it, they might anchor themselves to be tuned into that argument from the start. So all of these things, it seems like it shouldn't matter if someone's delivery is boring or dramatic, and there is no perfect answer, right? Sometimes drama is not good. Sometimes being boring is good. But it all matters whether it should or not. Yeah, D Wood, Lolly will put you to sleep for sure. For sure. Yeah, that girl Mia says, I think Twelvyy's answers regarding the people walking by was amazing. And I would say, you know what, and it's not like this was the first time that the people in the videos were brought up. But I really wouldn't have even paid attention to that. And then with so much attention brought to the people walking by, and then they're just kind of walking. They're not like, whoa! They're not like reacting to some big scary thing going on around them. You know, now that my attention was brought to it, I'm like, seems a bit more consistent with the defense and the defense witnesses' characterization of what was going on in that moment. But yeah, at the same time though, people will still walk by something that's going on and completely tune it out. Like the whole, why didn't anybody stop to do anything? I mean, that can be true too. Oh, Taylor Umbridge. Yeah, so the opening statement for the Cementelli trial. So that is, it went like 2 days, right? Yeah, I think it went like 2 days. It was a long time. It was like many, many hours long for the prosecutor's opening statement. And I haven't watched the trial, but I got to see opening statements from Blair Burke, and right away she has Monica Cementelli stand up. She says, this is Monica. You're going to hear about her. She right away humanized her client. Like, after 8 hours of on and on opening statement from the prosecutor that people, if they're like me, they tuned it out. You get, oh, look at this person. We're going to talk about this person now. Oh yeah, that's what we're here for. I mean, sometimes that's just the way the human mind works. Yeah, 5 hours. All right, I'm exaggerating. 5 hours. 5 hours. It was a lot. It felt like a lot. The Cementelli case is, so a wife or like a mistress, there's like a wife-mistress situation. It seems like both parties were cheating, but the husband was murdered. And the ex-boyfriend and a friend that worked together to do the murder of the husband, they have their own trial and convictions already. But now they're charging Monica Cementelli as being part of like the conspiracy for the murder for hire, as if it was a murder for hire. And I didn't watch as the trial continued. I know Nick Staro's covering it. But it's one of those things where they're like bringing in Monica Cementelli into the picture. So it's interesting because it's, you know, you've got the conviction for it and now you have this theory because I believe the friend that helped carry out the murder is either trying to get something as part of their sentencing. They were giving information to investigators saying that Cementelli was involved. And in return, in exchange for some type of benefit. Okay, yeah, 2 days. 2 days. Oh my goodness. And let me see. If you want to check that, let's see. Are you covering it too, Taylor? Or have you just been watching it? Because I just saw a bunch of ASAP Rocky on your page. If you're covering it, let us know. I know Nick Staro is. He's calling it the Hussey trial, I think. Let's see. Cementelli. Nick Staro. Does he have a playlist I can link you guys right to? I don't think he has a playlist for it, but I'm going to link you to, where's the first video of it? Opening statements. I think this is his first video. So this will take you back to where he started covering it. Okay, you're just doing opening and closing. So Taylor's also going to be looking at opening and closing. Are you You said, look, after this long opening statement, we just got to skip the meat and potatoes. We got enough. We got enough. Oh, goodness. Let's see. Thank you guys, by the way, also for sharing. So much love for Cutthroat Radio. That was really nice of you guys in the chat. Some of you guys were sharing, you know, your own stories of how you can relate. I think it's important to know that people are heard, people are out there that care. And again, I always appreciate everybody in the chat, especially the mods, the ASAP mods, for making sure people feel welcome and that this stays a friendly and open-armed place for people to come hang out. Lay Lucas says, why no request for directed verdict after the state rested? I don't know. Maybe they just wanted to get on with it. They could have assumed that the judge was going to say no. The other possibility is there's not supposed to be any court Wednesday. The jury doesn't need to come in. If they're already deliberating, they don't need to come in on Wednesday and deliberate. So maybe the defense is thinking, you know, let's move this along. Let's trim down the witnesses we plan to call. And let's get our closing arguments and jury instructions done by midday Tuesday. And we're confident that if the jury has like 3 hours from midday tomorrow till when they would either be sent home, I don't know if they can stay late to deliberate if they want to, but we think that they could reach their verdict within that time frame. Maybe they'd rather it be done quicker than go past this Wednesday holiday break. So they maybe just made the decision to prioritize efficiency. So, what time? Okay, wait, are you 5 hours past Eastern? What time is it for you right now? Factual Lie, if she's in the chat, might be able to answer this before. I think the short answer is they've got like 40 minutes, 45 minutes still before they're back from lunch. And with that being said, we can totally watch, I don't know, do you guys want to go and watch the particular witness over again? There aren't that many witnesses, I would say, of interest on the actual events. Would be Flores and Relli. So, let's see. All right, so 2046 over in the UK. Yeah, so 21:30 is when they should be coming back. Taco Tuesday says it's like tomorrow there. Not quite. Almost. It's approaching there. But yeah, they should be back in about 45 minutes, so. And, Lay says anyone but Lewin. I mean, we could, if you guys want to rewatch direct of Twelvyy, we can do that. If you guys want to go to a different witness, we can do whatever. Let's get to... Pull up Law and Crime. We'll go to... Well, and it was Mr. P that did questioning for Relli. It wasn't Lewin. So there's that. Was day 3 the first day? Yeah. Day 3, they start in the middle of testimony. Let's go back to the beginning of day 3, because depending on, we'll put it on 1.25. I don't remember how long Mr. P went on.
Yesterday, we were talking to...
But yeah, this day 3 started right in it.
Yesterday, you were talking to us about... enough about people's courts not here. What happened immediately after... yes.
I'll help you slide that mic over so I know it's in hard here.
I'm not sure, dude. It says, check. There's... Let me see if these rolls. So, I can start if we can get the tech person. Alex, can you get Mark up here? Yes, sir.
Sorry, there's a red light on the side. Is it supposed to be green if it's...
I'm not sure. Normally, the issue is just that it's not turned on, but I know it's turned on because there was a box that popped up.
All right, we'll have Marcus, the computer, the audio visual. Okay, so we'll have him come up and take a moment. But in the interim, can we get started?
Absolutely. So we were talking about as the defendant was walking away from this parking lot, you said you looked over and you saw Twelvyy putting a knife in his pocket, and then Twelvyy walked after the defendant. Are you with me there?
Yes.
Okay, that's where I want to pick up today. You said at the end of your testimony yesterday, you talked about this being a white flag situation, and then you said that you were screaming out how Rocky had failed us. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What did you mean when you said that?
Like meaning,
What did you say?
I was just like, said something about Twelvyy, I said something about Illz, I said something about just overall.
Can you say the words that you said the best of your
I
relevance?
don't really remember because
You don't remember any of the words?
I don't want to like. I just remember just 3 years ago. Like if I look at my statement,
If you don't remember word for word,
I don't want to like.
just
Yeah.
give us the some substance of it.
When you said, I said something about Twelvyy, do you remember at all what it was that you were talking about? I understand you
Probably in the
were
contents of him like, like not have emotion almost, like, you know what I mean? Because the whole thing was that I think the complex con, I don't think they even seen Rocky or did anything, to be honest. Twelvyy was complaining about the dude, you know what I mean? Like 2 days prior, not seeing him. So it was like, people wasn't happy.
When you say, did you say not having motion?
Yeah, but that's not his fault. It's just kind of like,
No, Mr. Everett, I'm just trying to understand. I just didn't catch the word. I wasn't sure if you said motion or emotion. But you said not having motion, correct?
yeah, so I'm telling him he's not what it seems to be. Like it's not, you're not like Instagram is just fake. Like you're back, you work construction, you went on tour for 6 years. Like,
Okay.
I don't get it.
Were these some of the things that you were saying about Twelvyy?
Yeah, because we're a brother, we're supposed to be looking
Hold
each
on, you
other
both
up.
can't talk at the same time. Ask the question again.
You understand?
Oh, okay, hold on, time. Mark, the monitor over here, you can't get it to work. These are all on C. Okay, yeah, can you take a look, please? Yeah. So you can get it to work.
The judge. The IT guy up here.
You know, if worse comes to worse, you can use mine and I'll just look at the worst. You can't get
Oh,
that.
they're still fixing it. Okay, hold on. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. We did a replay and we're just watching tech issues.
It's pretty much naming the whole like. What's the question again?
What were the kinds of things you were saying about Twelvyy?
I was just saying like, towards Rocky.
Towards Twelvyy. Let's start with Twelvyy first.
I was kind of talking towards like Rocky though, but after Twelvyy, but I was just like, he's not like what he's supposed to be. Illz is not what he's supposed to be. But that's not me saying that it was his problem. It was like, you got the foundation, you want to hold the rock. You know what I mean?
When you say not his problem, who are you talking about?
Rockies, but I said it because he's the one that's got all of us there with shows, this and there, not giving credit when credit's due. So it's like, you know what I mean? When you go down the line, like what I said yesterday, it's only Bari, Ferg, Rocky who's really successful. But when you really look at it, it's a lot of ASAP members. That's not his fault, but it's like you can give credit when credit's due. So that's pretty much what I was saying.
Okay. The comments that you were making about Twelvyy, were they negative comments about him?
I wouldn't say negative. I mean, yeah, like truthful, kind of untruthful.
I mean, were you saying, have you said in the past that one of the things you said about Twelvyy is that he went on tour with the defendant for 8 or 9 years, but he was still living in the projects?
I don't know if that he personally lived in the projects, but I know he
did
went
you
back.
say
Yeah, I
that?
said that. Yeah.
Okay. And about Illz, I mean, would you agree that that statement about Twelvyy is not a positive statement?
No.
Oh, you would not agree?
I would agree. You're not positive, yeah.
Okay. And the statement that you were making about Illz, do you remember the words that you said?
I just said he's a crackhead.
Okay.
Like he's not like nothing like.
Would you also agree that's not a positive comment to make about Illz?
Yeah, I agree.
Would you, were you directing your comments at the defendant, or were you saying each of these things to Twelvyy and to Illz directly?
I was just saying in general, like, everybody, we're right next to each other, everybody can hear, you know what I mean? I was just trying to, like, still back me up, like, no, chill, you know?
Okay. I believe you said yesterday at the end that you were trying to verbally express how you feel. Is that is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because I felt like I'm never going to see Rocky again due to the circumstances, so I'm just going to let him know how I feel.
Can you explain that to the jury more? When you say, I know I'm never going to see Rocky again, what is that?
I mean, the circumstances, I mean, the situation that happened. Like, why would we ever see each other? You know what I mean? So I felt like I didn't want him to go back and then talk about it and everybody just laugh and think, oh, Rocky just pulled the gun on Rel, shot it. Well, before then, he didn't shoot yet, but pulled the gun on Rel and made this big scene. You know what I mean? So I'm like, bro, I know him 15 years. I know everybody over there, just about 15 years, not Jamel, but Illz, I know him for like 15 years.
I believe you said yesterday that when you went into this, what you call linking up with him, it was to repair things with you, correct?
Yeah.
After he pulled the gun on you, how were you feeling at that point?
I mean, he grabbed me first, so that everything, all bets is off the table. Like, I'm thinking, what are we doing here? Like, you know what I mean?
How are you feeling now?
Oh. Wait, what you mean?
How are you feeling after having this, after he pulled this gun on you?
Oh, I was like mad. I was like, I can't believe this just happened. You know what I mean?
And was there anything else about the presence of Illz and Twelvyy being there that contributed to you being mad?
No, like them being there, like just got me mad. Even?
Did that change anything, the fact that the two of them came
No, not at all.
All right. At that moment, immediately after the gun was first pointed at you, as the defendant is walking away, did you have any animosity towards Illz?
No, I never had a problem with it.
I believe you said that both you and Illz then walked down the street following after the defendant, but the two of you were walking together, correct?
I mean, it wasn't really following nobody, I'm just talking. They're all walking together, you know what I mean?
But you're headed in the same direction.
Yeah, he's at Argyle, yes.
And he's ahead of you, correct?
Yes.
All right. So as the defendant got to the street corner at the end of Argyle, where did he go?
I think he made a left on that street, he made a left.
Do you remember the name of the street?
No, I'm not probably.
Okay. And when he made a left, where did he go from there?
He kept going straight till he got about to the street, to the end of the street corner. I think where the stop sign is at.
Were you still behind him at that point?
Yeah.
Still walking in the same direction that he was walking?
Yeah.
Now, from what you described, going down to the end of the street, making a left, and going all the way to the stop sign, at that point you knew he had a gun, correct?
Yeah, I think I got.
He had just shown it to you.
Yes.
And was it that entire walk, that entire time that you were expressing to him how you feel?
Yes.
In what you already described as an angry tone or an elevated tone?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Why would you follow behind someone that you know is armed with a gun and verbally tell them how you feel in the way that you did?
I told you already because I felt like I would never see him again. And I felt like since he put it away and on the busy street in Hollywood, like he's definitely not going to shoot this shit. I mean, shoot it.
So you, at that moment, did not believe that he would shoot you?
No.
Yeah. Did you believe at that moment that he would shoot you?
What do you mean? Can you say it again?
The way that I asked the question before was a double negative, so your answer's not clear. So I just want to ask it a different way. Did you believe at that moment that he would shoot you?
At what moment I'm walking with him?
When he's first walking away and you're walking in the same direction he walked?
No. Well, I don't know. To be honest, I wasn't thinking straight at that moment. I had a lot on my mind. I just wanted to get what was on my chest off.
Do you think you would have reacted differently in this situation had that been a stranger that first pulled the gun on you?
What do you mean?
Meaning if a stranger pulled a gun on you, do you think you'd walk after them and essentially...
No, because I have no business. I mean, I got away from a life-threatening situation. But in that situation, I felt like maybe put the gun away and seeing Jamel with the knife, it furthered me wanting to say what was on my chest.
Okay. When you got to the area where the stop sign was that you described. You made the left turn, you walked to the stop sign, that's what you said, right?
Yes.
Who was the first person that got to where the stop sign was?
Rocky.
And then who was the next person?
Jamel.
And then after that?
It was basically me and Illz.
And when you got to the stop sign area with Illz, what was the next thing that happened?
I'm still talking, but then I see Rocky turn around. Can I explain what happened?
Yeah.
So I see Rocky turn around. When he turned around, he's like, kind of looked like a movie. The whole thing looked like a movie, like, you know what I mean? So he kind of like pointed down. He shot the first shot. When he shot the first shot, I felt my hand hot. So I grabbed Illz, used him as a shield. He's going around.
This is problematic too, listening to it again. He grabs Illz because he got shot the first time, if I'm taking this in correctly. How do you guys hear this? What's the order of events? When does he grab Illz?
So I see Rocky turn around. When he turned around, he's like, kind of looked like a movie. The whole thing looked like a movie, like, you know what I mean? So he kind of like pointed down. He shot the first shot. When he shot the first shot, I felt my hand hot. So I grabbed Illz, used him as a shield.
I felt my hand hot, so I grabbed Illz, used him as a shield. This directly contradicts what Lewin was trying to get Twelvyy to relay the frame-by-frame played out as this morning.
Going around, trying to shoot me between the Illz. Twelvyy is off to the side. I'm not really worried about him. I'm just trying to like not get hit at this point.
You said, as you were saying that he had the gun out, you had your right arm extended about shoulder high.
Yeah, because he kind of like, when he turned around, kind of like his back was turned, like it was kind of like just you turn around, the gun's there, and he kind of like jumped when he shot. And kind of shot down, like, you know what I'm saying?
The gun that he was holding, did it look like the same gun that he pulled on you at the parking lot?
Yeah.
And when you say he shot down, what do you mean by that?
Like, I mean, like it was kind of like this. It wasn't like he pointing and doing, but it wasn't like aiming at you. It was kind of like that. So he just, like I said, it was like a movie kind of like boom, and then like just running around trying to like get me.
Okay, the motion he made with his arm, Your Honor.
That's right.
Yeah, so he had his arm extended out, and then as he was saying shot down, he lifted his arm up to about head high, and then had his pointer fingers sort of pointed forward, but in a downward trajectory.
Hands higher.
Well, I don't really remember, but from what it was more like it was fast. He turned around, and then it was like boom. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
not like that.
Okay. You said that as he shot the gun the first time, you said your hand felt hot, correct?
Yeah.
Where on your hand felt hot?
My left hand.
Where?
Left hand. Just right above my knuckles. Like my knuckles right here, below my knuckles. So it's right here. And if I was to fall, you would see other injuries on that picture from that day from my knuckles and all around here. That's why. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay, yeah. I'm just when he points to stuff, I have to describe it.
so my knuckles,
What
I
he's
still
pointing
got
to
a
are
mark from that day.
what he's pointing to are the middle knuckles on his left hand. Kind of, he has his hand sort of curled and going across.
Yeah, right there. So it's
Hold on. Both hands up at the same time. So wait, go ahead.
I think I was done. He motioned with his right hand across his left hand middle knuckles.
Ask another question.
You said that you then got behind Illz, correct?
I dashed him. I got ran into him.
So they're spelling it out even further, that there is space between this first shot and this injury. Then you went behind Illz, right? I dashed to him because this first shot was fired. Let's finish his description here, and then let's replay Lewin and cross-examination from this morning, Monday morning, of Twelvyy describing this frame by frame.
And he just grabbed him.
How did Illz react to this?
Oh, he's like petrified. He was screaming. After he literally said, "You could have got me killed." And I said, "What? You came with him."
Wait, I want to stay right at that moment, though. I don't want to jump ahead. So right at that moment, you're saying he was petrified, correct?
Petrified.
Physically, what did he do? Did he move at all?
He was petrified. I grabbed him, and he's like screaming, "No, no, no!" And I'm using him every which way.
When you say petrified, though, is he moving at all, or is he standing still?
Yeah, he's trying to move, and then he dropped his body.
Okay. And were you intentionally trying to position Illz between you
Oh,
and the
yeah.
defendant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody that would have been there would have did that, especially if we came with him.
And then, Twelvyy or Jamel, what did he do?
I don't know because I'm too busy grabbing Illz. I don't really see what Twelvyy. He's off to the side. I see him off to the side the whole time, but I don't really know what's going on. I don't even see them running off really. Like, I'm still dealing like with Illz literally telling me I could have got him killed while I'm just running off.
Right. Again, I don't want to jump ahead. I want to say right at the moment when the shots are fired. Are you saying as the defendant fires the first shot, you then move around to Illz? You're not paying attention to Twelvyy, so you're not entirely sure what he did.
No, I'm not really sure what Twelvyy was doing.
Okay. Then after the first gunshot, what did you see the defendant do? Physically, what did he do with his body?
Oh, he's running up and he shot again.
What does running up mean?
Like he's running and shooting, like he's
Like
trying to like find. He's trying to look for a way to shoot because if I wasn't grabbing the Illz, I mean.
Did he physically come closer to you?
Yeah.
And
he got close.
You're saying
The whole time it was close, but he got really close.
you were saying that he was trying to go to move motion around Illz, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna move to the video again.
Are we gonna watch it in the video?
Is this a new exhibit or?
No, same exhibit. It is People 15. What I have on the screen is the file that's labeled Sequence Surveillance Video from People's 15. I have it right now on the video player at the bottom. It's paused at 31 seconds into this video file, and it stopped there. Mr. Efron, do you see the larger video in the background?
Yes.
Mostly gray.
Yes.
Do you recognize that area that we're looking at there?
Other than that day, no.
All right, I'm talking specifically about that day. Can you orient yourself on what you're seeing from that part of the video?
I mean, to the far right, that's where the curve is at. That's where the curve is at in the stop sign where like the incident happened.
Can you point to it? To the pointer?
So pretty much we walked right here, and Rocky got to like right
We
around.
can't see this.
I said we got to like right here, and then as soon as like he got into the street around right here, that's when the shooting took place.
Okay, I would say he's pointing to the top left-hand corner.
And pay attention, if you're not looking at the screen, this is still when they have the overlay, the compilation, where they like aggregate this one camera view with the street view. And a few days after this, we hear some arguments about this not being a correct lineup. But this is what we were still relying on during this point in time when Relli was on the stand.
In where the street area is that we can see. Okay.
Right, that is across from that orange wall barricade there, where that is.
Second.
Sure. All right, I'm gonna play the video and then I'll go back and ask some more questions.
Wait, are they doing the parking garage part?
I'm gonna pause it at 55 seconds. Go back. I'll ask you some questions. So let's start at the beginning, Mr. Efron. I know it's gonna be hard to see from here, but from taking you back to that.
All right, we're going to watch what Twelvyy said this morning. Let's go back to where that was. And importantly, what John Lewin was suggesting through his questions about what was happening during these time periods. Now, this was a bit long. Let's see if we can get... Is that the first time they brought the video up? Yeah, it looks like right about here. That's parking garage. Injury. All right, so right about here.
between Relli and Illz before the defendant pulls out his gun.
And this speaks to
As we're going to watch, trying to, you said that on direct examination, that is the reason that you saw that the defendant pulled out the gun, because he was trying to protect Illz, who was under attack. Is that correct?
In the second situation?
Yes.
Can you show me the video so we could all see it together and I can explain to you?
Well, we're going to watch the video,
Yes.
but before that, I'm asking you, that is what you have said, correct?
Yes.
All right, now we're going to watch the video. I want you to pay close attention as we watch this video. This is people 17. I want you to pay close attention as to whether or not there is contact between Relli and Illz before the defendant pulls out his gun.
and this speaks to
You're watching on the top left. Stop. You would agree that at this moment right here, that the defendant has removed the gun and is walking towards where Relli and Illz are, correct?
No.
I want you to tell me, use the pointer. I want you to tell me, identify each person on the screen, please.
Okay, can you rewind it?
Sure.
Right here.
Yeah, we'll rewind it. Who's in the red?
I'm in the red.
You're the easiest one to identify as the red, right? Okay.
So
Stop it.
stop it.
Okay.
That's Rocky.
Okay.
That's myself. I believe over here is Illz. I can't tell you.
Okay. Do you agree that at this point in time, there is no contact, and there has not been any contact at this second incident between Relli and Illz?
Well, yes.
Okay. We're going to keep playing it. Stop. Okay. Watch it again. And I'm going to ask you, when we get there, would you agree that the defendant turns around and pulls out his gun? Stop. Gun is coming out now, and I want you to point to where the defendant is and where Illz is.
Well, I see the defendant, but I don't see him pulling out the gun. I don't see him.
You go and you point to where the defendant is, I'm sorry, where Illz is and where Relli is.
So this would be the defendant.
Yep.
This would be myself.
Yeah.
Over here would be Illz.
Yep.
And I believe this would be Red.
Would you agree that up to this point, Relli, at this second incident, has not made any physical contact with Illz?
Can you play it again?
Listen to my question. Up until this point, and I'll keep playing it, do you agree that there has been no physical contact that Relli has made with Illz?
Right here, there's
Yeah.
no physical contact.
And no physical contact right before, correct?
Right before we turned. Right before he had no contact. Right
Okay, that's at 56 seconds.
this is on the trial label combines or ends video.
Excuse me?
No, we're just clarifying for the record, sir. So you would agree, this is the beginning of the second incident, correct?
I would say this is the second incident, yes.
Is it the beginning of the second incident?
No, because I would say the beginning of the second incident is when Relli puts his hands on Illz. So that's when it becomes an incident. Because before then, we were leaving.
So the second incident hasn't started yet, according to you, correct? There's been no hands. Is that right?
There's no hands from it. There's nothing going on from anybody right
Yeah,
now.
so I just want to be clear. So in your position, where we are right now, at 56 seconds, the incident has not started yet, correct? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Watch. Stop. You would agree that the defendant advances towards where Relli and Illz are before Relli makes any attempt to make contact with Illz, is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Would you agree that before there's any contact between Relli and Illz, the defendant has already taken out his gun?
That's not correct.
Okay? Please play it, rewind it, and we'll play it going forward. Okay? Keep watching, sir.
And no audio, so we can't gauge the
Stop.
audio.
Where were you when the second incident started?
Well, referring to when I said it began,
Yeah.
when Relli attacked Illz, I was right there. I was right next to him.
What did you do as soon as the defendant, you saw him take out his gun? What did you do?
Can you rephrase that?
When the defendant took out his gun, he ran towards that wall for safety, correct?
No, I ran towards the wall. When, if you could play it, you could see Reto coming towards me. That's when I moved.
Play again. So your position is you were going, I thought Relli is attacking Illz. Is Relli attacking Illz or is he going after you?
So Relli hit Illz, he got Illz out the way, and then he tried to hit me. And I stated before, I'm not fighting Reto because my illegal hurry.
We're gonna
So I juked and moved.
We're going to play, and I want you to tell me, I want you to yell stop when you see the point where Relli is trying to hit you. Stop. This is where you're saying Relli's trying to hit you?
Yep, and you see me moving.
Let me ask you, you would agree that by this time, the defendant has a gun out, correct?
The warning shot came.
Listen to my question. By this point in time, the defendant has the gun out already.
The prop is out after Illz is attacked, not before, after.
Listen to my question. It's pretty simple. I'm not asking you about when Illz was attacked. I'm saying, at this point in the video, before you start running towards the wall, he has the gun out, correct? That's a yes or a no.
I don't recall. I recall the prop being out after Relli attacked, after Relli moved, never before. Not before I ran.
Watch it again, please. You said you don't recall, and then you all of a sudden recall. So
No, I'm just recalling about it.
Watch it again.
That's the statement by Mr. Petfield.
Stop. In fact, sir, you don't run until the defendant fires the first shot, correct?
I don't run until after Relli tries to hit me.
Listen to my question. Did you just see, sir, listen, do you see the defendant firing a shot in what we just saw? We'll play it again for you.
Can you play it again?
Sure.
I wish we could also see it again. It's not
Stop.
very clear anyway.
That's the first shot.
And you start running right after that shot, correct?
Relli is already running towards me, so.
Listen, most of the strikers on responses. I'm not asking what Relli did. I'm asking you, this is a yes or no question.
I did not run from the shots.
Listen to my question. I'm not asking you what you ran from. Listen. Isn't it true that the timing, you do not run until after that first shot is fired? Yes or no?
Well, yes.
Okay. And it's your position, sir, that you knew it was a prop gun when it came out, correct?
Yes.
And it's your position that Relli knew it was a prop gun when it came out, correct?
Yes.
Once you agree, Mr. Phillips, that what's happening in that video is not Relli attacking Illz, it's him trying to use Illz as a shield so he doesn't get shot.
No.
Let's run it, please. Stop. You agree at this point in time at, I can't see, at 55 seconds, Relli still has not hit Illz yet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that right at this point in time, this is when the gun is going to come out, and that the defendant is going to advance towards where Relli and Illz are. Is
I
that
don't
correct?
agree.
You don't agree with that?
I don't agree.
Watch the video, please. Stop. He is about to fire the shot. Do you agree?
You said he's about to?
Yes, right now.
Oh, okay, so can you play it one more time?
I'm going to play through, but do you agree he's about to fire the shot?
No, can I see it?
Yeah,
So
go
I
ahead.
can explain it to you?
Do you agree that you have not started moving yet at that point in time, correct? You're not running yet, right? We'll play it again. Go ahead. That's okay. Gun is out, and now he's about to fire. Boom! Shot happens, and you run after, correct?
I run because if you.
That is not what I asked you. Most of the strike is non-responsive.
Stop. The answer is non-responsive.
Sir, listen.
He's asking you a question.
Okay,
Wait, hold on. He's asking you a question which calls for a yes or a no.
I'm not asking you why you ran. I'm asking you, isn't it true that you do not run until after the defendant fired the shot?
That's not true.
That is not true. So play it one more time, and I want you to tell me when the shot is fired. You tell me when you see that first shot fired, please.
Yes.
Okay, you tell me, you say stop when the first shot is fired.
Stop.
Okay. Do you agree, sir, you are just about to start running, but you have not started running yet? Agreed?
After the first shot? After the first shot?
Yes.
I'm not running. You see me still right there.
Okay, the first shot's fired. Keep playing.
Then you see me run. That's not a shot.
So what I asked you before was, isn't it true that the first shot was fired before there was ever any contact between Relli and Illz? You said no, but you would agree when you watch this. The first shot is fired before your allegation that Relli was attacking Illz, correct?
That is not true. On the video, you can see.
Motion strike, everything after that is not true. Isn't it true,
Bobby's
sir,
face.
that the reason that you ran after the first shot was because you knew it was not a prop gun and you were worried that you might get shot in the crossfire?
No.
How many shots did you hear getting fired?
I want to say just 2. But after the first,
No, that's enough. I want you to keep watching the video, and I want you to tell me when you see the second shot being fired. Okay. Let me just stop for a second. Would you agree that between shots, that Relli is grabbing Illz and trying to use him as a shield?
no. Really, the whole time?
Motion strike,
The answer
everything
no?
after is not.
All right, the answer's no.
Would you agree that after the first shot was fired, that the defendant is maneuvering his gun in what appears to be an attempt to find a line of fire toward Relli?
No.
All right, let's play it, please. Stop. Is this what we've just seen? Is this where you are saying that Relli was punching Illz?
Yes.
And is this also where you are saying that, having watching this, you do not believe that Relli was attempting to use Illz as a shield?
I do not believe that.
And let me ask them, did you see during the second shot, did you see between the first and the second shot, the defendant repositioning himself and running around himself?
Can you rephrase that?
Between the first and second shots, did you see the defendant repositioning himself and the gun?
From my recollection, I've never seen him reposition the gun. I seen him have his hand, I believe.
Motion strike, everything else is not responsive. Let's play that again, please. I want you to watch. Sir, isn't it true that what you just saw, if you saw between the first and second shots, Relli holding Illz, trying to keep Illz between he and the defendant literally running around with his gun, attempting to get a line of sight on Relli?
No.
Let me ask you something.
No.
You testified that everybody, including Relli, knew it was a prop gun, right?
Yes.
If it's a prop gun, and Rocky knows that everyone knows it's a prop gun, can you tell me, are you aware of why he would have a need to be repositioning himself between shots? Do you know?
No.
Would you agree that if it's a prop gun, and that Relli knows it's a prop gun, that it's going to have no effect on stopping Relli from doing anything because he already knows it's prop gun?
Correct, because it didn't stop him.
So we know you're saying it didn't stop him. This is my question. Your testimony is that the entire time Relli knows this is a prop gun.
Yes.
You're telling me that when it's pulled on him at the first scene, he basically says, "Put that fake gun away," correct?
Yes.
You're telling me that the second scene, when the gun is taken out and fired, Relli knows it is a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
You're telling me that when Relli is running around, that he still knows it's prop gun, correct?
He wasn't running around. He's hitting Illz. So he's not running nowhere.
Okay. But that entire time, you're saying Relli knows it's prop gun.
Yes.
Can you tell me, are you aware, sir, of how that prop gun, if Relli knows it's a prop gun, how that in any way is going to stop him from allegedly attacking Illz? Do you know?
Well, just the sound. That's all I can say. The sound.
So you're telling me that even though Relli knows it's not real, that he's going to stop attacking Illz because of the sound from a fake gun that he knows is fake. Is that your testimony?
It was the sound from the prop, also the sound from the car alarms. It was drawing a lot of attention to the situation. So as you can see, Relli didn't run. You got a couple more hits on Illz.
Motion's, okay, fine. Can you tell me, how does this incident end?
How does this incident end?
How does it end?
Okay, well, after the incident, as you can see, there's a lot of attention being drawn to us. The car alarms are going off.
Okay.
I push Rocky, yo, bro, let's go. We out. Because our voice before, yo, we should have been left, you know? So now we're leaving. We're going in the opposite direction.
Let me stop you. You would agree, Mr. Phillips, that this incident ended because you literally pushed Rocky away, and that his initial response was to push back at you as if he wanted to go back and do some more. Would you agree?
No.
Let's watch the video, please. Stop. Would you agree, sir? You are literally pushing Rocky away, who is trying to advance towards back what is going on.
So actually,
Motion to strike is non-responsive. That is a yes or a no.
can you break that question, please?
Isn't it true that what you just watched, you are literally pushing Rocky away from going back towards where Relli and Illz were?
Yes.
Correct? So, you would agree that as this incident ends, none of you stopped to pick up any casings, correct?
Rephrase that?
When this incident
Right, and so this is where he goes into the lines of questioning about nobody picked up casings, right? I mean, the casings would have still been there if nobody picked them up. And then he goes on to other lines of questioning. Now, what do you guys think lining up Relli versus Twelvyy's rundown of these events? I'm actually thinking midway through piecing this together and remembering what happened with Detective Flores on the stand, where the defense was really hammering in on, you know, what was your methodology of lining up these sequences? How did you line up the video, the audio? Who was doing these things? How was it lined up? Is it possible that it could be off by a few seconds or more? And now all of a sudden, we're not playing the audio, which I thought might be strategic to see if Twelvyy could identify when a shot was fired without the cue of hearing the sound. But now I'm realizing, based on the way Lewin's doing the questioning, it's like Lewin had to shift the timeline of the series of events that he's charging somebody for, because it's very possible that the synchronization of the audio and video that they relied on when Relli was on the stand isn't accurate. And now he had to pivot the order of events, because according to Relli's testimony, he gets shot. He feels the hot. Then he runs over to Illz, and then he grabs Illz up and starts using him as a shield. But what we're seeing Lewin, he's approaching the order of events when he has Twelvyy on the stand, as if the order of events is actually Relli sees Rocky take out a weapon and already moves to grab Illz to use him as a shield in response to that before Rocky can get the first shot fired off. And also that first shot being fired off aligns with the point in time that Twelvyy now turns to distance himself from Relli or the general area. So I don't know if this pivot is just strategy to see if the testimony of Relli can be lifted higher in terms of what matches the video compared to Twelvy's testimony, or if this is Lewin trying to adjust to the issues with the synchronization of this audio and video clip that was played last week. So, and, you know, I would say ultimately it's the state's burden, and it doesn't look good if they looked at this investigation as if things lined up this way, and now they have to change mid-trial on the boom, boom, boom order of events. So, and then also we are about to come back from lunch, so let me refresh this. Get caught back up. Okay. I'll keep this banner up till we come back. Yeah, and Angela Coates says there is too much reasonable doubt. The state's case is the only one that keeps changing. And again, I keep feeling like what Lewin is doing is, it's quite consistent with what I would expect a defense attorney to do, to cast doubt on who would be in Relli's situation in this situation. Relli's shoes in this situation. So... Yep, Eric Belcher says, don't attribute to malice what can be explained by incompetence. Yeah, I really think that some of this, because I was confused. I was like, I don't really think that was the order, but we'll rewatch it on lunch. And for whatever reason, as soon as we started watching the Relli testimony and I heard the shots and saw the little synchronization bars in the bottom of the video that they were playing, I was like, oh gosh, they challenged the order of the operations here. So that got me thinking big time that they could have had their timeline based around what they thought was the correct lineup of the different pieces of footage and audio. And now they had to rearrange it because that wasn't actually truly the timing when it was happening. Oh my goodness. So JT, is ASAP free to go where he wants to eat during lunch on trial since he's not in custody? I mean, in theory, yes, but I'd also imagine that could be a whole hullabaloo, right? You know, he's a celebrity, and if anything, he's probably trying to go somewhere close by and not get caught up in too much. But yeah, he's not in custody, so he's got the freedom to go in and out of the courtroom. Now, they went to Chick-fil-A the other day, Taco Tuesday. Paparazzi, I don't know if it was paparazzi or a friend, but there was a clip that was going around where it was like Rihanna sitting by the window and Rocky was behind, and they were ordering the Chick-fil-A persons, like, you know, they stand outside and take the order right at your car. Like, the Chick-fil-A person's like this close to Rihanna. But yeah, they definitely went to Chick-fil-A the other day. Yeah, Ballerina says this is too messy, honestly. This one is tricky. And it certainly doesn't help. I mean, I think the jury can see clearer videos than we can, watching it from a camera, recording it, and relaying it through to us. But then you have the timeline all out of whack. And the jury doesn't have replay in these moments. In some court cases, they'll be able to have some of the exhibits back with them. In other courts, they'll say, like, hey, if you want to rewatch something, let us know, send a note, and we'll bring you back out to the courtroom to watch it on our screen. So if they want to run anything back, I'm sure they'll be able to. Let's see. Diablita Beauty says, I wouldn't be comfortable making a decision in general. C-Max says, no prop gun. Shells gathered not connected to any gun owned by Rocky. Relli heard his own case. His demeanor with defense was confrontational. And KNT said the timestamp on video was incorrect. So, and I think we're going to get, I think with Levin, if there's a juror that's sitting there wanting to, like, all right, I get how a prop gun could be at play, but it's a little sketch that we don't know anything about it. It just seems like something we thought of. Well, we have Twelvyy saying, you know, the prop gun was around at this point in time for different reasons. You know, at first because of the sets, but then because he decided to carry it for security reasons. And now we're going to have Levin. It seems like what was suggested by the arguments this morning in the judge's ruling. It seems like Levin is going to give us details on, you know, right after the November incident, Levin and Rocky get together and discuss these things, and they're like, well, this clearly didn't deter Relli, so maybe this isn't the best thing for you to carry as a deterrent for safety. So we don't need this anymore. And again, the police didn't even execute a search warrant until 6 months later. So I don't know if we'll get a pinpoint date and time of when Levin was in New York giving the prop gun back to the co-writer and co-director of the DMV video. But all that stuff is really important for satisfying a juror who may be sitting there like, the prop gun just seems too out of thin air. Where is it? Right? It could be enough to satisfy a juror who's sitting there thinking that. Yeah, Linda says, I thought the prop was a ridiculous defense before Twelvyy. It's possible. And I think sometimes what that takes is like, why would someone get a prop gun for self-defense? And I think like Lewin's been trying to attack that through the hypotheticals. But when you hear it, and don't forget, they were at ComplexCon all weekend, going in and out of different venues. it's not exactly clear to me if everybody was sitting at home or if they were like out and about and then decided to get in the vehicle and go meet up at the W Hotel. But if you're out and about and certain establishments that you want to go into, you know, like bars, if you can't bring a firearm in with you, it might make more sense to carry a prop on you, because then you don't have issues at the door. You're not doing anything illegal by being in an establishment with something that's not actually a firearm, right? So there could be some explanations there. Also, the idea of why would you go to a fight without a real firearm? I mean, it's Relli's theory, and it's also the state's theory that the fight wasn't supposed to turn into a fight. So I don't really get why that wouldn't apply in both directions. Not the I love you the way you lie. Allegedly, maybe with the shout out to love the way you lie. Says Riri called, said she in fact hated the way Relli lied. Yeah, so Mokar. So I'm gonna link the jury instructions in the chat. But, and, you know, the language of this will be swapped around to fit. He's charged with 245B, 2 counts. So some of the language here is applicable to, you know, other sections, or subsection 1 through 4. So it's not all gonna go back. Like, obviously we don't need this BMG rifle language. That's here in case that's relevant to the case. But the basic elements, the defendant did an act with a deadly weapon other than, or you gotta check here, that by its nature would directly and probably result in the application of force to a person. And then I assume, let's see, when the defendant acted, he or she had the present ability to apply force likely to produce great bodily injury with a deadly weapon. Or I think I'm picking the wrong parts to read here. But really the most important thing for me is this. The defendant did not act in self-defense / or in defense of someone else. There's enough evidence on the record to suggest that he could have been acting in self-defense. I would say particularly with the garage part, or in defense of others, where we have Illz, he's petrified. We have this evidence on the record through testimony. And there's a bench note here. There is a bench note. If there is sufficient evidence of self-defense or defense of another, the court has a sua sponte duty. They must, on their own. Sua sponte is like on your own. The court on their own, the judge on his own, has a duty to instruct on the defense. So the justification instruction of, you know, did he do this in defense of self or defense of others? Because even if they say all the elements, yeah, Rocky did all these things with a real gun. If they also say, but he did it in self-defense, then they can't check this box off and they can acquit. So, and there's a ton of bench notes on this, you guys, if you want to take a look at, you know, different stuff relating to these jury instructions. A lesser included offense, I'm sure we're going to hear John argue to include just assault without the firearm attachment. But assault typically has an element of injury. So if they want to go for felony assault, scrapes are consistent with simple assault, not the elements required for a felony assault. So we'll have to see what John Lewin asks for a lesser included. He cannot ask for a lesser included of brandishing. So that's off the table. But yeah. So we'll see. And also, let's clear this up too. Assault with a firearm. Where was it? I shouldn't have scrolled away. Assault with a firearm is a lesser included offense of assault with a semi-automatic firearm. So if it was a real firearm but wasn't exactly a semi-automatic firearm, there could be a lesser charge for this. However, there's a separate part of the statute under 244.5 that's assault with a stun gun or a less than lethal weapon. In California, a prop gun, we're back. A prop gun is characterized as less than lethal. Can't swap lessers on that because it's a totally different statute, which is why Lewin was pissed when he heard the theory. All right, so it looks like they start right about here.
If you have a new time estimate.
What?
They're also asking.
Oh, yeah, enough of the time.
Okay.
Black Butterfly, thanks for the super. I think this is enough on the record that will be instructed to the jury. That Relli chased them for 2 blocks. Why isn't it self-defense? They don't need to take an affirmative for there still to be a self-defense instruction.
After we went off the record at the lunch recess, I overheard both sides talk about potentially Brady material. I didn't know what was or what might not be Brady material, so I asked the prosecution, specifically Mr. Przlomek and Mr. Lewin, to go in camera with me at 1:15. I wanted to know what potentially was the Brady material. Everything was fully related to me. There is nothing that need be disclosed pursuant to Brady. There is nothing that tends to exonerate. There is nothing that tends to impeach a prosecution witness. Consequently, nothing need be disclosed. All right, is the, I guess we need to bring in the jury. Is Mr. Levin here?
Yes.
Okay, let's get the jury in first, and then call Levin.
You want to just finish it? So I understand that they made a recording of
I can't hear you.
Oh, they made a recording of the witness,
Right.
my understanding? Before. Yes. Yeah, I understand.
Recording of the witness. Oh no, they muted it right as he said a recording of a. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but prosecution has something. I guess it would relate to maybe Lou Levin if they plan to bring it up when Lou's on the stand here.
Oh, let me, while the jury, let me see inside or not on the record.
All right, not on the record. I don't know exactly what's happening, but it seems like we'll be able to figure it out, because whatever it is, it doesn't seem like the judge is going to exclude it from coming in. So. And thank you again, Black Butterfly. Oh, let me change this banner. It still says that we're on lunch. So we are back with a regular banner. Chloe with the sponsorship says, hungry? Hit the thumbs up and head to the Relli Deli for an ASAP knuckle sandwich. Only $5, sandwich emoji. Really hungry? Really hungry? Make it a meal. Just add an extra medium lies. French fry emoji. And Lewin's tears for just salty tears for the salt. That's so good. Just 30 million more. See you soon. Love it. Love the place here. Love the salty tears for the French fries. I don't think it's the starter pistol. Because it seemed like they said it was a video. But maybe they mean they have a video of the exchange. Maybe it could be a video of the meetup. I don't know. I don't know. So I guess a video could relate to the starter pistol in a way, but they said something about a video. Oh, we got closed captions back.
Okay. Turn seat 7. Turn 7. Alex reminded me that you needed to recess at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Is that like in stone? Can it be any longer than that?
I need to be in Bakersfield by 6 o'clock.
Can you be later? Can
No,
you be
because
later?
I'm giving a talk. I can't be later.
All right. Then tomorrow, I told you we'll break at 3. We will break at 3.
Because we should be, I think,
Oh,
try it.
All right. We are now back on the record. All jurors and counsel and parties are present. Defense,
Thank you. The defense calls Lewis Levin.
So Lewis Levin, and it's Siegel leading direct examination.
Right across from me, please. Stop around there. Stop around there. Raise your right hand for us. Thank you. You solemnly state that the testimony you may give the cause now present before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please sit this in the witness stand there. Feel free to adjust the microphone and state and spell your name for the record.
Lewis Levin, Louis Levin.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Levin.
Good afternoon.
Do you go by any other name than Lewis Levin?
Yes, ASAP Lou.
Okay. Mr. Levin, in anticipation of the prosecution's questions later, would you ever commit perjury to defend Rocky?
No.
Would you ever commit perjury for anyone?
No.
Do you understand the significance of the oath you've taken today?
Yes, I do.
And do you take that oath seriously?
Yes,
Is this your first time testifying?
it is.
What do you do for a living?
I'm Rocky's tour manager. I also DJ, and I have a clothing brand.
And what are your responsibilities as Rocky's tour manager include?
Just doing the routing for the shows, making sure that the production staff is hired, the production is right, he gets there on time, just that we have a successful and good show.
Okay. And in addition to touring, are you also involved in Rocky's music videos?
Yes, I am.
And what does that involve?
Sometimes I'm featured in the videos, but most of the time I'm there to like help manage directors, producers, assistants, props, light, anything, just kind of a helping hand.
Okay. And how long have you worked with Rocky?
Since 2010.
When did you first meet him?
I met him in 2010 at a concert in Brooklyn.
And can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I was.
Relevant just to overall. You can answer.
Yes, I was actually a fan in the crowd, and I was a fan of him for a while, and I was in the crowd. He picked me out of the crowd and said, like, you're hype, I like your energy, come up on stage. Went up on stage, and then after that, went backstage and met him, Twelvyy, Illz, just all the ASAP guys.
And did you begin working with Rocky at that time?
Not right away. It was a couple months after. It was either later in 2010 or early 2011.
And what was your first position with Rocky?
I was his assistant first.
And what did that involve?
Just like assistant tasks, make sure he's up on time, he makes his meetings, phone calls, he eats, his bags are packed, he's prepared for the day.
Okay. And was there a time where you switched positions? You stopped doing that?
Yeah, I did that for about 3-4 years, and then I started being his tour DJ, and like when he did after parties or clubs, his DJ for that as well.
Okay. And when did you start becoming his tour manager?
I would say 2017, 2018, somewhere around there.
Okay, now, in addition to the work you do for Rocky, have you held any other jobs?
Well, yeah, I DJ and I have a clothing brand. I DJ on my own, yeah.
And how large are the venues that you DJ for?
It varies. I've done like festivals with a few thousand people. I've done smaller private events, like club events. It varies, but I've done international, domestic. I've traveled for a lot.
Okay. And you mentioned that you met ASAP Twelvyy. Is that right?
Yeah, the first show I met Rocky.
And what's your relationship been like with Twelvyy?
It's been good. I would consider him a close friend.
And did you ever meet someone known as ASAP Relli?
Yes.
And what's your relationship been like with him?
Over the years, it's always kind of been up and down. It would be times where like we were good, and then like a week later, he would text me or call me and say, "Fuck you, you're a bitch, you're a faggot." Oh, sorry.
Overruled. You can answer.
He would text me and just be aggressive, like, "Fuck you. I want to fuck you up when I see you. You're a bitch. You're a faggot." But then a week later, say, "Hey, I miss you. We should hang out." Like it's been like that ever since I've known him, really.
He's emotional. Oh, my
What's your
caption, sorry
understanding
guys.
as to why it's been like that?
Your Honor, that's going to call for speculation. It's also relevant in perspective too.
What's your understanding as to why it's been that way?
what's your understanding? What?
What's your understanding as to why it's been that way?
The objection is taken.
Okay.
Could be speculation.
Ms. Levin, do you have any experience with firearms?
Yes, I do.
And are you licensed to possess firearms?
Yes, I am.
When did you get licensed?
In 2020,
And why?
it was COVID times, and it was pretty crazy. There's a lot of like home invasions. There's a lot of people getting robbed. There's a lot of violence going on, and I just felt the need to have something in my house to protect myself.
Okay. And what firearms, if any, do you own?
I own a Smith & Wesson M&P 9. I own a Glock 42. I own a 12-gauge shotgun and an AR-15. Right.
What caliber is the Glock 42?
It's .380.
Now, what do you do with those firearms?
Take them to the shooting range, keep them in my house. So,
Okay. And do you consider yourself knowledgeable about guns?
yeah, I would say so.
All right. Are you personally aware whether or not Rocky's been the victim of prior violence?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell us about that knowledge?
I know he was jumped in a club in 2018. His face was cut.
Motion to strike the answer.
Hold on.
Sorry.
He can testify to what he has observed relating to that. If anything has been told to him, that would be an admissible hearsay.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, with that instruction, are you personally aware, anything that you observed in terms of past violence against Rocky?
Yeah, that I personally observed. He had some home invasions and a stalker.
And can you tell us about the stalker?
The stalker has actually gotten into his home before. I saw the security footage, and I've actually encountered her in person before, like just following me around.
Okay. And when's the last time there was an incident with the stalker?
It was Memorial Day of 21.
Around May of 2021?
I would say yes.
Now, do you know of any security measures that Rocky took in response to these incidents?
Yes, he started getting security guard to sit outside his house for 24 hours, and he started carrying a property.
Yeah, I'm gonna object. Last Foundation.
How do you know that? What do you know about the security company and the property?
I physically saw them, both the profit and the security company. And I
No awareness.
The objection's over. All right, the objection's over. Ask another question.
Thank you. So what's your understanding of what a prop gun is?
It's a prop gun is something that looks like a real gun. It doesn't fire a projectile. It makes the same noise. It looks like it. It's just, like I said, it doesn't actually shoot anything out of it.
All right. I think you just answered this, but were you personally involved in Rocky's decision to carry the prop gun?
Security, and I thought it would be a good idea.
Why?
Well, because of the prior violence. It's just a non-lethal form, like self-defense.
Okay. Now, you said you worked with Rocky on music videos. Did any of them involve prop guns?
Yes.
Which was the most recent one?
D&B.
And where was that music video made?
It was made in New York.
Who were the main characters in that video?
Rocky.
Do you know where Rocky got the prop gun that he carried from?
Yes, he got it from that video shoot.
And how do you know that?
I was on set, and I handled it there.
Have you seen him take it?
I did see him take it, yes.
When was the DMV music video recorded?
July 2021.
So about a month or two after that May 2021 incident with the stalker?
Correct, yes.
Now, after the DMV video, how do you know that Rocky carried that prop gun?
I personally saw him, and I handled it.
Did you see Rocky with it on November 6th, 2021?
I did, yes.
Where were you when you saw it?
We were at in Long Beach at ComplexCon. We had rehearsals that day for the show, which was the next day, the 7th. During rehearsals, he does like a dress rehearsal where he gets on stage and runs around and rehearses his performance. While he was running around, he handed me the prop gun to hold, so it was in safety.
And based on what you've seen and heard, did Rocky hide from his friends the fact that he carried that prop gun?
Not to his close friends, no.
And how do you know that?
It was known by everyone. I mean, it was just something that everyone knew. Like his close friend circle, everybody knew that he carried a prop gun.
Have you ever seen Rocky carry a real firearm in public?
Not in public, no.
Now, the prop gun that you've been talking about, what type is it, or was it?
It was a Glock 26.
And did you ever do anything to that prop gun to modify it?
Yes. I added this thing on the side of it called the clip draw, and what that is essentially it lays flush to the slide, and it allows you to put it in your waistband more securely, so if you have to carry it out. And then I also added a clear extended magazine on it.
And why did you put the clear extended magazine on it?
Well, the Glock 26 is a small, like, subcompact gun. The whole point of him carrying this was to make it look intimidating, to kind of scare people off that were going to try to harm him. So having the clear magazine and extended magazine made it look a little bit more intimidating.
To your knowledge, did there come a point where Rocky stopped carrying a pop gun?
Yes, it was after November
The
6th.
Objection Foundation, in terms of how he knows this, can we get the foundation?
How do you know?
Oh, because I was part of the decision. He gave it to me. He gave it to me after.
Objections overruled.
Thank you.
And why was that decision made?
Yeah, it's gonna call for speculation, unless it's firsthand knowledge.
Overruled.
The decision was made because, like I said, he carried it to deter violence, and then on November 6th, after the incident, it obviously didn't work, and he decided to just get actual armed security. He didn't want to carry it anymore.
Do you know what happened to that pop gun?
Yes, I brought it back to New York.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so after he gave it back to me, January, I believe, of next year, 2022, I flew back to New York with it, and I gave it to the co-director that we got it from.
When you said you gave it to him in New York, how did you get to New York with the pop gun?
Oh, we took a private jet.
Now, do you know if Rocky was licensed to possess firearms in 2021?
That's gonna again call for hearsay.
Do you know if Rocky owned firearms in 2021?
And that's also the last foundation way to ask. Ask him what he knows, what he sees in it.
You can answer.
Yes, he did.
And what firearms did he own?
It was a Desert Eagle 44 Magnum and an AR-10 rifle.
And are they designed to accommodate 9mm caliber ammunition?
No, they're not.
Have you ever been to Rocky's home?
Yes,
How often?
many times.
And have you ever seen firearms or ammunition
Yes.
there? Did you ever plan on going to a shooting range with Rocky?
Yeah, we did. It was in the summertime of 21, I would say July, August, somewhere around there.
And what preparations did you make in order to go?
So I came to his place first with my both of my pistols, my handguns. And while we were there, I was oiling the guns up and loading the magazines, and also calling around the shooting ranges to try to secure like a private area, a private room.
And why did you do that? Why were you looking for a private room?
Well, because of who he is, he's a celebrity, and we just didn't want to cause a commotion going there. And usually when we go out places, we do try to get a private room. Like,
Okay. In this instance, did you actually end up going to the shooting range?
no, we couldn't secure anything. Everything was booked out, or just nothing was available that day.
Okay. So what did you do instead?
Just hung out at this place. We had a couple drinks, talked, bullshit.
Okay. Did you go home that night?
I did.
And did you bring your weapons and ammunition back with you?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I had a couple drinks. I didn't think it'd be wise to travel with my firearms.
Okay. Did you go back to Rocky's house to retrieve your belongings at some point?
Yeah, the next day I did.
And at that time, did you take everything with you?
I took everything except for one magazine. It was a Glock 43 magazine.
Okay. Now, do you own a Glock 43?
I do not.
All right. So why did you have a Glock 43 magazine?
So when I purchased my Glock 42, and I was at the gun shop buying accessories for it, more magazines, I had mistakenly grabbed the Glock 43 magazine. When you're in the store, everything is like right next to each other. So it's the Glock section, it's all of the list, the 17, 19, it's all the accessories. They were right next to each other, and I grabbed it mistakenly. I didn't realize until that day that I had mistakenly grabbed it.
And I want to show you what's in evidence is Exhibit 40. Keep us exhibit 40.
If he has the receipt for it, then that's great. If not, why didn't the staff at the store like point out like,
Direct your attention to this right here.
Yes.
For the record, you pointed to what appears to be a handgun magazine with a photo or other magazines and rounds on the top. Is that correct, Ron?
That's right. Okay, that's 11. I just pointed to. What is that?
That's my Glock 43 magazine.
Is this magazine ever used?
No.
Can you tell that from looking at the picture?
Personally, I guess, because, I mean, I own firearms and I own other magazines. Usually it has wear marks on the side of it from going in and out of the pistol or firearm. So that one has nothing on it. It's clearly brand new. It's just loaded.
All right, I want to show you what's in evidence of Eagles Exhibit 42.
You don't have to take them all out. We'll stipulate the numbers you like.
Let's do this. Can you zoom in on it? Away. Okay. Why don't we do this? Yeah. Still have one. You take a look at this. Cartridge. And we can recognize that.
Yes.
What is it?
It's a 6-hour 9mm cartridge. It's mine.
Is that the ammunition that you left at Rocky's house?
Correct, yes.
The one that, excuse me, ammunition that was contained in that magazine that we just saw?
That's correct.
By the way, going back to the magazine, when you realized it was the wrong one, why didn't you return?
It's a $20 magazine. It would have cost more in gas to go there back and forth in my time.
Okay. All right, I want to show you what's in evidence is Defense Exhibit CC. Okay. Let's look. Do you see the two shell casings on the right?
Yes.
Can you see the imprint on the bottom of those shell casings? Can you make it out?
Yes.
Okay. And what do they say? What's the imprint?
FC 9mm Luger.
Okay. Can you tell us what brand these casings are?
That's Federal.
Okay. And the cartridges on the left, are those the cartridges that you just saw?
Yeah, the one you just handed me.
Okay. That's the 9mm ammunition that you left in Rocky's house?
Correct.
Okay. And what brand is that?
6-hour.
All right. So are these 9mm shell casings on the right the same brand as your 9mm ammunition on the left?
They're not.
Thank you. I don't have anything further. Oh.
Mr. Levin, as you sit here today, do you consider yourself to be an unbiased witness?
Yes, I do.
Here we go,
So
cross-exam.
do you agree that you come in to your testimony today looking at the defendant as basically a brother, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that you do not want to see him convicted in this case, agree?
Well, I've already facing 24 years. I don't want to see him go to jail for 24 years.
Your Honor, please admonish the jury that that is an incorrect statement.
Sustained. Ask the question.
Did you not understand the question that I asked?
Can you please rephrase it?
So I'm going to ask you going forward, sir. I want you to answer the question I asked, and only that question, and not add anything that you want to add. The attorney who called you will have a chance to get up here on redirect and to ask you anything that he wants to add. Do you understand that?
Yes, I apologize. Can you please rephrase it?
My question is, isn't it true, sir, that whether or not the defendant committed this crime or not, you do not want him to be convicted, do you?
I believe in the judicial system. Anyone who's committed a crime and is guilty and found guilty by a jury should pay for their crime.
I'm going to ask you again, sir. Given your close relationship with the defendant, isn't it true that you do not want him to be convicted in this case? Yes or no?
I can't really answer that. I don't know the details, full details of the case. I can't accurately answer that. I'm sorry.
You would agree that you have in addition to your personal relationship, you have a financial relationship with the defendant, correct?
Not significant.
Well, wait a minute. You're his tour manager, correct?
Yeah, the past 2-3 years, he barely toured.
Well, if he tours, would you expect to be the tour manager?
When he tours, yes.
And when he tours, that can be very financially lucrative for the defendant and for anybody else who is associated with it, correct?
Sure, yeah.
So you would agree, sir, you have a financial interest in the defendant being able to continue to tour where you can be his tour manager. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Can you ask it again? Give me off.
Sure. Would you agree that you have a future financial interest in the defendant being able to perform and tour?
Yes, but it's not the majority of my income.
That's not what I asked.
Everything after he gets is free.
I apologize. Sorry.
Are you aware of the defendant having toured in Bangkok?
In Bangkok?
Yeah.
Yes.
When did that happen?
Last year in November, I believe we did the show.
In fact, you're aware that this trial was delayed so he could tour, correct?
Well sustained, the objection sustained.
You just told me he rarely tours anymore. He just toured in Bangkok a couple of months ago, correct?
I wouldn't consider that a tour. A tour is multiple shows. That was one show. It was a one-off show.
Did you go?
Of course I would, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, you got paid for going, right?
Yes.
So do you agree that you have a financial interest in the defendant continuing to be able to tour?
Yes. Yeah. I'm not going to keep that. Yes.
So how much of your income, I'm not asking you what you make, but what percentage of your income is either directly or indirectly related to the defendant?
Currently, I would say 30%.
And what was it previously?
Previously, when?
Well, so you said currently it's 30%. You agree?
Like I said, it varies. It depends on how much he's toured. So when he tours, I can't accurately tell you because that's years ago when he was actually touring.
When he was actually touring, you were making more money. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, the more shows we do, the more I make, yeah.
And in fact, when you were his assistant, that's what he paid you, correct?
I'm sorry, when I was an assistant, I got paid, yes.
And that was your primary source of income, correct?
In 2010, yeah, that was.
So historically, the defendant has been an extremely important source of income for you. Is that right?
Yes, he's opened the door for me to have other opportunities aside from working directly from him to be able to further benefit financially. So I DJ on my own, like I said, not with him. I travel on my own. And recently, for the past couple of years, that's been the majority source of my income, yes.
And in terms of you being able to establish yourself as a DJ and your clothing brand, you have the defendant in large part to thank for that, don't you?
Sure, yes.
Now, I want to ask you, when did you first speak to the defense in this case?
In August of 2024.
So you're saying the very first time that you spoke to the defendant's lawyers was nearly 3 years after the incident?
That's correct.
Had you spoken to the defendant about this incident prior to that time?
Yeah.
Had you spoken to him numerous times about it?
More than once? Sure, yeah.
So we're gonna go back to the very beginning. When did you first hear about this incident on November 6, 2000?
November.
The next day?
And did you talk to the defendant about it?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did he tell you that he had pulled a prop gun on Relli?
Yes, he explained to me the situation of what happened on the night of November 6th.
And at that point in time, were you aware that Relli was already contacting the defendant and other members of his entourage, for lack of a better word, and basically demanding money?
I don't recall that specifically.
You became aware near the time of the incident that Relli wanted money, correct?
I can't recall that specifically. No, I know about the incident, but I don't know. He didn't contact me about wanting any money. So I don't know, I can't recall specifically if he did that.
Let me ask you something. Did you become aware at some point in time that Relli wanted money?
Yeah.
And did you become aware of that from the defendant?
To be honest, I think I became aware of it when everything came out in the media.
Wait, so you're saying you never had a conversation with the defendant back near this, when this event happened, about the defendant wanting, the victim wanting a bunch of money from him?
Like I said, sir, to be honest, I can't recall that specific conversation.
I'm not asking a specific conversation. I'm asking, did you have any conversation with the defendant, who you described as your brother, a fellow ASAP, the person who you were his personal assistant? Did you have any conversation with him near the time of this event about what happened, the fact that Relli wanted money for it?
When you say the fact of Relli wanting money, like I said, I can't recall if we specifically spoke about that right around the time of the event.
When did you become aware that Relli wanted money?
I told you, I don't specifically recall, but I believe it may have been around when everything came out in the media.
And but you say everything coming out in the media, do you mean?
When the defendant was arrested.
And that's going to be in 2022, is that correct?
In April, I believe, yes.
And you're telling me that before that time, as far as you can remember, you didn't have any conversation with the defendant about what Relli wanted from him. Is that correct?
Like I said, sir, I cannot specifically remember.
So I'm asking you, sir, as you sit here, to the best of your memory, did you have any conversation with the defendant about Relli wanting money from him between the time the incident happened and the time that it became public in April 2022?
And again, I said I cannot specifically remember if we spoke about it around the time of the event.
When you say you cannot specifically remember, what do
I
you
cannot
remember?
recall. I recall him telling me about the event, how it happened on November 6th, the night. I can't remember him specifically saying Rel was trying to extort him for money.
So I want to go back to your conversations with the defendants. You said that you first spoke to them in August 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was for approximately 90 minutes, correct?
Yes, I would say so.
And that was in what city?
It was in New York.
And who was present during that conversation?
It was Joe, Chad, and Eleanor.
Eleonora?
Eleanor, yeah, sorry. Pardon me.
And did they have an investigator there monitoring or recording the proceedings?
No, it was just them and me.
Did you see them taping anything?
They were not taking anything.
Did you see them taking any notes?
They were not taking any notes.
Do you have any idea how they were in any way memorializing or even remembering what it was you were telling them during this 90-minute interview?
Objection, speculative.
I'm asking if he knows. What's that, Your Honor?
No, Artie. The question calls for yes or no. It's over.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it one more
Wait,
time?
it was sustained and then
You
overruled?
said they were not recording.
Yes,
You said they were not taking notes.
correct,
You said there was no investigator that was there monitoring.
correct.
So I'm asking you, are you aware, do you know how they were keeping track of what you were saying during the interview?
Objection, speculation.
Ask if he knows.
On
He's
that-
in the interview.
On that ground, and it seems a fact, on the other, sustained.
You just testified they were not recording anything and they were not taking any notes, correct?
That is correct.
So I'm not asking you to speculate, so I'm asking, do you know, are you aware of how they were documenting and keeping track of what you were saying?
Objection. You mean if they were?
Yes, if they were, yes, Your Honor.
I'm not aware.
You had a second interview with them when?
January 26th of this year.
January 26th. That would be approximately 6 days after this trial started. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, sure.
Have you seen, sir, the statement, the summary that they turned over?
Statement summary.
Of your total information that you provided them in this case. Have you seen it?
Yeah, you showed it to me this morning.
Would you agree, sir, that it is literally 9 bullet points?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
You testified on direct examination to a number of incidents and issues already. You talked about the fact that the prop gun was modeled after Glock 26, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree that what you said about the prop gun in your prior statement was as follows? Rocky carried a prop gun after being a victim of prior violence and home invasions, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the
States the
ground?
evidence, not his prior statement.
Correct? This is what's been represented as your prior statement. Rocky carried a
Objection.
This has been represented as a summary of your prior statement turned over and discovered pursuant to PC 1054.3. Is, sir, it says that you said Rocky carried a prop gun after being a victim of prior violence and home invasions. Is that what you said?
Yeah, this is what the summary says.
Did you provide any more detail than that to them?
In August of 24, I honestly, I can't completely, I mean, if they ask me for more details, then I did give them more details.
Mr. Levin, are you telling me you can't remember your ask about Rocky carrying a prop gun, and you mentioned prior violence and home invasions, and you were saying you don't know if they asked you, hey, what prior violence, what home invasion? You don't remember that?
I don't want to misspeak, and like I said, I can't completely recall. This is 6-7 months ago.
Well, you just testified to information on direct examination. You would agree regarding home invasions and prior violence that is not in here, is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you ask it another way? I apologize.
You just testified on direct examination. You were asked questions specifically about prior violence and home invasions, and you said, as an example, you saw video of a home invasion, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me where in your statement you mentioned anything about a video of a home invasion?
Objection again, Your Honor. It's not in the statement.
What's the, can I get a ground, Your Honor?
Misleading.
Misleading.
ground, overruled.
Fine. Misstates the evidence.
It's a question, it's not misstating anything.
Objections overruled.
Look, can you tell me where you see any information, sir, about having viewed videos of a home invasion?
Objection is irrelevant.
Overruled. Wait,
Irrelevant?
Not his statement.
sustained.
On what grounds?
It's not relevant what he sees on that piece of paper.
Did you tell them specifically about the information of viewing video of home invasions during your interview? Just tell them that.
Again, this is 6-7 months ago. I don't want to misspeak. I don't want to say yes, I don't want to say no, and I don't feel confident. I don't want to misspeak. I don't recall, sir. I'm sorry.
What about 2 weeks ago in January when you spoke to them? Did you talk to them about it then?
I believe so, yes.
Did you, sir, ever mention anything to them in any of your interviews about going to a shooting range or trying to go to a shooting range? The incident you just discussed on direct, did you tell them about that?
About the shooting range?
Yes.
Yes.
I want you to take a look and tell me if you see any mention of a shooting range in your statement.
Objection, irrelevant. Your Honor, to say objection is.
I'm sorry, I was talking to Alex.
The question, Your Honor, I've asked him, he testified on direct regarding the shooting range incident, not being able to go there, what happened, how he went to the house, how the 9mm magazine was left.
Right. What about that?
I'm asking him, he said, yes, I told them that information. I'm asking him, do you see that information in your statement?
The objections are, it's irrelevant what he sees on that piece of paper.
did you definitively go through with them, sir, that incident that you testified to on direct examination?
Did I go through it in detail? No.
Well, what did you tell them about that incident? Was it just what you said on direct?
Did I exactly what I said on direct? I don't know if it was word for word.
Well, did you tell them in essence, sir, about that incident involving your attempt to go to the shooting range and how you ended up leaving a 9mm Glock 43 magazine at the defendant's home? Did you tell them that?
I told them that that was my magazine at the home, yes.
That's not what I asked.
Tracy, do you want to go, can we go another half hour, 45 minutes? I know it's, yes, go ahead.
Yes, we can go.
Go to 3?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't ask you if you mentioned that it was your magazine. I asked you, did you tell them about the incident, giving the detail that you just gave on direct examination? Did you tell them that?
What detail in specific is that?
You just on direct examination told you recited an alleged incident where you were going to go to the shooting range. You went over to the defendant's house with all of your guns and magazines, that you had some drinks, and then because you drank too much, you decided you were going to leave a magazine for a gun you didn't own at the defendant's home. Did you tell the defense that during your interview?
No, not in detail like that. I didn't rehearse it with them, if that's what they're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm asking, did you tell them that?
I didn't tell them in detail like that, no.
Well, do you know then how they knew to ask you about it if you never told them?
About the shoot, I told them we were going to go to a shooting range.
Let me continue. Were you ever asked, sir, were you ever shown what I just showed you, those bullet points? Were you ever given that to the defense and said, hey, listen, Mr. Levin, does this accurately depict what you told us?
The first time I saw that piece of paper was this morning when you showed me.
Did they ever call you to go over your statement, to say, hey, listen, we've got to turn over your statement to the prosecution. We want to make sure we have everything. Did they ever do that?
No.
You said you have knowledge and experience with firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
You said you owned numerous firearms. Is that correct?
Correct.
You are currently a resident of California. You've been a resident in California for many years. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you understand there's a legal duty to register firearms in California. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that you have a history of complying with the law and registering your firearms. Is that right?
When I buy my firearms, I buy them at a licensed dealer, yes.
And you were aware, sir, before you ever took the stand today, you were aware that the Glock 43 magazine that you allegedly gave to the defendant.
I didn't give it to him. I left it at his house.
That you left there.
Yes.
You were aware, sir, that you did not have a registered gun that would fit that magazine, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And in fact, isn't it true, Mr. Levin, that you understood that because you did not have a registered gun that would fit that magazine, that you had to come up with a story to explain how it was that not only you left a magazine at the defendant's house without a firearm to go with it, but also why you had that magazine in the first place. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
It's cross-examination.
I didn't have to come up with a story as the truth.
And when is it your position that you first told the defense the details that you just described about having brought that magazine over with your gun, having had the drinks, and having left it there? When did you first tell the defense about that?
Like I said, with the full I told him in August that that was my magazine at his house. The full details of that, I can't believe, I can't remember exactly when I told him the full details of the story.
Well, you only talked to him twice, you said, right?
3 times.
3 times?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you tell him that on January 26th?
we didn't get into details. They just asked me about the shooting range incident and why the magazine was there.
Wait, how did they ask you about a shooting range incident when you'd never told them about the shooting range?
I told you I had told them about it.
So you told them about the shooting range incident back in August of 2024.
Well, yes, I believe so.
And your testimony is that even though you told them about it, they didn't ask for any details. Is that correct?
In August of 24, I can't accurately remember. I don't want to misspeak, sir.
One second.
Say again?
We just come up one second.
Now,
Hold on. Off the record.
Tacopina wants to approach. Sometimes it gives us a little bit in the closed caption, but not today. Big thank you to Derek Croissant here for the super sticker. Also, Mike the Mob says, hey, Cat in the Hat. Hope you're enjoying the heat in Florida. It's so cold in the D. It is like in the 70s. Maybe it hit 80 today. Really hot down here. AC is going for sure. And I know Michigan, New York kind of has similar weather. My mom was saying it's like 30s by her up in Catskill area. So I can only imagine. I don't miss it. So stay warm. Stay warm. Good to see you. The Honorable Yeah That says, Lewin obviously never been smacked before. He's too reckless with his mouth. It's clear he's used to being the bully and having his way. So some of this, again, I do think it's effective questioning. I do think that if he's too aggressive, like I don't think this worked with Twelvyy. This witness, he's a bit more on edge. Maybe the jury won't be as sympathetic with this witness and care that Lewin is pushing the buttons a little bit harder. But I think it backfired with Twelvyy for sure. And Chloe says, no, sir, I do not agree with you. It's likely I never will. How about you just ask me what you really want to ask me? And the problem is a lot of this is coming down to the implication that if it's not detailed word for word in a summary, that a witness was lying, a witness was being misleading, or, which the prosecutor shouldn't really be doing, the defense left something out. Oh, why'd they take this off? Oh no. Come back. Come back. And it sounds like they're going to be ending early today, you guys. They asked the juror needs to be somewhere. So they're going to stop at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Biff says this witness isn't lying. If he was, he'd have better answers, I think. Yeah, and I don't know. I personally, I don't love that the prosecution keeps relying on this summary as a statement thing, which is why the judge keeps sustaining all the objections relating to that on relevance grounds. But again, the implication could have been more impactful if he didn't do it with previous witnesses. If this is the only time Lewin was doing this, it might, in contrast, seem like, oh, there's a reason for it because he didn't do this with everybody. But now it just feels like, oh, we're going through the motions again, and the judge is not letting him get into this, and we're hearing that it's a summary, not a statement all over again, so why do we keep doing this? Okay, so it's tomorrow. That's what I thought. But then in the middle of testimony, they looked back over to the juror and said, is it okay? So when they came back from lunch, I thought it was tomorrow, and then whenever they interrupted in the middle, it seemed like it was going to be today instead. So I guess it is tomorrow that they're ending early then. Because whatever it was right in the middle of the testimony, the girl answered back like, oh, it's fine. Oh, he was talking to the court reporter. Can you guys hear me okay? I just had to switch over. Sound like my normal self. Sorry, my screen glitched out, but I'm here. And hopefully I sound normal. Because when it came back, it was attaching, I don't know why my computer always recognizes whenever it does something weird, it'll recognize my webcam as the microphone. And it sounds horrible. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Whew, I am here. I am here. Let's see. Yeah, I also don't love these questions. Why would a friend want to see their friend be convicted? I get getting into bias, you know, like you don't want to see your friend go to jail, but when you get into these hypotheticals where it's like, even if he did X, Y, Z, and the other, I don't know, because on the other side of a hypothetical, it seems like a yes answer that if somebody did these things, then I'd want to see them go to jail. Someone could take that as a concession that, yeah, he could have done these things. So I don't like the hypotheticals that come along with this line of questioning. And Sly, this isn't true. Defense not taking notes during interviews is criminal. This isn't true, and prosecutors do it all the time. Police do it all the time. And really, they have the burden, so not only is it not criminal, but the reason a lot of people don't take notes is because then they don't need to produce it. Also, there is also, depending on what it is, certain notes can be protected under, you know, attorney-client privilege work product. So this absolutely is not true, though, Sly. Although I wish, especially for the prosecution side, for the government, I do think it'd be nice if they had to record and be transparent about how they interviewed people. Maybe there's a note. Still off the record, so no specific update here. And let me tell Beta. Well, I'm back. No, I said we are back, but I am back. Yeah, K-Pick says, and it's definitely not mandated. Attorneys don't have to take notes during an interview, LMAO. A lot don't because they don't want to have to give them up. Yep. All right, so figuratively criminal, sure, but it still goes either way. I mean, I didn't really, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see you make the same figurative comment for the officers, for the detectives. Particularly for Detective Flores and their process and how they lined up and synced this video stuff. We don't have documented methodology. Is that figuratively criminal? Because not for nothing, but I think that's a big deal, this synchronicity. They don't have these precision, they don't have accuracy on lining up this video and audio, and I think that kind of pulled the rug out a little bit from under the prosecutor's feet this morning. He had to pivot in the order of events when he was questioning Twelvyy. And this is the other part too. At least they interviewed them. The state didn't even attempt. And I don't know exactly about Levin, but as far as Twelvyy, you know, they knew who Twelvyy was and they weren't trying to interview him. And the state's just trying to write that off as, well, you don't know that we didn't try. People's phone numbers are known. They didn't produce records of someone trying to call somebody. And then Daffy Daff says, in YSL, witness could answer yes/no and explain. Okay, but the thing is, if someone's giving a non-responsive answer and somebody objects and the judge decided to sustain the objection, then you can cut that off. Sometimes, not all the time, in YSL, a witness was able to explain because there weren't objections. Other times, the objections were overruled, so a party did object to the ongoing explanation, but the judge overruled it and let the answer continue and stay on the record. So different courts, different judges, different attorneys all play into that. Yeah. Mark Baumeister said, Mom always said don't put things in writing. There you go. There you go. And also, thank you, Daffy Daff, for being a member here for 2 months. Now, I wonder what this was approach. Because the judge has declined. There's been more than once that Takapina, since this tally game started on Friday, has asked to approach, and the judge is like, nope, move along, move along. But the judge allowed this moment, this approach. So I don't know if this is just still at the bench or if they decided, let's take a break after we approach the bench, and that's why it's going on so long. Yeah, throwback there. Mungtunk wasn't able to explain. Well, he did get it out there that, Miss Love, you want me to tell your truth. Yeah, and this has been interesting too. Studying says California and Georgia have different state evidence rules, and like for example, the reason I keep saying 352 is California's 403. A lot of states adopted the federal rule of evidence 403. So that's why we hear Rule 403 in Georgia and several other states, but California didn't adopt that. They have like 352, which is pretty similar, but it is different. They didn't just straight up adopt Rule 43 or derive their rule from Rule 403. So I don't know if that's just a dare to be different type thing. And let's see. K-Pick says, I just can't see the jury liking Lewin's approach to his cross. Let's see. ASAP Slime said he said they needed 45 minutes. Oh. I missed that. That's a long time. 45 minutes. Well, I guess they left like 10 minutes ago. Alright, so they'll be back around 6 or so. No problem, Mark. I'm happy to get a name right once in a while. Yep, so Violet, each state does have their own rules, but a lot, especially for Rule 43, just adopted it from the federal rules of evidence. And let's see, do we have anybody on? Kathy, bring us an update. Nope. Mel in the courtroom. Don't think so. Yeah, I don't think we have anyone updating on this specific break. All the updates are from more than 40 minutes ago. Just saying that Levin was taking the stand. Yeah, nothing new. So Idiot Win says, I actually think Levin is a great witness. He doesn't seem super on edge to me, super straight, calm face, keeps apologizing when he feels like he's misunderstood, calling a rude Levin, sir. Yeah, I think he's I can see why others might think, because his hand is a little bit shaky and people can read into that. I don't read into that, but I do notice it and wonder if other people read into it. Let's see. Shamina, since they're on a kind of a long break, I think if you rewound, you'd be able to catch up before anything comes in. Eric, Brady is derived from a court case, a Supreme Court case. But in principle, the case law, the precedent it set was that the prosecution has a burden to turn over evidence that might be exculpatory. They need to disclose it. And it's specifically a burden on the prosecution. And that could be, obviously video evidence that might go to show something, reports, But it could also be things like benefits conferred upon a witness. So, for example, if the prosecution is making a deal not to prosecute somebody if they agree to testify against the defendant, the prosecution needs to disclose that to the defense. If the prosecution's paying for a witness to fly out and give testimony at trial against the defense needs to be notified, even if it's just like a hotel stipend, or they're paying for the travel, like a coach flight, nothing fancy, to fly out. Got to tell that to the defense, because it could go to bias. So let's see if there's like a quick list of bullet points that would be more encompassing. We're going to use Wikipedia just because it's quick. But examples: the prosecutor must disclose an agreement not to prosecute. The prosecutor must disclose leniency or preferential treatment. The prosecutor must disclose exculpatory evidence known only to the police. That is, the prosecutor has a duty to reach out to the police and establish regular procedures by which the police inform the prosecutor's office of anything that tends to prove the innocence of the defendant. And some things like this is, it's the prosecutor's duty to ask, like, did you pull any traffic cam videos? Did you, like, the 911 dispatch calls? Prosecution should be going out and asking for all of that stuff from the police department. The prosecutor must disclose arrest photographs of the defendant when these photos do not match the victim's description. Some state systems have expansively defined Brady material to include many other items, including, for example, any documents which might reflect negatively on a witness's credibility. Police officers who've been dishonest are sometimes referred to as Brady cops. Because of the Brady ruling, prosecutors are required to notify defendants and their attorneys whenever a law enforcement official involved in their case has a sustained record for knowingly lying in an official capacity. And that's where you get the term Brady lists. And again, it's a prosecutorial burden. So there are still some disclosure requirements for the defense. The defense isn't bound by Brady. The defense typically doesn't need to lay out their entire, like, who I'm going to call, all these exhibits, just because trial's about to start. Like for YSL, for example, the defense was turning stuff over when their case in chief was approaching, right? They didn't need to tell the state. They weren't required to tell the prosecution 8 months in advance of everything that they plan to introduce or people they plan to call back in November of 2023. So the burden is different. Yeah, Taco Tuesday with the gold star. Are they back? I think we're live. Let me just refresh it. All right, shout out chat. We get the nice seal.
All jurors, parties, and counsel are present. Mr. Levin is on the stand.
Mr. Levin, you have testified that you have experience in knowledge of prop guns.
Oh, are we changing topics?
Well, I handle the prop gun, and I know how it works. I've never fired a prop gun, but I understand how it works.
You've seen a prop gun fired, though, correct?
Have I seen one fire in person? No.
You've seen a prop gun either fired in person, in a video.
Oh, in a video or a movie, yeah, of course, yeah.
And you would agree that a prop gun, it cannot fire an actual projectile, agree?
That's correct.
And would you also agree that because it can't fire a projectile, it has no ability to, for instance, to protect somebody if the other guy has a real gun? Do you agree?
I'm sorry, can you ask that different way, please?
So, let's say you pull out a prop gun. There's no bullet that can be fired from that prop gun. And someone in response pulls out a real gun. You would agree, real gun versus prop gun, not good for the person who has a prop gun, agree?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
You understand that in this case, you have said that the defendant was possessing the prop gun because he had been advised by you and a security person as a result of home invasions and stalking and a violent situation where he's been stabbed to carry a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree, I want to give you the following scenario. An individual has a prop gun in their possession. Somebody threatens them. The person who has the prop gun takes out that prop gun. Would you agree, Mr. Levin, that in such a scenario, if the individual they pull the prop gun on, at that point in time, if that person does not know it's a prop gun, that when the individual pulling the prop gun is pulling it out, if the other person has a real gun, the person with the prop gun is going to be in trouble. Would you agree?
Objection, Your Honor. Prospective, hypothetical.
If someone's got a prop gun and they run up against somebody with a real gun, and that person with the real gun sees that prop gun being pulled on them, you would agree that in that situation, based on what you know about firearms, that the person with the prop gun is likely going to get shot.
Objection, same one.
I want to give you a scenario, sir. You carry firearms, correct?
That's not correct. I do not carry, I'm not licensed to carry a firearm in public.
You're in your house. You're in your home. You have multiple firearms, correct?
Correct.
Somebody comes in that you don't know, and they have a prop gun. But you don't know it's a prop gun. They just pull a gun on you. Would you agree, sir, that when someone pulls a gun on you, you're going to treat that as if it is a real firearm?
I mean, it depends on like this. There's other factors in the scenario that I would need to like know. I can't just really speak on that just like that.
So you're in your house and someone is coming in, an intruder, and you don't know them, and they have a gun in their hand that looks like a real firearm. And you're saying, I don't know if I would consider it a real firearm. Might be a prop gun. Is that your testimony?
Well, no, I'm saying there's other factors that would be in it. If someone came into my home and was pointing a gun at me, and I believed it to be a real gun, most likely I would comply with what they wanted. Because if I thought it was a real gun and I went to go pull out a gun, in the motion of me trying to pull a gun out, they would possibly gun me down.
And would you agree that if somebody is pulling a gun, and you don't know in advance that it is definitely a prop gun, you're going to assume it's a real gun, correct?
Yes.
Now, your testimony is that the defendant was advised that he should be carrying a prop gun, not to protect himself against individuals who knew that he carried a prop gun, but to protect himself against individuals he did not know, like home invaders, stalkers, violent people, correct?
It was just to fight off any type of violence that could come from, not any specific.
And when you say fight off,
Deter from violence.
meaning pull a fake gun out of your pocket.
Lower the volume.
Pull a fake gun out of your pocket. And that's what you mean by fighting off?
I mean, it was there to deter violence. So if he was in a situation where he was going to be harmed, it could be there something possibly to calm things down and safely get him out of a bad situation.
Would you agree that just as likely would be you pull that prop gun and the person you pull it on pulls a real gun and shoots you?
I can't speak on that. I mean, it's...
Let me ask you this, sir. It's your position that everybody around the defendant knew that he carried a prop gun, correct?
His close friends, yes.
And you have heard testimony that Relli was aware that he carried a prop gun, correct?
I didn't hear any other testimony.
I want you to assume that there's been testimony in this case by the defense that Relli was aware that
The defense,
it was
by a
prop gun
witness.
that the defendant was carrying. I want you to assume that. Would you agree that if Relli knew that the gun was a prop gun, that it would not offer any deterrent if it were pulled on him because he would know it was fake?
I can't speak to his state of mind in the situation.
Listen to me. I'm not asking you, I'm saying anybody. I want you to assume for a moment, I'll give you, do it in hypothetical terms. All right?
Oh, here we go again.
I want you to assume that the individual who is pulling the prop gun is pulling it against somebody who knows that it is a prop gun, would you agree that the only value of the prop gun is if you could scare or intimidate somebody into thinking that it is real?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Objection, Your Honor. So also state in mind of another.
It's not even a legal objection.
Right, speculation.
He said he's a...
Shout out to the court reporter. Joe took the jacket off.
I'm not asking you, I'm saying anybody. I want you to assume for a moment, I'll do it in hypothetical terms, all right? I want you to assume that the individual who is pulling the prop gun is pulling it against somebody who knows that it is a prop gun. Would you believe that, would you agree that the only value of the prop gun is if you can scare or intimidate somebody
It depends.
into thinking that it is real?
Would you agree,
Ooh.
Mr. Levin, that if an individual understands that a fake gun you're pulling is fake and not real, then that gun doesn't have any value for deterrence?
Objection. Same objection.
So, there's been testimony in this case by the defense that, again, Relli was aware that this was a prop gun. Are you aware that the defense in this case, Mr. Levin, is that the defendant pulled the prop gun on Relli to stop him from attacking Illz? Are you aware that that's the defense?
Yes.
Okay, and my question is,
It's very interesting that the prosecution in his questioning is solidifying that there's evidence on the record. There's evidence that's been put on the record during the course of this trial that would support a self-defense or defense of others instruction. But okay, that's the strategy Lewin wants to take here. Can't wait for him to argue against it during jury instructions.
given your knowledge of firearms and given your advice to the defendant about carrying a prop gun, would you agree that if Relli knows it is a prop gun, that the theory that you have raised about why the defendant is carrying a prop gun doesn't work?
Objection, Your Honor. Same as before, speculation.
Overruled, as phrased, overruled.
Well, no, so the prop gun, like I said, it makes a loud noise, so that's gonna draw attention and possibly draw police to come. So if he's beating up Illz and nothing is going, and he's not stopping, nothing's like stopping him, that loud noise is gonna draw a lot of attention from all people around, and it's gonna help deter the situation.
Would you agree that if a prop gun is used, that there is no reason for the person pulling the prop gun to aim the gun down or to fire, quote, a warning shot, because in the end, the gun can't fire a shot, period? Would you agree?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
You testify, you understand how a prop gun works, correct?
Yes.
Can you fire a warning shot with a prop gun?
Well, I think they're kind of all warning shots. There's no actual shot bullet that comes out, no projectile.
So you would agree that you can't fire a warning shot with a prop gun because you can't fire a shot, period. All you can do is fire off the prop gun and have it make noise. Would you agree?
That's correct. It doesn't fire a projectile.
Would you agree that if you have a real gun with bullets, and you point it at somebody, and you pull the trigger, that there is a likelihood that that person gets shot? Would you agree?
With an actual firearm?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you agree that the idea of a warning shot with a real firearm is that you are pointing the gun in a direction and pulling the trigger where no one is going to be hit, so as to warn the individual, hey, I've got this gun, and if you don't stop what you're doing, I'm going to shoot you? Would you agree?
Objection, speculation. Sustained.
Would you agree, Mr. Levin, that in firing a shot with a prop gun, that there would be no reason to aim the gun towards the ground because the gun can't fire anything? Yeah,
Great speculation.
Where's the speculation?
This thing.
On speculation?
Yes. You want to argue with me?
I'd like to broach.
No.
Your Honor, I'm trying to have, to do a very important area, and I'm not understanding.
What this witness thinks is the efficacy of a prop gun versus a real gun. What his opinion is irrelevant. Go on to another
Just
question.
so clear, I'm doing it for his credibility in front of the jury, which is relevant.
You've already touched on it enough. Go on to something else.
Have you seen the video involving this incident?
I saw the one that was on TNT when he first got arrested, whenever it was posted.
So how many times have you seen the video?
Maybe twice.
You're saying in 3+ years since this incident, involving your brother, one of your best friends, a man you work for, that you have only looked at the video of this charged crime a couple of times.
Yes.
In that video, would you agree, I can show it to you, in that video, would you agree that between shots that the defendant is running around with his gun out and appears to be looking for a line of fire to hit the victim?
Objection irrelevant. Sustain.
You've given testimony about the current location of the prop gun and how you went to New York and who you gave it to, is that correct?
That's correct.
That wasn't in the statement that you reviewed with 12 bullet points, was it?
The one that you showed me with the 9 bullet points earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't in there, correct.
And it's your testimony, though, that you told the defense about this back in August of 2024.
Yes.
And the individual that you returned the gun to, are they alive?
They are. I gave you the info earlier. Well, we talked about it earlier, yeah.
Obviously, they're alive.
That's correct, yes.
Do you know where that gun is today?
Specifically, no. Like I said, when I went to New York, I gave it back to him.
Well, so since you became involved, since you've known about where that gun went, since you gave it back, at some point in time, did you become aware that, you know what, the fact that it's a prop gun is important in this case?
Yes.
And you understand that if it's a prop gun, the defendant cannot be guilty of the charges because it's not a real gun. You understand that, correct?
That's correct. It's a problem.
So what efforts did you make in the last 3 years to try to get that prop gun back so that you could demonstrate, hey, my brother, he didn't do this crime? Did you make any efforts?
Yeah, I asked the co-director if he had it still, and he doesn't.
When did you ask him?
Specifically, I don't remember, sir.
Now, isn't it true, sir, that you testified you returned it in January of 2022?
That's correct, yes.
Did it seem strange to you that you were returning a gun?
A prop gun.
Huh?
A prop gun?
Is a prop gun a gun?
It's a prop gun.
So when I say gun, you don't need to correct me.
Okay.
When you returned the gun, in January of 2022, by that time, you were aware that your friend Rocky was potentially going to be getting in some trouble as it relates to that incident, correct?
No, I was not aware of that.
So, but you certainly knew 3 months later in April, correct?
Yes, when he got arrested, I knew he was...
And you knew that day, as soon as you heard about it, you knew, oh my God, I've got information, that gun's not real, correct? You knew that day.
Yes.
Did you go get the gun?
I was in LA. The gun, like I said, I gave it to the director in New York in January.
Did you make an effort to try to get the gun?
I told you I contacted him to see if he still had it.
When did you contact him?
And again, I don't recall the exact dates there. This is 3 years ago.
Isn't it true, sir, that you didn't contact him for more than a year?
Sir, to be honest, I don't know the exact date I contacted him.
Well, let me ask you something, sir. Wouldn't you have instantly, the day you heard about the defendant getting arrested, wouldn't you have jumped on a plane to get back there and find that prop gun that would have gotten your brother out of the trouble that he was in? Wouldn't you have done it?
Sir, I contacted the director. I don't know exactly when to see if he had it. He doesn't have it anymore.
And so you just did you ask him what he did with it?
Yes.
Did you investigate further once he told you?
No, I didn't. I mean, he doesn't have it anymore. I don't know which one is it.
Did you go to the police and tell them what you knew?
No.
Did you go to the prosecution and tell them what you knew?
No.
You're aware that he had a preliminary hearing in November of 2023. You're aware of that preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
You knew it was publicized in the media, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You knew that, based at that time, that your brother, your close friend, could not have committed this crime because it wasn't a real gun, and you didn't do anything, did you?
I knew it was a prop gun.
Does you yourself, knowing it's a prop gun, does that help your brother with his legal problem if you don't tell anybody?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
You said you knew it was a prop gun.
Yes.
My question is, you understand the police, the prosecution, and the court needs to understand it's a prop gun in order for you to help him, right?
Yeah. Nobody contacted me from the police or the courts. Nobody contacted me until like 2 weeks ago after the police or the
Wait,
courts.
wouldn't you, sir, have had every incentive, every motive, every desire to contact the police and the prosecution to tell them, hey, my buddy, my close friend, my brother Rocky is innocent. That was a fake gun. Wouldn't you have had every motivation to do that?
I knew that this was going to court, and I knew I would have my time to speak about it here to the jury.
Well, so you decided you would wait, have your brother held to answer, have him brought to trial in front of 12 jurors, rather than simply going to the police and prosecutors and telling them, hey, listen, that was a fake gun. Is that your testimony?
Like I said, I knew that this case was going to trial, and I would have my opportunity to speak here in front of the jury and explain it.
I want to ask you again.
Okay.
Did you understand that by not coming forward, that you were putting your brother, your best friend, in more legal jeopardy? Did you understand that?
Asked
No, I
and
didn't.
answered.
I didn't understand that. I didn't. No.
So, you were present on April 20th, 2022, when a search warrant was served at Mr. Mayor's residence, correct?
I wasn't present when it was served, but I was there during the search, yes.
You were there when they were doing the search, correct?
Correct, yes.
The police, correct?
Yes,
The police, the detectives handling this case, correct?
correct.
That man seated right in the back. Can you stand up for me, detective? You saw him at the defendant's house, correct?
That's correct.
On pointing the IO in this case? Did you walk up to him and say to him, detective, it was a prop gun. That's not right. He didn't do anything. Did you tell the detective that?
At that time, I didn't know
Yeah,
any
you don't
details
know.
of the case. I just got a phone call saying that there was a search warrant being done at his house, and I should go over there to just be there. I wasn't aware
And I would suggest not voluntarily speaking to random cops or detectives. So,
of any of the details of the case. This was early in the morning. I was just getting out of bed. I didn't know that he was being charged.
Right,
for-
chicken.
I didn't know what he was being charged for.
Didn't you already testify, sir, that you had talked to Rocky the day after the incident happened and you knew that he had used a prop gun?
Correct.
So you're telling me that when the detectives are showing up, serving
6
a
months
search
later.
that you had no idea what it was related to?
6 months later.
I didn't know that this was going to be, it was going to a criminal case until that day.
So when it was that day and the detective is there, you wouldn't have had to call him, you wouldn't have had to go down there. He's right there, and you could have told him it was a prop gun. You could have done that, correct?
I didn't know the details of everything that was going on at that time, sir. I didn't know what was.
Listen to my question. Could you have told the detective on that day, it was a prop gun, it wasn't real? Could you have done that?
When I was speaking to the detective,
Yes.
I could have told him, but I didn't have any details of what was going on, sir. It wasn't, at that time, I
Most
didn't.
describe everything after yes. Did you tell him it was a prop gun?
Did I tell him it was a prop gun on that day?
Yes.
No.
Now, you were also aware, on that day, you were aware that they collected evidence, correct? You were there supporting your friend, is that right?
I was aware they collected evidence.
By the way, you said you got called when they were served the search warrant. Who called you?
It was somebody that was on the plane with him. I can't remember exactly who it was that day.
Well, so
It was like 7 in the morning. I was just waking up to just, hey, you have to go over to Rocky's house. They're going to search the house. And I just jumped in my car and I didn't ask questions. I just went.
why would you have to go over to Rocky's house when you're serving a search warrant at Rocky's for something that doesn't involve you?
Serious manager.
Well, I've worked with him for a long time and I actually like sometimes manage his property. So I'm able to get access to the house. I have keys. So I could have
Not
opened the doors
unusual.
instead of them busting the gate open and running the door down. I mean, and if they needed anything in there, I was just there. You know, we have nothing to hide, so I was there if they needed anything. Even at one point, they needed to get into a safe, and I'm so sorry.
What's that?
I'm so sorry.
Slow it down.
I'll slow it down. I
Slow
apologize.
it down.
So you go over to the house and you are there when they are collecting guns, correct?
I was outside the whole time, so I didn't see exactly what they were collecting.
You became aware on that day or shortly thereafter that detectives did not find a prop gun, correct?
Well, yeah, there was no profit in the house.
So how did you know there was no prop gun in the house?
Because on
January.
January of that year, I brought it back to New York.
Hello?
How did you know there was no other prop gun in the house?
They could have been the prop gun in the house. I didn't know. But I know that that prop gun was back in New York.
Okay, so you also know that the detectives recovered that Glock 43 9mm magazine, correct?
Yes, I know now they did. Correct.
And it's your testimony that that was actually your magazine, am I correct?
That's correct.
And it's your testimony that even though you do not own a Glock 43, that you bought a 380, correct?
I bought a Glock 42, yes.
Which is a 380,
380 caliber,
correct?
that's correct.
380 cannot fire 9mm rounds, correct?
That's correct.
And your testimony is that when you bought it, you somehow inadvertently got the wrong magazine. Is that right?
I mistakenly bought the wrong magazine.
And you didn't realize it was the wrong magazine until literally the day you went over to Rocky's house to end up in preparation for going to the shooting range, correct?
That's correct.
And because you did not know that it was anything other than a 380, right, a Glock 42 magazine that fired 380 caliber ammunition, correct? You didn't find that out until you go to the house, and you're like, oh my God, this is the wrong gun, is that right?
Yes.
Did you actually try to put it inside of your Glock 42 to 380?
No, what I was trying to do was I was trying to load it, and I noticed when I put the 380 ammunition in, it was a little too small. It wasn't fitting correctly.
So, Mr. Levin, if you were only using 380 ammunition, and if you're trying to put 380 ammunition, how is it that that magazine was full of 9mm ammunition?
I also own a Smith & Wesson M&P 9, which is 9mm. I brought both of my handguns that day, so I was loading on my Smith & Wesson magazines with 9mm, and I'm so sorry, I'm going too fast. I was loading up my Smith & Wesson magazines with 9mm, and my Glock 42 magazines with 380. So I had both ammunitions on that day.
Now, you're well aware that a Glock magazine looks nothing like a Smith & Wesson magazine, correct?
Yeah, correct.
They look nothing alike, correct?
That's correct.
So my question is, how is it that that Glock magazine, which you thought was to hold 380 ammunition, ended up being loaded with 9mm ammunition? How did that happen?
When I realized the 380 didn't fit, I tried the 9mm in there, and it fit, and then I further inspected it and realized it was a 43 magazine.
So How, by the way, so you're telling me you then needed to figure out what kind
I
of
would do the
magazine
same
it was.
thing.
And so you decided to put a 9mm round inside the magazine, correct?
Yes.
So, sir, as soon as you put one 9mm round in the magazine, you know it's not for a 380. Why is it fully loaded with approximately 6 rounds of ammunition?
'Cause you just be doing it.
A full Glock 43 magazine, full of 9mm ammo.
Because after we realized we weren't going to the gun range, and I packed everything up, I was just fidgeting with it. At that time, I had just first got guns, and sometimes I would sit there and I would load it and unload magazines just fidgeting around.
So, you loaded a magazine for a gun you didn't have, with ammunition you didn't know went into it, and then when it fit, you fully loaded it all the way. Is that your testimony?
Yes,
Because you were, quote, fidgeting. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Does that sound reasonable to you?
Objection, argument. Mr. Stan.
Isn't it true, sir, that this information about the Glock 43 magazine is what is called a lie? That it never happened, that you never took over a Glock 43 magazine there, that you never tried to load it with 380 ammunition, and that in fact...
Compound. It's really compound.
Wait, the objection was?
Well, he's in the middle of arguing that it's argumentative. There are a number of questions that you're asking. So you're asking question after question after question. So why don't you limit it to one question at a time?
I'm trying to, and totally wrong, because I believe it would go to the future of the witness stuff, but I'll take it one at a time, and then I'll do the result. So, your testimony. I'll be clear. Let me back up for a second. When you bought a Glock before, you bought a Glock 42, correct?
That's correct.
You agree that when you buy a new Glock, it almost always comes with 2 magazines, right?
I didn't buy it new, I bought it used. I bought it secondhand from somebody.
You ever bought a new weapon?
Brand new, no. All of my firearms were bought like through secondhand.
When you buy them secondhand, sir, wouldn't you agree? I assume when you bought your 380 secondhand, it came with 2 magazines, correct?
I don't believe so, it just came with one.
You said you know a lot about firearms, correct?
It's less likely that they would come with the 2 magazines if you're buying them secondhand than if you're buying them retail. So that was a weird question.
Yeah, I'm knowledgeable.
Is it your testimony that in your experience, that when you buy a new firearm, that generally speaking, that firearm only comes with 1 magazine?
Objection irrelevant. Sustain.
Sir, isn't it true that the reason that that 9mm magazine was at the defendant's house was because he had a 9mm firearm, a Glock 43, that he used in this shooting of Relli, and that was simply the second magazine that he forgot to get rid of? Isn't that what happened, sir?
No.
As a firearms owner in California, you would agree that it is very difficult, and it has been difficult, to get ammunition in California since 2019. Would you agree?
Yeah, in 2020, I know there was a shortage and prices were going up, but it was difficult at some points, correct?
Not only a shortage, but you would agree that you have to actually, that at the time of this offense in 2021, you would agree you needed approval from the Department of Justice, as well as a California driver's license or a California ID and a local address to purchase ammunition in California, correct?
I don't know about approval, but whenever I bought ammunition, all I had to do was show my driver's license. And that was a California driver's license with an address, yes.
So would you agree that if you don't have, in your experience, if you don't have a California driver's license or a California address, you're just going in to a gun shop to try to get ammunition, that in your experience you can't do it in California?
I believe so, yeah, that's what I understand, or at least that, yes.
Do you know a place to buy ammunition near Hollywood on a Saturday evening after 10 p.m.?
No, I don't know.
You couldn't have gotten shell casings
Who is ASAP?
after 10 p.m.
ASAP Illz is a member of the ASAP group collective.
When's the last time you saw him?
Last year at some point, I want to say maybe November, September. I can't remember the exact date.
When's the last time you had any contact with him? Person, text, you tried to reach him? When's the last time?
Probably when around the time I saw him.
Did he travel with you guys on tour to Bangkok?
No, he did not.
You guys were all friends at the time of the incident in November 2021. You, the defendant, Twelvyy, and Illz, right?
Yes, correct.
And you would say close friends, correct?
Yeah.
You went to Complex Con on November 7th, correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice any injuries on Illz?
Not that I can see.
What do you think? You know Relli, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe Relli in terms of his physical strength as, kind of a weakling, medium, or pretty strong dude?
No, I would consider him pretty strong.
And I want you to assume that he had punched somebody with a fist in their face area 3 times. Knowing Relli as you do, would you expect that an individual would receive injuries from that, since you know Relli?
Not necessarily. I can't say that. I've seen boxers before get punched in the face multiple times and look fine. Like, I guess it just depends on the person.
You didn't see Illz with any injuries, though, the night of November 7th, did you?
I wasn't studying his face, but I didn't see any visible injuries. Injuries.
If you would have been bleeding, do you think you would have seen that?
Bleeding that day? Or bleeding that day?
Bleeding.
Objection.
Yes. If you would have been bleeding on November 7th,
He's going to clarify it.
if you had been bleeding on November 7th, do you think you would have seen it?
Not necessarily.
You were with Illz, the defendant, and Twelvyy on November 7th, correct?
Correct.
You spoke to the defendant on November 6th after the incident, correct?
I don't know if it was after the incident or the next day, but it was shortly after, yeah, around that time.
When you spoke to him, did he tell you that Relli beat the hell out of Illz?
I don't know if he used those exact words, but they got into an altercation, yes.
What did he tell you specifically about the altercation with Illz?
This is 4 years ago. I can't remember specific word for word, but I was told that he was beating up Illz.
Did you reveal that in any statement you gave?
I wasn't there that night, so I wasn't really asked about what happened that night.
So you're telling me the defense didn't ask you, what did Rocky tell you about what happened that night? They never asked you that?
To be honest, in August, they didn't ask me that. Like I said, I wasn't there that night, so it's really not, I can't really accurately speak on what happened.
As you sit here right now, I want you to tell me, as best you can, everything that the defendant has ever told you about this incident. I'm not asking you when, I'll get to that, but I want to know everything that he has told you about this incident.
He mentioned after the rehearsal, on the 6th in Long Beach, he went to go meet up with Rel. They got into an altercation. Well, he got into an altercation with Illz. Rel was being the aggressor, and he had used the prop gun to kind of stop it, to calm it down.
Did he tell you that he was upset with Relli beforehand and was trying to meet up with him?
No.
Did you become aware at any point in time that he had been texting Relli, meaning the defendant, trying to meet up with him?
No.
Did you become aware that he had brought his prop gun, allegedly, to this meeting with Relli?
Well, yeah.
Did he ever tell you, you ever ask me, why are you bringing a prop gun with you when you're meeting with another ASAP?
I don't think he brought it just...
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
Stop yelling.
Stop yelling.
Stop yelling.
Motion to
You
strike.
can just make the motion and state the reason. You don't have to yell. Now, what was the objection?
It's non-responsive. It's given an answer I didn't ask for. Listen to my question.
Yes.
I didn't ask you why the defendant told you something. I asked you what he told you. So on my questions going forward, I'm not gonna ask you why the defendant told you something, because you wouldn't know. I'm asking you, what did he tell you? So I wanna know, what did he specifically tell you about why he brought a prop gun to meet with his friend Relli?
He didn't specifically say he brought it to meet with Relli. Whenever he would leave the house without security, he would bring it with him.
And you're aware of that because you had counseled him to do that, is that correct?
I didn't counsel him to do that. It was just something that he did. It was common knowledge.
I thought you told me that you and the security guy sat down with him and said, hey,
Yeah, we thought it would be a good idea, yes. So I don't know if that's counseling him to do it. I mean, maybe I just misunderstanding the word, but yes, me and the security at the time, we had thought it was a good idea for him to carry it, and that's what, to my knowledge, that's why he was carrying it. When he would leave the house, if he didn't have the security with him, he would carry that.
And so you said, that's what he's told you. What else has he said? About the incident?
I told you everything that he told me.
So, in the 3+ years that this has happened, the only thing that he has told you is what you just related?
Yes.
You never asked any other details?
No, I didn't ask any other details.
Do you ever call Relli and ask him what happened?
I don't have at that time, me and Relli weren't really on speaking terms.
Did you ever ask Twelvyy what happened?
No.
You ever ask Illz what happened?
No.
So you're telling me that 4 guys that you at one point were very close to, including Rocky, who you work for and is responsible for a lot of your incoming success, get into an altercation where at the very least a prop gun is pulled, and you're telling me you never asked 2 of the participants, Illz and Twelvyy, anything about it ever. Is that your testimony?
I honestly, yes, I never asked them about it. When the defendant told me...
Motion to strike everything after yes.
Sorry.
Is it your testimony that you were unable to get the gun back from the individual in New York, or is it your testimony that you never tried?
I was unable to get it.
What efforts did you make to try to get the gun back from the individual in New York?
I asked him if he still had it.
The Joe Rock.
And when he told you that he didn't, did you make any further effort to track down where it was?
I don't know what other further effort I could have made.
But did you ask him, what did he do with it?
I asked him where it was, and he said it's gone.
Did he give you a name of who he gave it to?
He didn't. He doesn't know where it went. To my understanding, is he has a studio right in New York that him and his other creatives they all use. It's like a studio where they keep camera equipment, they keep lighting equipment, they keep prop equipment. It's kind of like a common space, so someone can come in and borrow a camera, borrow a prop for different shoots, and it got misplaced, it got stolen. He said stuff gets missing all the time.
You are aware, sir, that this morning we were finally given the name of the individual that you're saying that you gave the gun to in New York, correct?
Correct.
Objection around
The court has made a ruling on this previously, Your Honor. Are you aware that we called that individual this morning and spoke to him?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that that individual, if asked, what happened to the gun, his response would have been, I have no idea.
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant.
I can play it, Your Honor, if you'd like. The court made certain rulings.
The objection is sustained. Do you recall the other day I talked about speaking objections, arguing? Remember that? Do you remember that?
I do.
All right, I'm keeping track of every speaking objection that is made, every argument with the witness, argument with me. I'm keeping track of all that. He made an objection. I sustained it. Come on, to the next question.
Have you asked this individual directly
Whisper.
for the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
Like I said, I don't know what happened to the gun after the prop
The
gun.
motion to strike is non-responsive.
He's already answered the question, he doesn't know.
No, that's not what I asked, Your Honor.
Read it back.
Have you asked this individual directly for the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
All right, no, that's fair.
Objection, Your Honor, this states the testimony, he didn't say he gave.
Over.
Have you asked him for the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
Wait, that is not what he has testified to.
Your Honor, he testified.
He said he didn't give it to, he gave it to the person who he got it from.
And I've asked him if he asked the person that he gave it to.
Oh, I see, okay, all right, I got the question, all right.
Have you asked the person that you gave it to, the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
I don't. I asked him if he still had it, and he said no. I didn't ask him. He didn't. When I spoke to him about it, he didn't know where it went. So I didn't ask him who he gave it to because I wasn't aware he gave it to anybody.
So when he said no, you didn't ask any further question or make any further effort to find out where the gun was. Is that correct?
I asked him if we could get it back, and he said no, it was gone.
Did you ask him any further question? Yes or no?
No.
I want to go to my last area. I want to talk about prop gun. You're aware
Area.
that when a prop gun is fired, semi-automatic prop gun, that although nothing comes out of the
Did he say semi-automatic prop gun? Did I hear that wrong? Now I'm just breaking things. What? Did he misspeak like that? That's hilarious. If that's the case. It could just be me.
load a prop gun, a semi-automatic prop gun. You're putting prop rounds in a magazine.
Correct, yes.
And the gun that you're talking about that you gave the defendant was a Glock.
Thank you, chat.
Semi-automatic prop gun, correct?
Correct.
And the way that gun works is the gun is fired. When it is fired, a cartridge ejects out of the side and the next round cycles. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you actually load the prop gun?
Yes.
What kind of ammunition did you use to load the prop gun?
It was the blank ammunition that came with it. I don't remember exactly what brand it was.
But you would agree it's a 9mm prop ammo. So it's a round, but instead of being, let me use what we've got here. May I approach, Your Honor?
You don't have to ask.
This is a 9mm hollow point, correct?
Yes, correct.
You know what a hollow point is, right?
Yes.
Hollow point at the tip, it's not fully jacketed. It doesn't come to a complete surface. It's got a hole in it. Is that correct?
Yeah, the point is hollow, yes, correct.
And when this round is fired, the casing, which is in the back, ejects out the side and the bullet goes forward, right?
In a live gun, yes.
Yes. And the difference between this round, which is a real 9mm round, and what you loaded, is that instead of having a bullet, a projectile at the tip that fires, it actually has what is in essence a paper bullet, and it doesn't go anywhere, and nothing comes out of the barrel. Is that correct?
It's like crimped at the end, so it can't actually fire anything, yeah.
But it makes the sound, correct?
It does.
And it ends up putting out a muzzle flash, correct?
Yeah.
And it ejects the expended casing out of the side, correct?
That's correct.
So when you fire it, no bullet comes out, cartridge gets ejected, the gun automatically, semi-automatic, cycles the next round into the chamber, and you repeat for as many live rounds as you have. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding of how a prop gun works, correct.
One moment, Your Honor.
Please be asking your counsel, your co-counsel, if there's anything else you need to touch on. Wrap it up.
Did you only communicate with the defendant by his cell phone number? I'm not going to give it, but you know the cell phone number that's been involved in this case, correct?
Yeah, it's all
I'm not going to name his cell phone number. Is that the only number that you communicated
with the defendant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you ever communicate with him on other apps, such as Signal or WhatsApp or WeChat?
God, Signal.
With the defendant?
Yes.
No, the only other thing I might have communicated with him is through like, you know, you could iMessage, you could like send iMessages with your email sometimes. I might have used his email to message him before, but never Signal or WhatsApp or WeChat.
Let me approach. This is People's 21. Is this the iMessage that you're talking about addressed to
Yeah,
Luigi?
that's the one, yeah.
And when we say Luigi, that's another name for the defendant, is that right?
Luigi.
No one calls him Luigi, it's just an email address he made.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. How long before the search warrant was executed at the house in April of 2022 at the defendant's house was it that you had brought over your guns and where you had left the Glock 43 magazine?
That was in, like I said, we went to the shooting range, but we were gonna go to the shooting range in summer of 2021. So July, August. I don't remember the exact date, but it was in that vicinity.
And you brought a number of guns there, is that right?
That day, I brought my 2 handguns.
And which handguns did you bring?
Smith & Wesson M&P 9, which is a 9mm, and Glock 42, which is a 380.
Okay. Do you know how it was that you ended up only leaving a Glock 43 magazine that didn't fit any of those guns there? How you managed to leave it there?
Well, because when we realized we couldn't go to the shooting range, I packed up my bag and I left the Glock 43 magazine out while we were drinking and just hanging out. That's when I was fidgeting around with it. The next day when I went to go pick up my stuff, I just grabbed the bag and I didn't grab the magazine because it was separate from my bag.
So it's your testimony that you have to be just fidgeting with this magazine that you had that didn't fit any gun that you had with you that you thought was different magazines. Is that your testimony?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, I'm nothing further.
Oh, passing the witness.
So Levin, you were asked if you found out that immediately after the incident, Relli demanded money from Rocky. If you were, let me withdraw that.
Withdrawing the first question.
You were asked if you found out immediately after the incident that Relli demanded money from Rocky. If you were coming in here just to keep, to help Rocky instead of telling the truth, would you have just come in here and said, yes, Rocky, let me withdraw that. Let me ask it this way. Mr. Levin asked you if Rocky told you immediately after the incident that he was being extorted by Relli, and you said, no, you didn't know immediately after. If you were coming in here just to help Rocky,
why wouldn't he have gone sooner?
Yeah, if you told me immediately after.
And speculation both.
He gets to finish the question.
Even if it's leading?
He gets to finish the question. Finish the question.
Thank you. If you were coming in here just to help Rocky, would you have answered his question that yes, Rocky told you immediately after the incident that Relli was trying to extort you?
Leading and speculation, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, you were asked about why you didn't come forward and tell the prosecutors and the detectives that it was a prop gun. Are you aware that Rocky told his lawyers from the outset that it was a prop
Objection,
gun?
that's going to call for
And his lawyers were
speculation.
dealing
It's
with
an
the
improper
prosecution?
question.
Stop. It is. It calls for hearsay, and it's irrelevant. The objection sustained. Ask another question.
Do you know what conversations Rocky's had with reporters?
Objection relevant, also to call for hearsay.
Okay.
Motion to direct the council not to ask any questions in this line.
You feel a question is objectionable, lodge an objection. I'm not going to tell any lawyer how to ask questions. I want to show you
People's 41 in evidence.
Are these the casings?
That is the Glock 43 magazine that I left at his house that day.
Magazine.
Do you see any scratches on that at all?
Can I touch it?
Any tears? Yeah, please.
Hasn't been used.
No, it looks brand new.
Has it ever been used?
That's going to call for speculation.
Sustain.
How's it look to you?
It looks unused and brand new.
There you go.
Now, you were asked about the ASAP Illz on cross-examination. Do you know the condition of Illz today?
From my knowledge, it's unwell.
Objection, that's going to call for speculation and hearsay.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking too fast.
Run it back to foundation.
Now, you were asked about what Rocky told you about the incident repeatedly. Did Rocky tell you about it immediately after it happened?
Yes.
And was this an everyday topic of discussion in your life?
The incident?
Yeah.
No.
And do you know whether Rocky was told by his lawyers after his arrest
Objection.
not to discuss
Objection.
the incident?
Sustain.
Your Honor, can the jury be instructed to ignore that question has been asked 3
Questions
times?
are not evidence. All right. Mr. Siegel, I don't want you to ask any more questions about conversations that you or Mr.
He's wrapping up.
Pina had with your client.
Okay,
No
fair
more
enough.
questions about that.
I have no more questions about anything.
Yeah, he's done.
All right.
Sorry about the captions.
Thanks.
Mr. Lewin? Wait, whoa,
I apologize. I'm sorry.
hold
So
on.
sorry. So sorry.
Do you have anything?
No, I do not. Subject to
Sorry.
recall.
All right, you can leave for now, but if you're notified to return.
Is there a
you must-
rebuttal?
Understood.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Next witness. How much time? We still have 55 minutes. You tell me how much time.
We'll just use that.
Oh, no, I understand. All right. All right, we'll recess till 10 o'clock tomorrow.
All right, they're recessing, you guys.
Your Honor, may we approach?
I'll listen to what you have to say after the jury's
Well,
gone.
we need to approach before the jury release, Your Honor. This has to do with delaying.
Are they going to call the guy in New York?
What you got to say?
Is this gonna be on the record?
Yes.
Okay, hang on.
All right, so they're going to approach, but then they're going to come back on the record when the jury's out. Jury's going home for the day, I guess it seems like. Recessing until tomorrow. Let's see if they come back. And shout out to Papa John. See, it always says Papa John, new member, became a member. But Papa John's been here for 5 months with us. We know Papa John. So YouTube's got to get their wording right. But Papa John, thanks for being here for 5 months. Love being a member of the KNW gang. Thanks, Kat. Thanks for hanging out with us. Watcher of Trial says, what a fabulous 2 months. Thanks, Kat and all. Look at that, showing love to the chat. And again, always appreciate the chat for not running everybody away. Thank you guys. The chat is amazing. Touche says, seems like the state's questions may make things look a certain way on the record, right? And that's the importance of striking after whatever yes or no response. It cleans the record up in the way that the person asking for the strike thinks would help them. But I can't imagine the jury is convinced of anything by it. And again, a lot of the stuff is audible. We heard Lewin raising his voice when he made the objections and going, objection, objection. But part of that strategy is very much what defense attorneys will do to prevent a witness from saying something that can be heard. Because even if it's eventually stricken from the record, if the jury is able to hear it, the jury heard it. So, I don't know, a lot of the things that Lewin is doing is reminding me of a defense attorney. A lot of it, including this. But this is exactly right, Touche, and good to see you. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Lewin thinks this is the Old West. They both pull their guns and walk 12 paces outside the saloon at sunset. But not with revolvers. Not with revolvers. Not with revolvers. Let's see. Yeah, and I don't know, I feel like there were some good lines of questioning that Lewin got on Levin. I hate that their names are so similar. They're like one letter off. But, you know, why would you... If someone doesn't fidget around, I'm the type of person that would be like, oh, let's see if this fits. And maybe I wouldn't do that with ammunition and magazines, because I don't know. I can't speak on that. But there are things I just sit there and fidget with. So, I don't know. It's not outside the realm of possibility. And I don't know if I would say it's unreasonable, the explanation that he's giving. However, for somebody that would never touch things that don't belong, that could have been some testimony, some answers from Levin that took his credibility down a big notch. However, at the end of the day, Siegel gets up there and goes, well, how does this magazine look? Are there any markings on it? No, it looks brand new. So if we have a firearms course instructor on the jury that would say from, you know, magazine being loaded in, ejected back out over and over, there should be some signs of use or markings on it. It seems less like it would be a second-hand magazine that he bought and this person gave him 2 magazines with it, but one of them was the wrong one. And more like he just bought something wrong at the store. So I think that was actually I think that was the most important question on Siegel's redirect. So, yeah, road dogs is people do it all the time. It's just something I can imagine, like, I don't know, like, I've sat there when I'm like changing batteries and controllers and I'm like, well, let me change the batteries and other things. I don't know. The mechanism of like loading a magazine reminds me of the tension of putting a battery in a little bit. And you do it a lot if you're learning about guns. Okay, you do that with ammunition so you can get faster at loading it. Everybody does it. See, yeah, so I didn't know, but I was thinking that this was the thing, and then there's people in the chat saying it's more reasonable than even I was giving to Levin.
10 o'clock tomorrow, please be outside the courtroom doors. Please don't discuss the case among yourselves or anybody else. Remember to keep an open mind. You have not heard everything, and you are not yet deliberating. Don't review anything or don't look at anything on the electronic media or print media, and we'll see you tomorrow, 10 o'clock.
All right, are they coming back? Yeah, and another thing I was thinking too is, you know, the time frame is so far removed. Like, we're still speaking about April versus November, and this concept, and Siegel touched on it a bit in redirect, but if you wanted to help your friend so badly, wouldn't you have just claimed everything? Wouldn't you have just come right out and said, you know, embellished to make it more favorable for Rocky? And while that's not exactly what I was thinking, when Lewin kept hammering these questions of, why didn't you voluntarily speak to the police? Who in their right mind would avoid speaking to the police?
I'm briefly, I just following on what we discussed.
No jacket talk.
Or hypothetically, if you choose not to testify tomorrow, you know that. The one witness we have should be remaining long. Is that if we can get the instructions done tonight or email us, right? Is there a reason we wouldn't do the first summation tomorrow? Because that means we're then going to do next week. I mean, no, Friday with summation.
Thursday.
Yeah. Not if you do all 3 of them in one day.
Yeah, Thursday and Friday.
Right, so that means the jury is the next Monday.
You know, and here's the problem, Joe. The problem for us is if we have to pretend tonight or prepare tonight as if he is testifying tomorrow, that is a ton of work. You want time to be able to discuss with him about him being able to testify. We're in a position, we got new instructions, do his cross-examination, and then do our argument.
I'm not going to force anybody to argue when they don't feel that they are. Mr. Takapina, Mr. Kozlovic feels that he's in a position to make his opening argument tomorrow, then he's welcome to do it. However, if he feels that he needs some time to do it, to get his thoughts together, then he can have that time, and the arguments will be on Thursday. But I need the jury instructions, and I want you to send them to defense counsel, and when you come in tomorrow morning, I'd like to get a copy, and also full self-defense.
Yes. I did.
There you go. There you go, guys. You heard it? Jury instructions. They've got to be prepared to argue about this self-defense instruction. So I don't think Rocky needs to take the stand. I think that the defense might just be playing coy and acting like they don't know.
Defense counsel, and when you come in tomorrow morning, I'd like to get a copy, and also full self-defense.
Yes, I did all that. I'm almost done with the first draft of it, so I will email everyone tonight.
Very good.
And then,
Okay, anything else?
How long your charge take?
How long what?
The instructions, charge.
How long did it take me to read them? Yeah. No, less than an hour. With this case, probably 40 minutes.
If he does not, that's probably done by 11.
Well, we're starting at 10.
Yeah.
You're going to call one. It's possible, but I highly doubt it. But if worst scenario, we should be done early in the afternoon with jury instructions.
I'll bet you money don't get past 11. Obviously, it's all different. We're going to have a discussion right now. But
All right.
be quiet.
Mr. Lloyd, anything for the record? Mr. Brzovic, anything for the record? All right, we'll see everybody at 10 o'clock.
Look at seagulls.
Robert.
All right, so I don't know. I'll mute this, but we'll see if they come back up. I think what Joe is trying to get at is, if there's a possibility that they can tell. This is just my speculation, but I think if the defense can force a commitment for closing arguments to be delivered and done tomorrow where the jury can start deliberating, I think that's an extra factor in choosing not to have Rocky take the stand. It's ultimately Rocky's choice. But I think that the defense is looking favorably at, this is going to redirect somewhere, if deliberations can start tomorrow because there's a court holiday on Wednesday and maybe they expect the jury to get in and out in a favorable way for the defendant. But if they don't come to that decision, then Mr. P already has it locked in that he won't be forced to deliver a closing argument tomorrow because he wouldn't have had time to prepare because he might need to spend tonight preparing for a potential cross-examination of ASAP Rocky. And the judge is like, I'm not going to force that if that's the case. So it seems like off the camera right now, Rocky might be making a yes or no decision. I'm not sure. I feel like they'd have to come back on the record to do that because the court reporter is going to have to document that the defendant is instructed on his rights and he's saying yes or no. I understand, blah, 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 blah. So we won't know until we see an update from somewhere else or tomorrow starts off. We will go live on time tomorrow. A juror needs to leave tomorrow, but if they need to argue about instructions or something tomorrow, I mean, who knows? I'll be prepared to go live a little bit early if they start early tomorrow with attorney arguments before the jury gets there. If not, expect a 1 p.m. Eastern start, 10 a.m. That's when they told the jury to come back in. But yeah, I personally don't think Rocky needs to testify. I don't think he should testify. A risk of testifying is opening the door to other things. I mean, the benefit of him testifying would be saying, yes, I had a prop gun, and yes, I felt like I was defending myself and or somebody else. But there's decent evidence that could support the prop gun theory, and I think there's sufficient evidence to support a theory of self-defense. So I think it'd be a bigger gamble for him to take the stand, but maybe the jurors want to hear from him. I don't know. They can look at the jury, I can't. Let's see. Yeah, Rice Street says I would testify, and I think a lot of people feel compelled. They want to share their story when they feel like people aren't believing them. So, here comes drama. I have a headache too. My brain hurts, all that yelling. Yeah, all that yelling. All that yelling. And I think a lot of us don't take the stand, but I do think that there's some desire, sometimes a juror or two or several or close to all want to hear from the defendant themselves. So, but I don't think it's a good idea. And let's see. I don't see any updates over on X, you guys. Where do you guys want to be sent to? What do you guys want to go watch now? As we wind down, let's see what YouTube tells me as far as who is live right now. Karen Reed looks like a new motion. Oh, Delphi ungagged. So I don't know if this is like media coverage, but Hella or Excited Utterance is talking about the Delphi case. Potentially Criminal is talking about Rocky still. I think he just started. Justice Served TV is also live. They're probably doing an analysis right now, but not rewatching today. Everything else looks like I can do my railway streams that I put on as background noise. I don't think no one's calling Illz. We might hear some argument about that in closing statements, but neither side seems to want to call him. Jenny's going over to JSTV. If you guys want to go over there, I'll send you. Actually, let me make sure I can redirect to them. Yeah, we'll send you over to Linda Kenny Baden and Michael Bryant with Justice Served TV. They've had great coverage of this case as well. And I'll see you guys in the morning. I will make a community post if anything new pops up. But in the meantime, you guys all have a great morning, evening, or good night. Thanks for hanging out. Bye, guys.